I tried to take something off your plate and forgot to tell you.
Hello,
My bad.
chatty friends.
Hi, everyone. Russ Duckett's about today.
Something different with the setup today. I'm
Good
like,
good morning, everybody.
I feel much taller than, and now I figured it out, I think.
Oh, okay.
In the beginning, I was way taller than Kyle. Oh, I should probably say join us.
Morning, David.
Hey, good morning, everyone. What's up, Kyron? What's up, Johnny G? David?
Everybody
What
have
up?
a good weekend? Fun weekend?
What's up, Adam?
It was beautiful out, man.
David Jackson's here.
Beautiful weekend.
It was a nice-ass weekend. What's up, Mrs. Mac? What's up, Sacktown Tony?
It was really nice in
Polo
Santa
and
Barbara.
Norm and Chris.
Santa
Oh,
Barbara,
I
too.
believe it.
Yeah.
Marcus? Brian's here.
Thanks, Adam L.
Casey Tucker.
That's right. It was also your wife's
Ramsey.
birthday. Happy birthday to her, too.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
Happy birthday to the Hams. Also, I'll wait. I'll save it for the air. What's up, Weezy? Hyphen, nice hyphen ass. Nice, not a nice ass weekend, a nice ass weekend.
Well, I mean, it kind of depends on what you did, but yes. Nice, comma.
Well,
true
that.
That.
Right. I mean,
nice,
Jesus
comma, or nice
Joe.
ass, comma, weekend.
We didn't make it to Solvang. We've been to Solvang quite a few times. So my wife, her aunt used to have a house in Santa Ynez.
What's up, Steven? Hi, JD.
There used to be this awesome baseball card store in Santa Ynez. I mean, in Solvang.
It seems like a really cool spot.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I need to talk about Sac State's graduation, too.
Oh.
All right. I got 2 things. Good morning, everybody. James Ham is back. What are you looking at?
I was just looking at the clock.
Yeah, we're good.
We're good.
When Joe, no, see what happened. The reason you're doing that is because when Joe isn't here, the last 2 times I've forgotten to turn our board on, which means we're live on the YouTube stream. Hello, everybody on YouTube and Twitch, youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Good morning. But we are not going out over the radio, 1320 AM and 98.5 FM HD2.
Mm-hmm.
Joe is good at his job and make sure that we're live.
I was looking because I needed to get centered with the time.
Got it.
Not anything
o'clock
else.
Is when this program starts.
Yeah.
Typically.
Well, I didn't know exactly what time it was though. Yeah. I don't look at the little tiny dial here that has the clock right here.
Yeah, no, that makes that makes sense. I do think our computer clocks down in the bottom right hand corner there. I think those are synced with our our studio clock.
There's too much going on down there. I hadn't even looked.
Clock's very important in radio, everyone. But James Ham is back. You were out last week celebrating your birthday. Happy birthday. I just want to apologize to you because I feel like a bad friend.
Oh.
Because I did not text you on your birthday after we had a whole conversation about how like it's not super important to text on the to get a text on your birthday, but it's just nice to know. And I want you to know because the whole thing about getting a text is like, oh, that person was thinking of me. I want, and I'm being so serious about this. I'm not lying to you. I thought about it a lot of times. I thought multiple times about you on your birthday and was like, shoot, I need to text James.
Yeah.
I need to text James. And then by the time I really was like, oh my God, I didn't do that. It was like 11 p.m. And I'm like, now it's late. I'll just apologize on Monday and we'll call it good. I shouted you out on the radio. We said happy birthday on the radio.
Sweet.
So I want you to know though, that I did think about texting you, even though I didn't text you, which probably didn't even clock for you. You probably didn't even realize it, but I'm letting you know that I know and that I'm sorry.
Okay. I will tell you this. I have spent the last 15 years of my life tethered to a phone and a laptop.
Sure.
Like you just can't get away from it. In this world, you can't get away from it.
You take your computer everywhere.
I mean, my computer's in my car at all times. Like when I go out there have been at least 100 times where I've been sitting at a restaurant and I get news and I have to go grab my laptop and start writing. And then I hand it across to my wife and she edits really quick and then I post something. I did not pull my laptop out of my bag one time. I did watch sports the whole weekend, but I did not pull my laptop out one time. I didn't tweet one time that I can remember. Nothing. And I don't usually
remember is so funny.
I don't usually go like to Facebook either. I'm not a Facebook person.
Sure.
But when it's your birthday, you get a bajillion
things. It's ridiculous.
So and we also, my wife and I have this weird thing where we have the same birthday. And it's, to be honest with you, it's amazing because
it's got to be so nice.
Yeah,
one day.
It's super cool.
Yeah,
and it's usually because it's both of us. It's usually a bigger deal.
Yeah,
because like we have our families, but then our friends
and
stuff like that. So, and this was a big birthday. I don't usually talk about my age.
Sure,
but I did put it out on Facebook. This was my 50th, and so yeah,
you did it. Congratulations!
I did it. I made it halfway to the moon.
And you guys went to Santa Barbara?
Yeah, we went to Santa Barbara.
Had a great time. Love that for you, man.
Yeah, we went to a piano bar for a couple of nights in a row, which was cool. And then we came home on Saturday night and went to James Taylor at the venue at Thunder Valley.
Oh, outstanding.
My goodness, what an incredible venue.
Yeah.
Like, if you haven't been there, that is spectacular. I don't know if it seats like 7,500 people, but it's made for spectacular like music. Yeah,
I've heard nothing but good things about shows.
There's not a bad seat in the house. Even like
not a bad seat.
Yeah, it's very subtle. The grade is very subtle, but they stagger the seats perfectly, so you're always in between people.
Oh, that's great.
And you can see over the top. It was just absolutely wonderful. Yeah, what a great venue.
And it has the approval of the young people, which is big.
There
time.
It is. What I really liked about the venue was they also have bars on the overhang area. So if you go out and you're walking around, you need to get a drink, go to the bathroom, whatever, you can still see the show. Even if you're waiting in line for a drink, you can still see the show.
That's awesome. It's very awesome. Open air.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
And of course I ran into Just In Case.
Right. Who wouldn't?
Well, that, and I guess Doug Thomas and Ken, but everyone was there.
Just the Eagle. The entire staff of 96.9 The
Which
Eagle
makes sense because it's James Taylor. And then I also think that they got free tickets. My tickets weren't free.
Did you try?
I didn't even think well, I may have asked promotions at one point. I now know who I have to ask here in the building if I want something for the venue. I did not know before.
Very good.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Those were a pricey ticket.
All right. We have a ton of stuff to get to from NBA playoffs. Brock Purdy also got paid naturally after our program. And that news broke while I was at you. We were talking about the need to write in weird places. I don't take my laptop everywhere necessarily because the Gannett, which is the company I write for, has a really good mobile platform. So I could just jump on my phone. I can write from my phone. And
I'm not one of the young people that can write an entire article on a phone really quick.
It's not my preferred. It's not my preferred method, but it does happen. Disneyland, airplanes, bathrooms. I've written pick a place. I've written there, and I was at Sac State's graduation on Friday for my buddy Frank. Shout out to the Sac State School of Business. And the news drops right as the ceremony's starting. So I'm like, I refused to be person on their phone because I was floored. It's Sac State's graduation. How many people left as soon as their person's name was called? That's unbelievably disrespectful.
Yeah, that's horrible.
It was wild. It wasn't the whole place. It wasn't like that. There were enough people though that it was noticeable.
Okay.
People came in. I'm not gonna get. This lady was super loud coming in. She sits down. She's saying hi to everybody. It's like, bro, people are talking. Like shut up.
Yeah.
Like, we're trying to listen. Their person that she was there for is a group of probably like 8 of them. The person she was there for was the first name called. And they all loud as hell go, oh, whoa, all right, we're out of here. And they all stand up and like shuffling down the aisles while people's names are being called.
Oh,
just awful, right? And then you have people there. It's really cool. Tons of first generation graduates. Tons.
Oh, very cool.
And the excitement in the arena when people's names were being called was just amazing. It was such a cool thing. There was one woman though, God bless her, FaceTiming a relative so they can see the ceremony.
Yeah.
Which is really cool. What a fun way to use technology. If you couldn't figure out how to get the live stream, cool. I'll just FaceTime you from the venue, and then you can watch from our vantage point. Okay. Except she's holding a conversation with this person
Oh no.
mid-ceremony. Just letting it, just yapping it up.
That's like being at the movie theater and doing that.
Seriously. I get that it's not, I get that it's a in a vacuum, a pretty tedious thing. You're sitting there listening to names being called, but also you're watching people's lives change.
Oh, I totally agree.
It is the culmination of this really cool accomplishment. And that would just, it didn't sit well with me. And I didn't want to be the person who was sitting there like furiously typing away on my phone about Brock Purdy's contract extension. So shout out to the people who helped me. That's less important. I had an unbelievable time at Sac State's graduation.
Sweet.
It was, dude, okay, I'd never been to a college graduation. Just super long story short, I ended up going and broadcasting Sac State's baseball conference tournament, Sac State baseball's conference tournament in Texas instead of going to my graduation.
Okay.
There's a whole ordeal. Decided to do that. So I've never gone to a college graduation. My wife graduated from Arizona State during the pandemic, didn't walk, so didn't even go to that. So, it was a party in there, dude.
Really?
Dr. Luke Wood said at the start of the thing, like, hey, this is a celebration of what you've accomplished. There was music. There was a contest for hat decorations. There was a dance contest.
What?
During the ceremony? Yeah. Dr. Wood comes up to speak. As he walks to the podium, they're playing TV Off by Kendrick Lamar. And then he references TV Off in his speech. He made a Nas reference, a J. Cole reference, a Kendrick Lamar reference, and a Nipsey Hussle reference in his speech.
What?
And then while they're calling names, in the middle of the name calling, in the middle of the presentation, the announcement, the name calling, it's like butthead, stupid. No. In the middle of this, they stop it, and then there's just music. It's just party time for a while. They had the because it's at Golden One Center. They had the camera going around, going to different sections. People are getting up, dancing, doing the whole thing. Like it was like a basketball game at halftime.
That's wild.
It was unbelievable. It
like
was
inappropriate kiss cam.
No, none of that. But that would have been weird. But yeah, man, it was awesome. And seeing it was kind of an emotional thing for me because one, I'm a crybaby, but two, there was my buddy graduating.
Mm-hmm.
He has been working through this for as long as I've known him. And seeing him graduate was a really cool thing. The culmination of this accomplishment for him. That was awesome. I like seeing the homies thrive. Two, I didn't get to go to my graduation.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not going to get into it on the air, but there's a very emotional thing attached to it for me. And being there and hearing all the stuff they're saying to the graduates, it's like, wow, this would have been such a cool thing to hear at 22 years old or whatever. But anyway, so that hit me. And then the pride that they had in Sac State was so different than when I went there. When I went there, it was very much like hey, everybody understands that this is just like a community college kind of. It's a commuter school. We're just all here, and then we're going to go back to our lives. And this is they had a video highlighting all the stuff they're doing, specifically like with athletics. Mike Bibby was in the video. Shaq was in the when Shaq came up because he was filmed it in the TNT studios, just like a selfie video.
Yeah.
And he just said, hey, our hive, our home, Stingers up, all big things coming, whatever. He does that whole thing. As soon as Shaq popped up on the screen, the building just erupted.
Wow.
It was crazy. They showed Mike Bibby, and there were some people like, oh, hey. And then Shaq comes on, the whole place like, wow. It was just awesome. It was a really cool thing seeing that much pride being taken in not only Sac State, but in the region and in Sacramento. It was very, very cool. And salute to Sac State. My stinger was super high all day.
Okay. See, when I graduated from Davis, it was a lot more like formal.
Yeah. That's what I was expecting when I went there. I brought a book. I was expecting it to be this long. Every speech was between like probably 5 and 10 minutes.
Yeah.
It wasn't they were fun, they were engaging.
Moved along quickly.
And they moved it along. I had a great time. Shout out to Sac State. Shout out to all the graduates, whether from Sac State or anywhere else. If somebody in your life or you graduated from college or high school this weekend, salute. That is very, very cool. All right. We'll get to the Brock Purdy stuff for sure. He signed he agreed to a 5-year, $265 million contract, and we will dive into all of that.
Okay.
But we had a little bit of Kings news, but for real this time.
For reals.
Okay, so Bobby Jackson was going to be on the Kings coaching staff. And then it came out that he wasn't, not that he wasn't going to be on the staff, but actually that news was a little bit premature. He had not been really contacted and nothing had been done on that front. At least that's kind of how I understand it. Understood it.
We talked on the air.
Yes.
Like, I don't know what day that was, but we talked on the air that, hey, look, like we're hearing major movement on the Bobby Jackson front. Whether, it was a done deal or not, it wasn't at that point, but it sounds like it's very positive that Bobby Jackson's coming back. And then our friend, KCRA 3's Sean Cunningham went out there and dropped it out on Twitter, like minutes after we talked about it on the air, that Bobby Jackson was joining the coaching staff. Then we had this weirdness of Bobby Jackson went on social media and like, no, I haven't even been contacted and all this stuff, but now it's for reals. So yes. Our friend Michael Scotto from Hoops World, Hoops Hype, like put it out there last night via the agent that Bobby Jackson was joining the staff.
Sweet.
We've got that confirmed. I made some calls this morning, and yeah, we're up and running. Bobby Jackson is part of the coaching staff, which is cool. Like I think Bobby is he's put in his time. Mm-hmm. He not only did he work for the Kings as an assistant coach, as a player development coach. He went to the Stockton Kings and led them to like a first place finish. Then when he was done with that, he didn't want to go back for a second season. Nick Nurse, who had worked his way through the G League system when he was becoming a coach, brought him onto his staff in Philadelphia, and he spent the last 2 years in Philadelphia with Nick Nurse. Mm-hmm. So like, look, I think Bobby is, if anyone knows Bobby Jackson, he's a fun dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's like laid back, very chill, but also funny and engaging. And I think he reaches young players in a very specific way. So I think it's a good hire, and it's another hire for Doug Christie, who's now, he's got Mike Woodson. We got Leandro Barbosa. We're hearing Jimmy Alapek is still around, and Depeche Mystery is still around. So there are, he's starting to build out his coaching staff. We're probably 3 or 4 more assistants / player development coaches away from him having an entire staff. Mm-hmm. But this is a good start. This is definitely what you're hoping for.
I think it should be noted too that Bobby Jackson was like front of the bench in Philly. He wasn't like rando back of the bench guy.
No. And that's why in Sacramento he had a little bit of trouble, because when Mike Brown came in, he like had an established like who's my guys.
Yeah.
And it was going to be tough to ever climb in Sacramento. So I'm assuming that Bobby Jackson takes one of the front of the bench roles with Leandro and with Mike Woodson, which I believe leaves one more front of the bench. So I think you're allowed 4 assistants up front, either 3 or 4.
All right. Brock Purdy, he got paid.
He did.
We got conference finals in the NBA. We'll get into all of that. Would love for you to join the show on the Elk Grove Kid Talk line, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Brock Purdy got paid. Did the 49ers make the right deal? We'll talk about that next. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil's with us. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 and Sacramento Sports Leader. Hey. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. I've been thinking about dumping some money into Cameo and getting just some random celebrities to do rejoiners for us.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I've thought about that a lot.
All right.
Just throw a few $100 at it. Just find some people in the $50 to $100 range.
Okay.
And
dude, for $100, you can get a good name.
That's what.
Seriously.
Yeah.
$100 is about where you can get like some surprisingly famous people.
I know this person is probably more than $100, but follow me here. Like, can you imagine if it was just like, hey, this is John Stamos from Full House. You're listening to the Insiders on ESPN 1320.
And I told you, the first concert I ever went to was the Beach Boys. And I was young.
Big Charles Manson guys, the Beach Boys.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah, I'm dead serious. Read about that. It's
Okay.
insane.
That's wild.
It is wild, bro.
Did they just not know, or?
I think it was yes,
Okay.
basically. I think it was pre-murder.
Okay.
Pre-murder cult. But there is a album that is like Charles Manson and the Beach Boys. I'm
Okay.
so serious.
I gotta hear that.
So John Stamos was a drummer for the Beach Boys, because of course the Beach Boys drummer passed away. I want to say early 80s, either late 70s or early 80s. I think he drowned. Yeah. So if you want to get John Stamos, that's fun.
Full House and the Beach Boys is John Stamos.
That's right.
This is the AI overview, so take it with a grain of salt and a shot of tequila. Charles Manson's association with the Beach Boys primarily centered around a brief period in 1968 and 1969 where he attempted to collaborate with the group, specifically Dennis Wilson, that's the drummer. This resulted in the Beach Boys recording Manson's song Cease to Exist, which they renamed Never Learn Not to Love and released as a B-side. Manson was uncredited on the song, and he later attempted to secure a record deal through Dennis Wilson, but was unsuccessful. That's fascinating.
Manson had moved in with Dennis Wilson? That's what David Jackson's saying.
Jonathan just took my car keys. Should I just let him? Like,
Yep.
if I'm just gonna let him.
Jonathan could walk in here and be like, I need all of the money
Your
you
social
have.
security. Yeah, no,
Like,
I would.
You got it, dog.
I would not ask
Whatever's
any
clever, bro.
questions.
Yeah.
Russ, I see you. I'm sorry, but I'm also not sorry that the Giants swept
What?
the A's.
Do you know how Dennis Wilson died?
Yeah. I'm reading it right now.
Oh my God.
Yeah, he drowned in Marina Del Rey after drinking all day and then diving in the afternoon to recover his wife's belongings.
Ex-wife's belongings.
Ex-wife's.
Previously thrown overboard at the marina from his yacht 3 years earlier amidst their divorce.
Oh, so the stuff was down.
Oh
Yes.
my gosh!
And my guy got ripped and
he
then
goes,
went, I'm going to get it.
I know my Ray-Bans.
I'm doing it.
Okay, so people, this is why drinking and swimming is a bad idea.
Facts.
Because the human body, when you go underwater, your instant reaction is typically to like hold your breath, right? When you're drunk, your instant reaction underwater is to take a breath. And so you end up inhaling a bunch of water, which then sinks you faster.
Oof.
Yeah. Takes away your buoyancy.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Don't drink and swim.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James is there. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil on the ones and twos. We're hanging out with you till noon. So Brock Purdy got paid, man.
Yeah,
the Brock Purdy deal got done.
We're going away from the weird rabbit hole we fell down
that's
during
for
the
breaks
break.
only. If you want to go down a rabbit hole during the breaks, hang out with us at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. And you too can find out more about the connection between Charles Manson and the Beach Boys. Brock Purdy got paid.
He did. Good segue.
5 years, $265 million with $165 million guaranteed. A couple of fun stats on this before we dig into it. Real quick, if you listen to Candlestick Chronicles, a podcast I host with the Sacramento Beast, Chris Biederman, you will know that you can't fully analyze a deal in the NFL until you know the structure. You gotta wait for the structure of the deal, because $165 million guaranteed, where all that guaranteed money is spread out across all 5 seasons, is a lot different than if it is guaranteed money that ends after year 3.
Okay.
Which is what I believe this is. I believe it's $165 million guaranteed for the first 3 years with $100 million guaranteed at signing.
Okay, so 55, 55, 55.
Ostensibly, yes.
Okay.
There are some people choosing to look at it like a 6-year, $270 million deal because he's playing out they didn't tear up his rookie contract.
Oh, okay. So he's not getting
playing
paid
out,
this year.
Right. He's
getting
five-ish million or something.
Okay.
Because there are performance incentives with late round contracts, with all contracts, where if you're just dramatically outperforming your contract, which he was, you get these bonuses. And so this year, instead of making like $1 million or whatever, it'll be like 5.
Well, the league-wide thing, right?
Yes,
and there's a
correct.
league. The league
there's
pays
like a
for
pool
that.
of money.
Yeah.
That goes to players.
Like, sorry, we messed with your money. Here's a bonus.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
So some people are choosing to look at it as like a 6 and 270.
Okay.
So now it comes out to like 43 a year, which again, however you want to choose to look at it. But here we go. This is via ESPN.
Okay.
Brock Purdy will make more per week on his new deal, $2.9 million a week. He'll make more per week on his new deal than he made in his first 3 seasons combined.
That's wild.
$2.6 million is what he made in his first 3 years. And now he'll make 2.9 per week. This next one is via my buddy Jess Root over at the Cards Wire. Brock Purdy's contract is worth 5 times the career earnings of the past 20 Mr. Irrelevance.
Wow.
Ryan Suckup, he's a punter, made $33 million in his career.
That's shocking that Ryan Suckup made $33
million. Yeah, he was a dominant punter.
Yeah.
The past 20 Mr. Irrelevance have made a combined $51.7 million in their career, and Brock Purdy will make $265 on this deal. His deal is worth up to $265. He won't see all that, but
I mean,
insane.
I think he's a quarterback, so he's going to see a lot of it, right?
Ideally.
Yeah. I mean, unless he busts, then you're talking about, whatever. You're talking about, a 5-year deal that might end up being very, very advantageous to the 49ers.
Yeah, man. And that's so okay. You hit the nail on the head on why this is in the moment a good deal.
Yeah.
For San Francisco. So he's tied with Jared Goff as the 7th highest paid quarterback on an average annual value basis.
That makes perfect sense.
His $165 million is the most guaranteed money ever for a quarterback.
Okay.
And his average guarantee per year is the highest ever for a quarterback, which makes sense. Like, that's kind of how these things typically go.
Yep.
By the time, and again, if you are, there's a bunch of different ways to kind of look at this, but if you're out on Brock Purdy, if you're like, you know what, Brock Purdy is not that dude, should not have paid him. If that's where you're at, then he wasn't going to play this year on his rookie deal. And if you're of the mind that Brock Purdy is not the guy, then the 49ers would need to clean house entirely, because they're not giving John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan another crack at a quarterback.
No.
This is number 3. This is your 3rd shot.
Okay.
And if this doesn't work out, like, they're paying him going, okay, hey, we're making this bet. We're betting on this guy. And we're betting on this guy at a deal that is not prohibitive to keeping guys like Christian McCaffrey around, guys like George Kittle around. We've heard Jennifer Lee Chan from NBC Sports Bay Area reporting that the team is now working on an extension with Fred Warner. Nick Bosa is probably going to be doing an extension here in the next year or two. Again. So this is where you go, okay, I think this hit a nice middle ground where Purdy's getting paid commensurate with top 10 quarterback money, which is, whether you think he's worth that or not, go look at how quarterback contracts work. This is how it goes, man. The fact that he didn't get 60 or 61 is a huge win for the 49ers, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You get him at $53 million annually. If it's 3 years, 165 guaranteed. Okay, you're locked in for 3 years. You're betting on this quarterback anyway. So this is the guy that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch have hitched their wagon to. It shouldn't be prohibitive in their team building moving forward. You can still put a good enough team around him, but at some point, Brock Purdy's going to have to elevate a little bit. And the onus is going to be on the team to make sure they're surrounding him with the right pieces.
Yeah, I think the number is like pretty close. I mean, we talked about this. Like, you'd hope that you get him around 50.
Yep.
Maybe a little bit, maybe between 45 and 50. But this is right there. And the fact is, it's done. That's the biggest thing for me. Like I'm not going to sit here and argue over a couple million here and there, especially when you factor in that they didn't tear up this year, so he's only getting paid $5 million this year. So really, you have him for 4 years at you're locked in, and then those last 2 years you're going to figure out whether he's the guy or not, right? But it's over. It's done with. Training camp, mini camps, all that stuff. You have your leader. You have your quarterback. You have the guy who's gonna run the show, who can start building chemistry with new wide receivers and all that stuff.
Yep.
It's over. The 49ers did not do what they typically do, which is drag this thing out all summer long. And I'm really, really excited that they did this with Kittle. I'm excited that they're already working on it with Fred Warner. Just get your job done early. Do your work early.
That's it, man. And I said it, and Mark Souza's right. $230 million is the guarantee that Deshaun Watson got. His contract is fully guaranteed. I forgot to stipulate at the top of this. The Deshaun Watson contract doesn't exist.
It doesn't
in this conversation.
Anybody.
We'll never see a contract like that again, because that has been an abject disaster. So he's right. There is somebody with making more guaranteed money than Brock Purdy, but I am jettisoning. I am going to jettison the Deshaun Watson contract for this. Anyways. Purdy, good deal. Building moving forward.
Yeah, I'm here for it.
I had a thought on this, and I can't remember what it was. Oh, the timing. I said throughout the spring, when they get this done matters more to me than the dollars.
Yep.
Because look, here's where the 49ers are team building wise. There's nobody on their roster right now that you're looking at that you're going, oh man, that guy's going to be due big money in 3 years. What they need to do is they need to start supplementing their roster with rookies, cost-controlled, good players who aren't going to break the bank for the duration of their 4-year contract. They were going to need to do that regardless of how much money Brock Purdy was going to make. So that's why the dollar amount mattered less to me. The fact they got him at 53, like, yeah, you know what? That's probably about right. 50 to 55 was kind of the number that I had in my head. You land at $53 million annually. And again, this is average annual value for the life of the deal. We haven't seen the exact structure yet. But this to me just makes sense. This isn't all of a sudden like, oh my God, how are the 49ers now going to keep this stud wide receiver and this stud cornerback? Like, Deommodore Lenoir's locked in. They're working on locking in Fred Warner, Christian McCaffrey, Trent Williams, George Kittle, Brandon Ayuk, all locked in.
Yeah.
And they know that they're locked in with the structure now of Purdy's deal. So now they can actually move forward into maybe next offseason. Trent Williams retires and they need to pay big money for a left tackle. Now you know what you're looking at and what you're dealing with your quarterback's contract structure and how to maneuver contracts around that.
Well, it also looks like the way that they've kind of flushed all of the dead money this season, that they might even have a possibility here, because you didn't start his contract now, of rolling over some money as well into next offseason. And I think when you look at the way that they've built their sort of their roster, you have these gigantic slots of money that are already like predetermined, right? So you've got Bosa and his contract. Bosa is not going to get paid the way he did last time. Like he's going to get good money.
Yeah, he's not going to get top of market money.
No, but it's going to be within the confines of what he already makes. Brandon Ayuk, again, is not going to make more than what he makes right now. So if you do end up keeping him down the road, it's going to be in the same sort of salary slot that you've created. Same with Fred Warner. You mentioned Trent Williams. Now you have 23, 24, 28, whatever it is now that they're paying Trent Williams, that you know what you can afford and go out and get. And then you just have to have some of these other guys prove up.
That's it.
You're
going to have to hit on draft picks eventually.
Yeah.
And here's the other thing with Purdy's contract. Again, we don't know how it's structured, so we don't know exactly what it's going to look like yet. But my guess is, based on how we know the 49ers do these deals, we're probably looking at, so it doesn't kick in until next year, so 2026, then 27. The big cap hit is probably 2028, 27 or 28. By the time those big cap hits roll around, Purdy's contract is probably going to be like 12th or 13th.
Yeah.
Among quarterbacks.
Even someone put in the chat, like, it's 14th in percentage of the cap.
Right
now. And so at that point, it's probably going to be, even lower than that.
Yeah.
So, and he's got to prove that he's worth that, though.
Okay, so that comes. Okay, so that leads us to kind of what's next.
Yeah.
Bottom line, there's more to it, but the very bottom line is Brock Purdy has to be better than he was last year. Because last year he wasn't a disaster, but when you're paying a quarterback like this, you're at minimum hoping that quarterback is not making some of the backbreaking mistakes we saw Brock Purdy make last year. I thought he regressed a little bit in terms of holding onto the ball too long. He was relying too much on his legs. It was like teams started taking away the middle of the field, and he didn't have the answer in season. They'll probably have an answer, I would imagine, with Kyle Shanahan and the weapons the 49ers have. I'd imagine they'll have more answers to how they were being defended last year. But when you're paying a quarterback what Brock Purdy's making, whether it's $60 million or $50 million or whatever, when you have a franchise quarterback, the onus is on that quarterback to figure that out on the fly. You cannot have a whole season where your offense, and I know that they were still 9th in DVOA or whatever it was, but if their offense was not nearly as good last year, just watch. It wasn't as smooth last year. It was like they were fighting uphill a lot offensively.
Mm-hmm.
And if that's going to be, that's not a sustainable thing. You need to start having easy answers, because if you go into a season with like, hey, we're going to attack the middle of the field, and then all of a sudden that's taken away, and your answer at quarterback is like, oh, I guess I'll just hold on to the ball forever and run around some. That's not going to work.
No, I get that, but I'm going to give him a little bit of leeway here, because let's be honest, Brandon Ayuk held out and held out and held out, like, and even admitted later that it was dumb for him to hold out like that. Mm-hmm. And then he blows out his ACL.
Mm-hmm.
Christian McCaffrey walks into training camp and says, hey, I'm having some weird things with my legs.
Having calf soreness.
Then he misses the first 9 weeks. Oof. I mean, very specifically, you lost your number one wide receiver, and on top of that, you lost the guy that is catching 80 to 100 passes a year, just gone.
Mm-hmm.
And your offense had to be completely reworked, because again, Mason was really good running the ball, but not a receiver at all.
Mm-hmm.
Garendo took forever to figure out what he was as a player. Sure. And even then he kept getting hurt. So you had all these pieces that weren't working. And what they really did is they exposed Deebo Samuel as just not the same player.
Mm-hmm.
Deebo would have looked different if again, McCaffrey was there and Ayuk was there and this offense was flowing. But the fact is, when you can focus and start taking away players, it's a little bit like the Jimmy Butler situation with the Warriors. Mm-hmm. Once Steph was gone, like, all right, like, what are you going to do now?
Yeah.
You're just not dynamic enough to carry a team on your own.
Mm-hmm.
And so it really did expose Deebo as somebody who had probably aged out of being a superstar,
like
star
a singular
player.
Offensive force.
Yeah. So I think this is going to be, like, you've got to put the pieces around him. And I don't think so far they've done that. They're, again, Ayuk's going to miss half the season. You brought Kittle back. McCaffrey should be healthy. You've drafted a couple of guys, but we know
they
how
used
that
a
works.
first round pick on a guy.
No, they did.
Like
they did.
They've to their I guess credit, they used a first round pick knowing, okay, hey, one of Deebo Samuel or Brandon Ayuk are probably gone.
Mm-hmm.
So let's get a first round pick in the building. Now, whether Ricky Pearsall can actually play, still TBD.
Yep.
But they've tried. They certainly tried.
Yeah, they did. And I mean, even throw that whole situation in, like, you brought in a first round pick and then he ends up getting shot in the chest
after having hamstring and shoulder injuries in camp.
Yeah. So I really want to see what Brock Purdy looks like. We always talk about, if any other quarterback stepped into that situation, they would be so great. And what would Purdy look like in another situation? It's like, well, Purdy didn't look great, but he still threw for 3,864 yards and 20 touchdowns.
So it happens when you're playing from behind a lot.
Yeah, on a team that was missing like so many star level pieces.
Yeah, I get that. I totally understand it. You're right. On the other hand, once you pay this guy, you got to be the rising tide that lifts all boats a little.
Yep.
Like at least a small amount. And again, we're painting this like he was a total disaster. He wasn't Nathan Peterman last year.
No.
He just very clearly, when the talent level dipped, so did he.
Mm-hmm.
Or the talent level around him dipped, so did he. And I could see that becoming that's the question. is what does this look like? Because shout out to my guy, Cole Musgrove. He's the Seahawks Wire managing editor.
Okay.
And he went through it the other day because he quote tweeted the news, and his reaction was, "This is what all the 12s were hoping for."
I saw this.
Like, I'm sorry. First of all, and I know it's not, Brock Purdy's 5-1 against the Seahawks. It's not like Brock Purdy has been ass against Seattle, and they're like, yes. Also, pretty reasonable contract.
Yeah.
You were rooting for a very reasonable deal? That's kind of weird. That's a weird thing to do. But anyways, I get that Brock Purdy is not. But he said, he was like, well, let's see what he looks like when he doesn't have the Avengers around him. Like, you know what? That's fair. I think that's a totally fair point still, because we don't quite know. Because last year we saw Brandon Ayuk go down, we saw no Christian McCaffrey, and we saw Deebo Samuel struggling, and we saw, you know what, a worse version of Brock Purdy. So right now, the evidence we have is that Brock Purdy's play is going to ebb and flow with the talent around him. And the issue you run into there is with a $53 million quarterback, it becomes a little bit harder to bring in and retain that talent. So now it's like, okay, can you find it? Can you find it via the draft? Can you find it via savvy veteran signings or free agent signings? Can you find it via trade? These are the questions now. Can the 49ers continue to build out a roster that allows Brock Purdy to be the maximized version of himself? Mm-hmm. Because I think he does fall in the bucket of, there's a massive bucket of these quarterbacks where, you know what? Hey, you put the right guys around him and you can win a Super Bowl with that guy. I think Brock Purdy's that. But I do think there's going to be some requisite level of talent, and it's just a matter of what level is that? Mm-hmm. To win a Super Bowl, not just to be pretty good or not just to put up numbers, but to win a Super Bowl. What's that requisite level of talent, and can the 49ers build?
It's a big question.
It is the question. And while I don't think that his contract is going to be prohibitive necessarily, it certainly makes it a little bit more difficult. It adds a little bit of an obstacle when it comes to adding that talent. There's another thing that happened with the Brock Purdy deal, and we'll talk about that coming up in a bit. But after we got to step aside on the radio side, Jacob Wilson, future American League Rookie of the Year.
Oh, yeah.
From your Athletics, is going to join us next. We're going to talk a little ball with Jacob Wilson. If you have not looked up Jacob Wilson's numbers recently, go check him out. My guy is raking.
Awesome.
And he's doing it at, 23 years old? Really, really good player playing right here in Sacramento. Can't wait to talk to him. We'll do that next on The Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
Yeah, the Purdy stuff is crazy because, like, look at the numbers that Mahomes has put up. I know it's Patrick Mahomes, so I'm not comparing Patrick Mahomes to Brock Purdy, but I will tell you that, like, the 2022 season, Mahomes threw for 5,250 yards and 41 touchdowns. Then they went out and traded Tyreek Hill, right?
Mm-hmm.
His numbers dropped to 41-83 and 27 touchdowns and 39-28 and 26 touchdowns. Like, the talent around him dipped dramatically. Mm-hmm. And then you go back to last season, they tried to create wide receivers, Rashee Rice, and then he gets hurt. And then it just felt like they never were able to, like, build what their, the group of wide receivers around him. Mm-hmm. And his numbers took a huge hit. Like, it's not just the spectacular, quarterback. I mean, or a guy like Brock Purdy that's going to struggle when the talent around him is less. Mm-hmm. It's even players like this, like Mahomes, where, like, again, you lose your running back for 8 weeks. Mm-hmm. Your numbers aren't going to look the same.
Yeah, man. Hopefully through the stream. Fingers crossed. I saw somebody say Brock Purdy was 10th in passing yards. What are we talking about? Here are the people who were ahead of him in passing yards: Justin Herbert, Aaron Rodgers, Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Sam Darnold, Geno Smith, Baker Mayfield, Jared Goff. Jared Goff was second in the league in passing yards last year, and Joe Burrow.
And he missed.
Passing yards he missed 2 games. Passing yards is not that good of an indicator of quarterback success.
Yeah.
Like, if you just watched him last year, he was not quite the same guy.
No.
Just needed to bounce back a little bit. That's all. He doesn't suck.
No, but it's just a lot different when you have a check down receiver that out of the backfield that is spectacular.
Yeah.
Who literally
Chris,
drops
nobody
one ball
gives a
every
damn.
4 years.
Jesus. God, the Angels bit's over.
How's Oxnard?
I hate the Angels, dog. Couldn't care less about him. Could not care less what happens to the Angels.
That's funny.
Zabo, Wilma had me this weekend. I won my fantasy league this week. Well, I won this week because of Wilmer. So if ain't nobody got me, I know Wilma's got me.
Yeah. The Angels are the Zach Collins of MLB. No, that's not true because the Angels have Mike Trout, who's a legend. So I'm relaxed. We're joking. But no, we're not going to probably talk that much about it. Walking anyone, I don't want to. Walking anyone to get to Wilmer Flores, who was coming off a game where he hit 3 dongs, is crazy. That's just a wild thing to do.
Absurd. And shout out to my buddy who loves to. He's for whatever reason he's always about 15 seconds ahead of me whenever we're watching live sports, and he's an A's fan, and he ruined it for me. So I'm sitting there watching. Wilmer's up, and then he goes, "Wilmer owns the A's." I'm like, "Well, thanks, but whatever." Wow. I keep trying to have this talk with him. He doesn't want to hear it.
Yeah, Freedom's got a lot of. Joe Mixon went to Freedom. There was another who. There was another guy. Another pro who went to Freedom High School, and I can't remember who it was.
Kyle.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
All right, we're doing it live. Jacob Wilson.
How's it going? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got you. How are
awesome.
You, man?
I'm great. How are you guys?
Hanging in
Good,
there.
man.
This is Jacob Wilson, future American League Rookie of the Year, joining us on ESPN 1320. So you step into Major League Baseball and you just start raking right away. Can you let us in on the secret of what makes hitting Major League pitching so easy?
There's really no secret there. I think kind of going, looking back at everything that kind of goes on pregame, you gotta, the coaches give a great scouting report on all the pitchers that we see, and then just being able to, talk to teammates who have faced the guys previously in the past, and just being able to kind of build a plan around, how we're gonna go, attack this pitcher today, and I couldn't, do it without anybody in the clubhouse, all the, players, coaches, staff. And then it's been an awesome year. We have a great clubhouse. So it's been, very, very exciting to be a part of it, and, looking forward to the future.
When you were young, of course, your dad is a former Major League ball player. I read a story about you guys playing stickball all the time.
Oh, yeah.
This is how you learned how to do this crazy contact thing. We keep looking at your contact rate and everything else. Just how wild is it that it doesn't matter what level you're at, it seems to translate so far?
Yeah, it's definitely, pretty cool for me. A lot of hard work, like you said, with the stickball with dad back when I was growing up. I think it definitely stemmed from that. We kind of just had a very skinny kind of wood bat, and it was a tennis ball, and he just throw as far as he can, try to strike me out all the time when I was 12 through about 16 years old, and that definitely helped the contact rate for sure. I kind of always like this, and once I kind of hit high school, it was always kind of contact first. For me, I didn't really like trying to do too much power. I felt like when I put the ball in play, it kind of helped the team overall more than me trying to hit homers. So I think it's just being able to kind of take that skill set and really being able to practice it pregame too. When you have a velo machine, you go in there really just trying to warm up your hand-eye coordination, and just being able to use the tools in the cage before the game, before we actually step on the field. So it's a lot of preparation that goes into it.
Talking with A's rookie shortstop Jacob Wilson here. Jake, you mentioned that you found that making contact was kind of your way to help the team more than hitting the ball over the fence. Feels like in Major League Baseball, there's such an emphasis on these three true outcomes, right? It's exit velocity, it's launch angle. It's all about those things, and then you step in, and it's very contact oriented. Has there been any resistance to that? Or is just the fact that you're hitting 360 or whatever it is, and coaches are just like, yeah, go keep getting on base?
Yeah, definitely, talking to the coaches this year, they really have just kind of told me just keep doing your thing, go out there and keep having the same approach, same plan. I mean, if you look at guys with like Luis Arias who go out there and they win batting titles every year, and his exit velos and launch angles aren't, like everybody else's, and he goes out and wins batting titles every year. So that's kind of, something that I want to do in my game is go out there and just kind of hit for batting average, put the ball in play, and overall, you put pressure on defenses to, make plays in, tough spots. And, sometimes, they can make an error and then you're on first base. And then, we got, Sotos from Rooker and Langoliers hitting right behind me. So, those guys have a lot of power. And if I get on base and they hit a homer, that's 2 runs on the board. So for me, like I said, just putting the ball in play, trying to find any way to get on base.
I've been yelling at my TV and here on the air with Kyle for the first month of the season that I wanted to see you bat second or even first, second. Like, I need you in front of those guys, setting the table. Just how big has that move been for you to move up to the top of the order? And of course, it's because you were batting like 370, batting 6th or 7th. But, how cool is that to move up the order and just get a couple extra at bats every game?
Yeah, it's super cool. Be able to play for a major league team and hit at the top of the lineup is always been the goal for me. And whether it's lead off or hitting second or even wherever it is. I mean, you only hit there kind of once to start out the game, and then you're in a different spot throughout the rest of the game. But it's awesome to be able I'm either leading off and starting the game out for our team, or I'm hitting second behind usually Lawrence Butler. So for me, it's a great spot. Like I said, it doesn't really matter where I hit. I go up there and try to do this, have the same approach every single at bat. But it is pretty cool for me to be able to hit at that top of the lineup.
Hey, shortstop Jacob Wilson joining us here on the Insiders on ESPN 1320. All right, so small story real quick. In high school, I played with a guy named Drew Gagnon who got drafted out of high school. Then he went to Long Beach and got drafted out of Long Beach. Had a cup of coffee in the majors, but we had a team pitching coach, and the team pitching coach just immediately after Drew's parents went and was like, "Hey, he's got his own thing going on. Like, don't mess with him." Pitching coach immediately jumped on him and was like, "Hey, you need to be doing X, Y, and Z, like all this crazy stuff, right?"
Yeah.
Do you have, or I guess at this point probably not, but did you ever have a coach, because you have a very like frenetic batting stance? It's definitely a little bit different. Did you ever have a coach tell you like, "Hey, don't do that"?
I've had a couple coaches on the way kind of just try to tell me to slow down a little bit. And that for me, I think I'm just I'm a type of athlete where I need to be moving all the time. I need to be twitchy. I need to just kind of constantly be moving. So for me, slow is not really a part of my game. So once I got here, they kind of just let me be. They kind of just let me hit. And they haven't tried to change it once here. So it's been great just to be able to work with these coaches and know that they trusted me in the weird batting stance that I have. And it's just being able to go out there and trust the coaches, and knowing that they trusted me, and being able to go put at bats together and like you said, try to put runs on the board.
We don't say weird, we say different.
different.
We
Yes.
appreciate it. Yeah. When I watch you standing in the batter's box, you remind me of Carney Lansford. And number one, do you know who Carney Lansford is? But
I
also,
do not.
you've never watched.
Come on.
This is you don't know who Carney Lansford is?
I don't know.
Okay. So former A's great third baseman, he moved all over as well. And I'm very surprised that you haven't heard the comparison to Carney Lansford.
Comes up a lot
because of the way that you move in the box. So number one, you need to watch some Carney Lansford. Great hitter. he batted 336 twice in the majors, in a season. So, but still, I think it's interesting because you're a little bit of a throwback in that way. Even like the Ichiro sort of comp, where your connection and your ability to get the bat on the ball is just amazing.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Are you surprised at like you came up pretty quickly? Are you surprised at how, I don't want to say, I don't want to say how easy the transition has been to Major League Baseball, but are you surprised at how well it's gone?
Yeah, I mean, definitely, for sure, just being able to, see, how everything's been going so far. But like I said, it kind of going back, being able to lean on the coaching staff, before the game, and then the teammates just talking to them about the pitchers that they face. Because for me, it's mostly my first time facing all these new pitchers, and these guys who've been playing for multiple years now. You kind of talk to them, and they've already seen what their stuff looks like. So to get the insight from them is huge for me as a hitter, just to be able to understand a little bit kind of how the ball is going to move, or what do they like, what do they like to do to get you out. And, just being able to, it's, I wouldn't say it's easy, but being able to talk to these guys makes it a little bit easier than going up there with like knowing nothing about the pitcher. So, definitely, a lot of credit goes back to the teammates and the coaching staff as well. Just, be able to build a plan, before I even go up to the plate.
Your climb to go from, again, single A, triple A, just straight to the majors. You're not the only one with A's that's doing this right now, right? Because we have Nick Kurtz, who was playing 10 months ago and at the college, or drafted 10 months ago at the college level. Have you had conversations with him about just like being yourself and how to settle in and sort of let the game come to you?
Yeah, we've had conversations for sure. Obviously, he got here quicker than I did, but just being able to just talk to him. Hey, dude, it's the same game. Obviously these guys are all the best in the world at what they do, but just go out there and just have fun and be yourself and just enjoy every bit of it. It's just it's fun to be here, be on the stage, and obviously he's earned the right to be here. With the stats that he put up in the minor leagues, and then even now in the big leagues, just watching him do his thing has been a pretty awesome. Not a lot of people can get here, like you said, 10 months after they got drafted in. And I was on deck for his first homer, so that was pretty cool to watch. And I'm just he just go out there, he keeps doing his thing, and just he's not really stressing too much. So it's been great to see how his mental side's been working too.
A shortstop Jacob Wilson joining us here on the Insiders, ESPN 1320. Scuffling a little bit lately here into mid-May. You mentioned the clubhouse. Now it's a good clubhouse. What's the vibe over the last few games? Lost a few in a row. What's the vibe going into the series against the Halos?
Yeah, I think obviously, this past road trip was not how we wanted it to go. Obviously, win the first one and then losing 5 in a row is not really, the greatest road trip. But lucky for us, we play 130 more games. So it's like we can't let this 5-game stretch, dictate how the next 5 games are going to go, because you play so many. So it's a small sample size. And we talked about it, like, hey, like, keep your heads up, like, we're going to be okay. It's a tough road trip, playing the Dodgers and the Giants back to back. Obviously we want to be up there with those good teams, but sometimes the game just doesn't fall your way. So for us, it's just being able to go into this series, keep our heads up, and know that we're still a great team, and just keep the positive vibes going. Try not to get too down on ourselves, and just make sure everybody's still in a good headspace.
Jacob Wilson, a shortstop. Really appreciate your time, man. Thank you so much for jumping on with us on the Insiders here on ESPN 1320. Keep
Awesome.
breaking, and can't wait to keep watching you.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Hey, buddy.
Thanks,
Jacob. There he goes. Jacob Wilson, future American League Rookie of the Year, FYI.
Oh yeah.
Like, come on.
Yeah.
It's just unbelievable in modern baseball, watching a player that you called him a throwback, like watching a player go up there with a plan to, hey, I'm going to punch one through the right side. Hey, 5.5 holes open. I'm going to just yank one through there.
Or I'm going to go down right over the first base bag and right down the right field line.
Yep. I'm going to.
He's just phenomenal contact hitter.
It's so difficult against modern pitching to be that. And the fact that he's found success this early in his career with it, pretty cool. Really fun player to watch. I highly encourage everybody to go check him out at Sutter Health Park this week, 4-game set against the Los Angeles Angels.
Chris Ochoa's
Los Angeles Angels.
That's right.
Chris, are you coming up for any games?
Yeah. Of Anaheim.
Angels of Anaheim. Is it still that?
I don't know. They just throw extra words in
up
there all the time.
Yeah, Monday through Thursday, A's Angels should be a ton of fun. And again, go watch Jacob Wilson, who was a terrific guest. All right, let's dive back into the NBA playoffs. We got some more Brock Purdy stuff to get to as well, but the NBA conference finals are set. We're going to dig into all that in the second hour. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil on the ones and twos. We're the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Hey-o. Yeah, he was good.
Yeah.
There's 2 types of baseball interview. there's Jacob Wilson, and then there's player who like very clearly is not super comfortable with. I guess it's not even just baseball. I guess that's just sports interview.
I think, yeah, but like the way that you
in
come
baseball,
up,
it feels like there's just two extremes. There's no real like middle ground.
it's because, first of all, there's a ton of people in a Major League Baseball clubhouse, right? So there's 25 players on the roster. And then there's other dudes who are on rehab or whatever who are injured. Like there's so many players. Not only that, but baseball, go out to a high school baseball game. There might be 50 people in the stands, and every single one of those people is related to a player on the field. You go to a high school football game, there's thousands of fans.
Yeah.
So you have a lot more exposure early on as someone who has to maybe go stand and talk to a local news person or someone. Same with basketball. You know, you just don't see a bunch of high school or college baseball interviews. So guys that like, they're not raised around the media in the same way. Yeah. Good dude.
And especially Jacob Wilson growing up around clubhouses. Like I think almost every son of a former athlete is good in the media.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. Yeah, he definitely was like engaging and yeah, good dude. Hopefully he gets the insider's boost.
Yeah. Fingers crossed. Yeah, JP Sears went out and shoved after being on the show.
And he has been
Tyler
consistently
Soderstrom?
since. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. We hope Soderstrom gets 9 home runs really quick. He needs to come back on the show.
Hey, real quick, Tim McCarver. Can I get to this real quick? First of all, R.I.P. Tim McCarver.
He today?
No, he's been.
Oh yeah, that's what I thought.
Did I just kill Tim McCarver? Oh, yeah, no, he died in 2023. Okay. So,
got it. Yeah.
I know he caught a lot of grief when he was broadcasting because he didn't always do the best, I think, at articulating what he was trying to say. Not all the time, but man, I got to be a runner for Fox one time. And the runner is like the lowest of the low you can be. I walk into a TV truck and go, "What do you need?" And they go, "Coffee." And I go, "Great." Like it's that kind of, and so you get there a few hours before first pitch and it's Tim McCarver holding court, just telling stories from his playing days and recounting like pitch by pitch at bats from like 1964.
Oh, wow.
And it was like, I have Baseball Reference up, but I'm following along and he's nailing it. And then he wants to talk about this thing in the Giants. And I think it was the Pirates maybe. And he's talking about, he's on the telestrator in the truck, just doing it. It's like perfect. It was unbelievable. Game time happens. They go to show that and he just botched it. It's like, oh, it's brutal. Shout out to Tim McCarver, a legend. Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen, Joe Brazil behind the glass. We are sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and we're hanging out with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC right here on ESPN 1320. That's 1320 AM or 98.5 FM HD2 on your radio dial. The free Odyssey app. We're available there wherever you are in the world. Just search ESPN 1320, and then when you open the app, our station will start playing. And, of course, youtube.com/ESPN 1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 if you watch our show on YouTube. Because, of course, we simulcast. We would appreciate it if you subscribe to the channel. If you don't already, just hit subscribe. You hit the little notification bell. We're not going to email you. We're not going to charge you any money. It's free to subscribe.
Yeah.
And all it does is let you know when we go live. And then when you open YouTube, we're there at the top of the page.
Okay.
Or near the top of the page. So we'd appreciate it if everybody subscribed to our YouTube channel. That would mean a lot to us. Thank you so much for those who will and those who have already done so. All right. The NBA conference finals are set. The Pacers and Knicks, we already knew that. I want to get into Game 7 a little bit because the Thunder punched their ticket with a resounding victory over the Denver Nuggets yesterday. They will face the Minnesota Timberwolves, who, of course, dispatched the Warriors in 5 games last week. So Let's start with game 7. Because damn, I know that the tendency with NBA discussions, particularly on the internet, is to tear down the team that lost. It's to, hey, why did that team lose, particularly when they get blown out? Why did that team lose 125-93? Oh my God, Nikola Jokic is a fraud. Oh my God, they need to rebuild their team. Is Jokic going to ask out? There's all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I learned nothing about the Nuggets yesterday. My mind changed 0% about the Nuggets yesterday. Where my mind changed was that the Oklahoma City Thunder are here.
Oh,
they've been it's been like, oh, they're on their way, they're en route. But had they lost yesterday, had they fallen apart in a game 7, the discussion would have through the offseason and into next year is like, hey, how for real is Oklahoma City? Did they need Kevin Durant? Did they need to make a big move? To get over the hump? They got over the hump.
Oh no, they silenced everything.
They cleared the hump. They just.
I think the crazy thing to me was their ability to defend and to take the Nuggets out of everything that they were trying to do.
Everything.
They could not move the ball at all. And they were using, again, a 6'4" guard to defend Nikola Jokic. They would not let him anywhere near. He was struggling just to get inside the 3-point line.
Yeah.
And then he just kept turning the ball over. And the jailbreak, fast break plays. I will say this, like, and I'm not going to tear down the Nuggets, but I do think that there were 2 things that happened that I thought were very strange to me.
What are those?
Number one, the end of the second quarter, like, have you heard of calling a timeout to stop a run?
It was ridiculous.
Have you heard of a timeout, David Adelman?
I thought they were out.
I think that David Adelman, like, realistically, he just got caught up in the moment, and that's like a rookie head coach moment, right?
Yep.
And I'm not going to say that it fully cost him the game. There's no way to recover, but it probably did. Like, they allowed, what was it, like a 14-2 run at one point, and it was just one turnover with a fast break finish after another. Like, Jalen Williams he went for like 6 straight points, and you're like, why are you not calling a timeout, man?
After 2 of those, it's like, all right, timeout. How many times do we see Mike Brown or Doug Christie do it after 1?
Yeah.
1 bad pass. All right, timeout. We got to fix this.
Well, what they did is it gave the Thunder so much confidence that, hey, they're not calling anything, and you just run right at the ball and go try to take it.
Yep.
And they've got 18 dudes on the roster that are 6'6" or bigger.
Yep.
And long wingspan.
18 dudes.
Yeah, like maybe it's 33. It's a lot.
A lot of players.
They just keep coming at you in waves, and you're like, hey, like, I don't know how you stop that, but what you can't do is you can't give them the ultimate confidence that they're allowed to do whatever they want, because that's what I felt. Like, the physicality level, the gambling, they did not make them pay for a single one of those plays. And I thought that was the first thing that I didn't quite get. Like, how can you let the game get out of control going into half?
Yeah.
And then the second thing, there was like 7 or 8 minutes left. And I know your team is beat up, and I know that there's a certain amount of respect you give Jokic. I know Aaron Gordon was hurt, but to wave the white flag with like 8 minutes left in a game 7,
really odd.
I was almost sad for Nuggets fans. Like, man, like, I get that your chance of coming back is very slim.
We saw the Clippers do the same thing.
Yeah.
And I get, like you said, like Aaron Gordon dealing with a grade 2 hamstring strain.
He was out for weeks and showed up for the game and said, I'm playing.
Like, yeah, brother, you go sit. Like, you're done. Like, we're not. But yeah, I found that a little bit odd. And again, I don't know if that's a rookie coach. Maybe during a timeout, he said, hey guys, about 7 minutes, you think? 7 minutes, see if we can, and they all agree. I don't know, but I do think that's a little bit strange. Not just going for broke in a game 7.
Yeah.
But man, you mentioned it. Nikola Jokic, 20 points, 9 boards, 7 assists. He shot 9 shots.
They wouldn't let him anywhere near the basket.
5 times.
Yeah.
Their defensive game plan for him was sensational. Jalen Williams, a player who we talked about on Friday's show because he did not show up in game 6. And Jesse and I talked about how Do you move on from him? What are you doing with Jalen Williams this offseason? Is his value at his highest? Do you move him now? Do you wait? And he showed up in game 7 he had more points in that last 3.5 minutes of the first half than he had in game 6. He finished the game with 24 points, 10 of 17 from the field, 2 of 5 from beyond the arc, 5 boards, 7 assists, and a steal. 1 turnover.
He took a leap to become the second best player on a great team.
Yes.
Now,
at least that's what it looked like.
That's where he's heading.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know if he's there yet, but he's trying to take that leap. And it's not easy. And we're talking about a young player who went to Santa Clara?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, this is a tough world to play in when, again, you have a superstar on your team, but that's it. Like, that's the most interesting thing about the Thunder is it's one superstar and then a bunch of just dudes.
Yeah.
And like, it's just a different dynamic because all of the focus can go towards Shea. And you can't stop him. That's just not. I mean, he's just too good to stop.
Unreal yesterday.
Yeah,
we had the conversation. I wondered, man, you watch how Jokic is playing in this series, and Shea'd been awesome too. You watch how Jokic is dragging this team along, and Russell Westbrook struggling here, and Michael Porter Jr. can't shoot there, and oh my God, Aaron Gordon's hurt now, and it's just Jokic just plugging along, just taking these guys to 7 games. And I wondered, like, man, if this game 7 goes how game 6 went, do you think there will be some buyer's remorse from people who voted Shai Gilgeous-Alexander for MVP? And then you watch Jokic do what he did in game 7, and you watch Shai, no matter what the Nuggets are going to throw at him, didn't matter. 3 of 4 from beyond the arc, 12 of 19 from the field. He scores 35 points, has 3 steals, 4 assists, 3 rebounds, a block. When you have 3 steals and 4 assists and no turnovers, to go along with your 35 points. I know he'd already won the MVP, but he killed any question about who the 2024-2025 NBA MVP was.
Oh, I totally agree.
You can think Nikola Jokic is the best player in the league still. That's fine. I'm not going to argue with you. This was SGA's year. And I know that it's a regular season award, but trust me, playoff series are going to determine how the conversation goes. No more. There's no more doubt whose season it was. Shai was out freaking standing.
Yeah.
In the biggest spot of his career.
Well, that, and I think the one thing that I really enjoyed watching, they kept panning over to Sam Presti, right? So people understand, like, the salary cap is jumping 10% this year, right?
Yep.
So it's going, I think, from 155 to 170, right? And the luxury tax goes up the same way. It jumps the same exact percentage. And so this year's luxury tax is 172 million. The Oklahoma City Thunder, 167. They're under the luxury tax. Next season, they're at 172.6 and they have 13 players under contract. They are under this year's luxury, or they're at this year's luxury tax, and it's going to go up 10%. So it's going to go up 18 million bucks, 17 million bucks. They're going to be that far underneath the luxury tax walking into this season with 13 players under contract. And most of them are under contract long term. You know, it's just absolutely remarkable how not only have they built a winner, but they built a sustainable, like, real winner. And they have enough money to go out and do the same thing they do every offseason, where they take in like a $8 to $10 million salary and pick up another first round pick. They can do that still and stay way under the luxury tax. They can do it twice.
Yeah.
It's just like they have built a monster, and we don't know if they're going to be good enough to win the championship. Like, that's still yet to be determined.
Man, it sure seems like it.
But if it's not this year, it's next. If it's not next year, it's the year after. I mean, you always have to worry that there's going to be someone who's, like, rising. And,
sure.
Weird,
and injuries happen. Weird things happen. For sure.
Yeah. But this is a team that's just built for sustained winning long term.
Their closing lineup. I'm sorry, that's not what I meant to say. Not their closing lineup. Their garbage time lineup is just a bunch of dudes the Kings would love to have.
Yeah.
Like, their garbage time lineup, it's like Kenrich Williams. I'd take Kenrich Williams.
Yep.
AJ Mitchell. I'd take AJ Mitchell. Jalen Williams.
The other Jalen Williams.
Jay Will. Yeah. Jay Will is just garbage time guy now.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing now. And I know it varies and it's matchups based. I know that he plays. He's part of the rotation typically. Isaiah Joe? I'll take Isaiah Joe.
Cason Wallace?
Cason Wallace?
My son was sitting there watching. He's like, man, the Kings need a Cason Wallace type player. Actually, they just need Cason Wallace. Can they get Cason Wallace?
They need a Cason Wallace or Alex Caruso or not Andrew Wiggins. Andrew Wiggins, but not AJ Williams. Sure. Kendrick Williams. Yeah. Take them all. Take any two of those guys. Absolutely. Yeah, man. I went from going into game 7, seeing how game 6 went against Denver and just kind of seeing how the Denver series was going. It was also, here's the other thing is there were 2 games that were there to take for the Thunder where this wouldn't have gotten to 7 theoretically. Like if they just properly execute the fouling up 3 in game 1, they win that game and the series probably doesn't go to 7.
Yeah.
But the question came up on Friday. Okay, did they need to make a move? Is OKC a player away? And if you're going to make that move, who do you move? When do you decide it's too early? Do you let Jalen Williams play out next year and maybe he doesn't take a step up, so now all of a sudden his value's worse? And we had that whole discussion. If I'm Oklahoma City and I'm Sam Presti, I'm not touching it.
Nope.
Pause. I am not doing anything to this roster. I am, even if they lose, they could lose in the conference finals this year. I'm like, great, took another step. See you all next year.
Mm-hmm.
There's no reason to, at this point, at least that I can see, to mess with this group.
Oh, I totally agree. And what people, if you're not watching what they're doing, number one, they still have a bunch of draft picks.
So many.
But on top of that, like they drafted Nikola Topic.
Oh my God, that's right.
With like the 12th pick because he blew out his knee. We're talking about a top 5 player from last year's draft.
Yes.
Who had to undergo surgery on his knee and was going to miss a year. So he fell in the draft and they have him.
Went to a team that didn't need him.
No, he's got a year to recover, a year to acclimate, a year to get ready to play. And
insane.
Yeah, it's just the rich just keep getting richer. And that's what, with that team, that's what it feels like, just to build the pipeline that they have. And again, if there is a point where they need to go get a superstar, they just have the assets to do it still.
Yeah.
Crazy.
The Nuggets, on the other hand, it's a different question. Like, they're going to be good. I don't think the Nuggets are necessarily going anywhere. For me, it's just about their ceiling. Like, if I had to bet money right now, I'd bet they're going to make the playoffs next year.
Yeah.
As a top 6 team in the West. I don't think there's going to be some significant drop-off. But I don't think they're legitimate title contenders unless they make some kind of significant move. They just didn't have, it was 5 guys they could rely on and then 3 or 4 guys that were pretty significant question marks.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just so clear in the West that that's not with the Oklahoma City and their arrival, the Rockets ascension. It looks like San Antonio is going to ascend and not go anywhere for a while. I think if Denver is going to be in the championship mix, there has to be some kind of significant move. Yeah,
they're in trouble financially too. That's we talk about how OKC's at 172 million. The Nuggets are at 203.5 million. So they're over the second apron as of right now for next season. I believe either first or second apron, but they're right there.
Mm-hmm.
They're certainly already a first apron team, and that limits what they can do. And that's with, Dario Saric, not without his 5.4 million because it's a player option, and without Russell Westbrook's 3.5 million. Westbrook is going to opt out. He, probably right
made
away.
A little money this year. Yeah.
Yeah. And so, their salary could easily be in the 210, 215. And
if you're doing that, you better be winning a championship.
Yeah.
Or at least going to one.
Yeah.
Man.
The mistake they made really, is that not only do they have like a lot of money owed this year, but Jamal Murray's salary goes from 36 to 50.
Yeah, his extension hasn't even kicked in.
It hasn't. No, you got him at 50, 54 and a half, 58 and a half, and 62 and a half. And that's just crazy when you got 2 $50 million players and one of them is a good player, but he's not an all-star. And that's a lot of money to have, putting out for a guy who's never made an all-star team.
Yeah.
So yes, it's tough.
We'll dive further into the Nuggets roster and potential tweaks and see if there's anything the Kings can benefit from. We'll put a pin in that conversation for now, though, because I want to get back to one thing we missed with the Brock Purdy contract. And then, of course, the NBA conference finals are set, and we'll continue diving into those as well. We'll get some predictions for you and all that jazz coming up on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's Joe Brazil. We're The Insiders. I already said all that. Voice guy, help me. Oh, you're good. The voice guy thing is funny because I say that and then nobody on the stream actually hears voice guy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, TJ. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up.
Haven't seen anything yet on the Warner deal, Bryce.
Yeah, dude, this is where, because we talked about James and I had to, and maybe you know what, we'll bring this up tomorrow. We can do this on air tomorrow. But I brought up, would you do Zach LaVine for? Oh my God, Jamal Murray.
Oh,
Jamal Murray. Would you just do that trade straight across? And man, I was a point guard. But that's a super expensive non-all-star. And what does he look like outside of Nikola Jokic's orbit?
And not a real point guard.
Sure, yeah.
You know, he's not a big-time assist guy.
He does pick and rolls with Jokic. That's about as far as his point guarding goes.
Yeah.
I say outside of Jokic, maybe he finds something similar with Sabonis, but man, that's so much freaking money.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, this is I agree with Mark, but we can dive into that tomorrow. So my goal this offseason is like, if we're going to talk about Jamal Murray and the Nuggets, I'm going to hit somebody who's plugged in Denver and find out like, hey, what's realistic here and what's not.
Yeah.
Because I was so dying to have a Darius Garland Kings conversation.
Oh.
But I hit my guy in Cleveland and said, hey, is there any with this? And he was more or less like, no, they want to take stuff off of Donovan Mitchell's plate, not add to it.
Okay.
And he doesn't think there's any.
I'll tell you, I would
take Darius Garland.
I would take Jared Allen.
I would too, bro.
Yeah.
Jared Allen's a gangster.
Yeah, I'd put him and do a too big lineup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're not gonna stop the talk, but if you think it's a bad move, that's okay.
Was that part of Friday?
Yeah, we talked about that at some point.
Oh, okay.
It's I forget why it came up.
We did that like a little while ago. Yeah.
That our conversation came up again, and so Kenny. I think Kenny brought it up on the handoff, but yeah, no, it's not gonna stop. But if you don't like it, that's okay.
Well, that and
I get why people would be resistant to that, or any of the guys, the John Morant, Zion Williamson.
I'm just not making that move at all if Zach LaVine is still in your backcourt.
Sure.
Like if Zach LaVine for Trey, okay.
Yeah.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
It sure is. Joe Brazil's also here.
He is.
Say hi, Joe.
Hello, everybody.
There he is.
It's great to be here, guys.
It's great,
I feel like I don't say that enough.
Here.
Thank you.
Oh.
All the time when I was newer, I would say my line all the time would be like, I'm just happy to be here. So I'm gonna hit you with it again. I'm just happy to be here, guys. So thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Vibes are always up. I love that guy. All right. Brock Purdy got paid 5 years, $265 million. There's a non-Purdy aspect to this that we did not get to earlier that I would like to talk about right now.
Okay.
The clock is officially ticking on Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch now.
Oh yeah.
Because this is it. This is the chance. So Kyle Shanahan comes in 2017, passes on the 2017 quarterback class, and says, I'm going to try and get Kirk Cousins instead. 2017, at the end of 2017, or midway through the 2017 season, they trade for Jimmy Garoppolo. He goes 5-0 in 5 starts to close 2017, and the 49ers go, great, we're going to make him the highest paid quarterback in the league. That offseason, on the strength of 5 starts, he's our guy. Go to the Super Bowl in 2019, go to the NFC title game in 2021. But before the 2021 NFC title game, they traded up. They traded 3 first-round picks to move up to draft Trey Lance.
Mm-hmm.
And it made sense. Okay, they have this really good team. Jimmy Garoppolo can't quite get them over the hump. Trey Lance, on paper, tall, fast, big arm. He's the guy who can get them over the hump, get them to that next level. That was an unmitigated disaster that should have gotten them fired. If Brock Purdy does not become the first Mr. Irrelevant to ever throw a pass in the NFL and then be pretty good at the position, the John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan are probably fired because the Trey Lance era crashed and burned. So probably. They fall backwards into Brock Purdy, take him last in the 2022 draft. They rock with him after Jimmy Garoppolo's injury in 22. He's the guy in 22. They go to the NFC title game. He gets hurt, but they come back the next year. They go to the Super Bowl, comes back in 2024. Has a little bit of a down year. They say, it doesn't matter. He's our franchise guy. Okay, cool. This is now your third quarterback that has gotten a major investment from the team, whether with draft capital or with a contract.
Mm-hmm.
This is your third opportunity with a quarterback. So few coach and GM duos get that opportunity. And this is not to say that if they don't win a Super Bowl with Brock Purdy, or if things get a little sideways and maybe they go 500 or maybe they go 10-7 and they're a first round exit in a couple of years, and it just looks like, you know what, Brock Purdy's kind of capped out. And if the team's not perfect around him, then they're not going to win a lot. That's not to say that's an unmitigated freaking disaster, but at some point, Jed York is going to look at the head coach and GM and go, all right, we've kind of maxed out where we're going here. And I'm not going to give them a fourth opportunity to try, and because then you got to draft a quarterback or you got to go find one in free agency. You got to pay one, which is probably not happening. It's pretty rare that goes on. So you got to draft somebody and then they got to be good. It's now you're looking at another 3 or 4 years of potentially not getting where you want to go. At some point, Jed York's going to run out of patience. And I think that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch are now tied to Brock Purdy. Their fate with the 49ers is going to be dependent entirely on whether Brock Purdy gets another contract with the team and they're competing for Super Bowls, or, hey, you know what? Brock Purdy's probably going to be gone after 3 years of this extension, and Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch are going with him.
Okay, so I don't disagree with you, but what I do feel like that we've set up is the 49ers we're walking into this year thinking, okay, this could be a 500 team.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't want to say at best, but probably at best.
This year?
Yeah, like there's a possibility that they're a little over 500, like they're a 9-8 team or they're a 10-7 team, but they certainly don't feel like the team that was 12-5 or 13-4 the 2 years before.
I agree.
Like the six wins, I don't think was a great representation because of McCaffrey's injury and because of Ayuk's injury and just the way, the Ward situation, the Ricky Pearsall situation. Like this was a bad season.
A lot
overall.
of tumult. Yeah.
Yeah. Like really a tough season. I just don't know that they have like they have got to ace this draft process like that they just went through. Like they have got to like come out of this draft with so much like surrounding talent that it's just still tough for me to see them taking like this gigantic. I think they've hit a reset button financially. They've locked up some key players long term, but I also feel like they're a season away from getting back to potentially, being a contender. And so how much
I think it's probably right.
Yeah. So how much of a leash do you think Shanahan and Lynch have? Because we're walking into a season where it's like, okay, like, look, there's not much tread left on Trent Williams' tires. You can say the same thing about McCaffrey. Like, let's be honest. NFL
Yeah,
running backs,
relative to his career. For
yeah, NFL running backs tend to run out of gas around this time. And so you're starting to look around. How much does Kittle and Warner have? They've extended them, but how much money are you going to owe them long term? It just feels like they need something big to happen, like right now, in order for them to be jump back into that conversation.
Yeah.
And this isn't typically the time when that happens. And so I'm intrigued to see what, is it 1 year and then, hey, we need you to ramp back up. This thing needs to be a contender. And so next offseason is where we start seeing some free agent signings or some bigger spends. But yeah, it's kind of a weird situation.
This is the, I don't want to say a free year, but I think this is from the Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch perspective. I think this is basically a free year for them. It can't be.
Yeah, it can't be 4-13.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if they go 8-9, which with their schedule they shouldn't, but let's just say they do. Let's say there's some injury stuff, and there's just they go 8-9. That's where I think the seat really starts to get hot.
Yeah.
That's where I don't think it's even on right now. But I think, okay, Jed York turns on the warmer on their seats if this year is like a 7-10, 8-9 type of year.
Is that moment where TC starts calling in every radio show saying that Shanahan should get fired?
He already does that, but he'll continue for sure.
Like every day.
No, but to that point, but like I know that our guy, like we're having fun with that, but like at that point, it would feel a lot more justified to me than it does now. Like right now, it feels super overreactionary. Like, okay, fine, we get it.
Yeah.
You're not a Kyle Shanahan guy. That's cool. But at that point, if this year is a 7-10 type of year, now it's like, man, all right. If 2026 is not a significant turnaround, I think the 49ers would be fully justified in being like, okay, we need to go a different direction because this is 3 straight years.
Yeah.
And again, we're talking now into 2026. This is 3 straight years of sub 500 football. It doesn't seem to be going the right direction. Now, Bryce, where are we at? Our guy Bryce in the YouTube chat said, "Are you sure?" Because last time they were hitched to Lance and they pivoted quickly. Yeah, if they fall backwards into an awesome quarterback, then sure, that changes the calculus a little bit. But I'm banking on them not doing that again.
Yeah, and
if Curtis Rourke is Josh Allen, I don't think he is, but if Curtis Rourke, the quarterback they took in the 7th round this year out of Indiana, if he's Josh Allen, then okay, yeah, then the calculus changes. But for me, I don't think he is, and I don't think they're going to fall backwards into another franchise QB in the 7th round.
Well, no, and I think the other thing you need to add is that the first 3 years of Purdy's contract, we kind of know what they are, but it would be the dead cap, like money after that could be like wildly dramatic and really hurt this team. So you're gonna see like what would you say, like $100 million up front, right?
Yeah.
But then the way they prorate those signing bonuses and the way that that money, the guaranteed money, works in like magical and like scary ways, is that those final 2 years, you can probably move off of that contract, but it's probably still going to cost you $80 million in dead cap space or $70 million in dead cap space. And as a team who's just going through that right now, where they just cut so much money, it would be really painful to see that happening again in like 2 to 3 years.
Yeah, but that may be the reality.
Yeah.
And if Brock Purdy is getting cut, that's the other thing real quick. It was, I say real quick, we've got time. It was reported yesterday by Mike Garafolo that there's a full no trade clause throughout the duration of Brock Purdy's contract. And my reaction was, so what?
Yeah.
Like, okay, if you're at the point where you want to trade this dude, it's a mess anyway.
Yeah.
And nobody's going to want him. And if he's playing well, you're not going to trade him. So that's just there. My guess is that was some concession. Purdy was like, I want 55. And the 49ers went, I'll give you 53 with a no trade clause. Gives him a little more control over his future. But when was the last time a good quarterback got traded? It doesn't happen a lot. And if he's bad, nobody's taking him at his price tag. So
No, it's brutal.
He's with the 49ers.
Yeah, the way that salary that contracts are structured in the NFL, just like it's nearly impossible to trade a contract of that size. Yeah, I would say too. Like I'm looking at 2017, 6-10, 4-12 the next year, and then the 13-3 year. The Niners took the step back to go to 6-10, but then 10-7, 13-4, 12-5. I don't think this 6-10 here that we're looking at from 2020 and the 6-11 from this year are equal when all things are considered. And
really? How come?
I just have a tough time. I think that the way that the Niners this season went was like a decline, a sharp drop off season. Where I think the 2020 season was like, oh, we were way up here. We had a really bad, like circumstantial things happened, and then they jumped right back up to 10-7 and grew. I think going from 6-11 to 10-7 this year, it might happen. The schedule might be simple.
The schedule's pretty soft.
Okay, so if the schedule
on paper preseason, we don't know how every team's going to play, but on paper preseason, it looks like a soft schedule.
So if they go 10-7 this year or 11-6, I would be surprised because I don't think that they have the depth and they're relying on so many young players to get them to that point. And so I'm just intrigued to see how it plays out. But I don't think that they're like, I would be shocked to see this be a full-fledged, like no doubt playoff team this season.
I hadn't thought about that, but my knee-jerk reaction is I actually feel like the years are similar in some way. The difference was in 2020, there were injury problems. I think Richard Sherman had an Achilles thing early in that year. D Ford, of course, had all of his. I think it was a back thing. Jimmy Garoppolo wound up getting a high ankle sprain in week 2, I think.
Yeah, Nick Mullins
started week 3.
Was their leading passer on the season.
Yeah, and then Jimmy tried to come back against the Dolphins, and they got housed by the Dolphins at Levi Stadium. Like that was an ugly year, but the big difference for me between those two seasons is because that was also the offseason they traded DeForest Buckner and brought in Javon Kinlaw. And so they were kind of revamping their defensive line and trying to figure that out. The big difference for me was 2020 was the year we went, oh, Jimmy can't be the guy.
Yeah.
It looked like that in 2019, where in the Super Bowl, he just didn't quite have enough to compete with Patrick Mahomes. And then he got hurt and then got hurt again. And it was like, all right, this guy.
Yeah.
Like he's very clearly. And then sure enough, that offseason, they make the trade up for Trey Lance. That was a big difference there. But also that was the year that, man, that was so long ago. That was the year week 1, their starting wide receivers were like Dante Pettis and Trent Taylor. Because they had injury stuff and there was a COVID year. And then they had the game against the Packers where Richie James had the huge game because all their receivers were out. The like entire wide receiver room had COVID except for Richie James. Yeah, that was a strange year, but man, it feels similar to me in that it was bad in the moment, but then they made a couple of tweaks and the next year started and it was like, oh, okay, they're here. They're back. They went to the NFC title game and they went on a big run at the end of 2021 to go to the NFC title game, but it was a reliance on kind of the talent they had. Deebo Samuel had the All-Pro year. This year, I think you're a little bit deeper from a talent perspective. Elijah Mitchell was a revelation in 2021 as well when he was healthy. So I think what it comes down to though is you mentioned the draft class earlier. Like that's it. That's what it's gonna. The health stuff is gonna matter. Christian McCaffrey obviously needs to be around. What does Brandon Ayuk look like? Can Ricky Pearsall stay healthy? Can Trent Williams play a full season? Like there's all this injury stuff to be sure. But man, if Michael Williams can't play, that's a disaster. That's your first round pick.
Oh yeah.
Alfred Collins, your second round pick, can't play. That's a disaster. Nick Martin, the guy you brought in to replace Dre Greenlaw, he can't play. That's a disaster. Like they are banking a lot on their 2025 draft class being good and being that like influx of talent that they relied on in the 2021 season.
Yeah.
That's kind of how I'm viewing it, because the 2020 season did feel like this might just be the end of this run. They had a nice run in 2019. And then
I think a lot of us like this could be the end of this run. And you're hoping that there's the next group of players that are, you're building around, but it's tough, especially, again, you're already walking into the season knowing that Ayuk is out for probably half the season, and you're going to have to rely heavily on wide receivers that you haven't had to rely on before, and you don't have the trust with, So I think it's going to be interesting.
It's worth noting that in that 2021 season you're talking about, the year after the 6-10 2020 season, they were 3-5 after week 9. And if you remember, that week 9 game against the Cardinals was Colt McCoy went into Levi Stadium and cooked them.
Yeah.
They lost 31-17 to the Colt McCoy-led Cardinals to fall to 3-5. But then they went 7-2 down the stretch. They beat the Rams in overtime to punch their ticket to the postseason in week 18, and then they win a couple of playoff games and they lose to the Rams in the conference title game. That's, I think, a little bit the type of year they're banking on here. Maybe not starting 3-5, but hey, it might be a little rocky out of the gate because you're getting so many young guys acclimated to the league. But can you put the pieces together? Do you have enough veteran talent, and can you put the pieces together with your young players developing that by week 10, 11, 12, you've, again, maybe not going 3-5, but even if you're 5-3 after 8 weeks, it's like, man, you know what? Lost some games you shouldn't have lost in there. But after that, you go 5-2 down the stretch.
Yeah.
And I guess that wouldn't be right. 5-3, 7-2 down the stretch. Like, oh man, look, all of a sudden it's a 12-win team.
Yeah.
I think they're hoping to follow a similar path.
I'd also like to see them be aggressive this season. And if there are players that can help you during the season, go get them.
Mm-hmm.
They
have plenty. They have like $42 million in cap space right now.
Well, that and
the Purdy contract, by the way, just real quick to clear this up, the Purdy deal isn't going to affect that cap space at all this year.
No.
Keep going. Sorry.
Well, no, if you've got a extra 6th-round pick or 5th-round pick, and there's a starting level guard or a starting level tackle, go get them. Go get them during this season. Go get them right now if you can. But even the wide receiver position, if there's somebody out there that's just a stud, and go get them. There's no reason to wait because this team has holes still. I mean, we can see them.
Lot. Yeah, no doubt. Going to be a strange year for the 49ers for sure. Their variance is very, very high. They might just be 6-11 again. They might be 13-4.
That's wild.
It's going to be super dependent on a bunch of guys we've never seen play a snap in the NFL. Good way to live. Anyways, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil's over there. We'll do some NBA postseason, NBA conference finals predictions. Did the NBA, I don't want to say did the NBA, did the right teams get into the conference finals? Because to me, it feels like the right 4 are playing for a trip to the finals. We'll talk about that next during the handoff. One of D'Lo or Casey will be in as well. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil's here. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 and Sacramento Sports Leader. I will be right back. Are you going to? Oh, you're turning the computer on. Okay. I'll be right back.
Yep. I'm still here, people.
James is here, everyone. Joe's here. Joe, once you're done. Okay, great. Yeah, great. Good work, everyone.
I'm here, everybody. What is up? I feel like I should get some talking points for moments like this because I normally just hop in here and just ask how everyone's doing. But how's everybody doing? Pretty good weekend. I hope everyone got outside this weekend. Seriously, it's about to get really hot. My favorite football team, it's the 49ers. It's the 49ers. Yeah, dude, that sweep was... Hey, Wilmer, man. Wilmer. If you guys play fantasy baseball, he's probably free in your league. Pick him up, dude. Underrated pickup. Doing pretty good, Casey. Appreciate it. Yeah, just played some softball this weekend. Enjoyed the weather. I need to get out golfing again, too. You guys got any courses you recommend? Oh yeah, Jacob Wilson is a must pick up if he's still out. If Jacob Wilson is a free agent in anyone's fantasy league, that should be a no-brainer.
That means your league's not very good.
That's exactly what that means, truthfully.
Yeah.
Oh, you went Tox, you went to concerts in the park? I hope you mean concerts in the park, not country in the park. They're two different things.
Country in the park.
Two different things. We're concerts in the park people over here.
John Poles, there are 2 courses by my house. They're Lake of the Pines. We have our own 18-hole.
Okay.
And then right on the backside is Dark Horse.
Yep. I haven't played Dark Horse yet. Have you played it?
I haven't played it in a long time. The last couple of times I had played it, it was pretty rough. I've heard
Okay.
they've done a lot of work to clean it up.
I've heard good things.
The Ridge is right down the street. There's
Yep.
also Black Oak, which is a 9-hole, which is super fun.
Okay. I mean, I can get down with 9 holes too because a little bit cheaper. And
Or-
Cherry Island.
Cherry Island's cool.
Is that the one in the mountains kind of?
No,
No.
Cherry Island is out off of like Alberta.
That's in the sticks.
I have not played Cherry Island.
I have. That's a tough ass course, bro.
Well, that at Cherry Island's right there. And then what's
That course is a
the
beast.
what's the small course right now? Is it Lighthouse? No.
Don't know.
What's the little course? Oh, Antelope Greens.
Oh yeah, I play Antelope Greens all the time.
Yeah, Antelope Greens is fun.
I play Antelope Greens all the time. It's like, dude, you can get with a cart, you can play an 18 for like $35 at Antelope Greens.
Yeah.
I need to tell James about a thing real quick. I'll be right back, everyone.
I did play the Cache Creek course, Yochadihi.
That's
It
wild.
was awesome.
Well, there's
wild.
Complex.
Ansel Hoffman. I haven't played there in years.
All right. I heard back from Cavs guy.
Yeah.
I don't feel great about the Kings executing a deal with the Cavs.
They love everybody.
Quote, I'd try to flip Okoro and Wade for a power forward like PJ Washington. Start Hunter, have Strus fill that backup 2-3 role, play Jalen Tyson. Now you're bigger on the perimeter. They're trying to get bigger on the perimeter. I don't love their options from Sacramento.
I like it.
Can I interest you in Trey Lyles and DeMar DeRozan? Or Trey Lyles is a free agent, huh?
Free agent.
DeMar DeRozan and Trey Lyles for Isaac Okoro. Who says no?
Yeah. I'm intrigued to see what the Kings do with Valanciunas too. Like,
I would. Yeah.
Can they go find a more versatile player, or are they going to stick with that type of player? In a league where everybody is designed their roster to go up against the Boston Celtics, the Kings have designed their roster to go up against the Denver Nuggets.
Should probably figure out how to design your roster to go up against Oklahoma City at this point.
Well, yeah.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. He's James. Joe Brazil and the ones and twos. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Voice guy just said that. Thanks everybody listening on the radio on 1320 AM and 98.5 FM HD2. Of course, everyone watching on YouTube and Twitch. Thank you so much. YouTube.com/ESPN 1320, Twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. If you do watch us there, please subscribe to our channels. You just hit subscribe. It costs you no money. You don't get emails or anything like that. You're just going to see us at the top of your page, and you're going to make sure to get all the great content we're putting out here at ESPN 1320. Some of that great content is happening right now.
It's time now for the handoff. Taking the handoff from James and Kyle today, here's KC, Kenny Caraway.
It's Kenny Caraway in the building. What's up, man?
What you guys doing today?
There we go.
There we go. What's going on, fellas? How you guys doing today?
Doing great.
Good. You're a
Happy
little
belated
pixelated.
birthday, my man James.
Thank you, dude.
Shout
Thank
out
you.
to him.
Did the right 4 teams get in the conference finals in the NBA? I kind of think they did.
Sure. I mean, there were
You
other
don't
teams
agree?
that were. Well, no, I mean, there were other teams. There were teams that lost that were deserving of being in the conference finals. It just didn't work out that way. What we're seeing, I believe, right now, is one of the most wide open playoffs we've ever seen in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when you talk about the Final Four
Yeah.
of the NBA playoffs, at the beginning of the playoffs, what was 16 teams in? make the argument for 12 probably.
Yeah.
Like you could say like, nah, I could see this team,
Mhm.
12 teams. You can say I could see them getting.
I'd put them in tiers probably. That's the thing I do.
Definitely will put them in tiers.
But
But yeah, like you can craft out an argument for like
So-
12 of the 16 teams.
let me rephrase
Nice
this.
start.
Saying the right teams was the wrong thing to say. But last year, Indiana was in the conference finals, but the collective reaction was, yeah, but like, are they really?
Mhm.
Like, yeah, but they kind of like they had a beat up Milwaukee team, and then they played the Knicks, and OG got hurt, and like, yeah, are they really that good?
Yeah.
But this year, there's no team in the conference finals that I look at and I'm like, like every team that's in the conference finals, you could tell me they won the title, and I'd be like, oh, okay, I get it.
I agree. I agree with that. I think everybody had their how do I put it? Their fortune, right? Like
Yeah, it always requires a little bit.
I thought the Timberwolves would beat the Warriors anyway, but they didn't play without Steph
Mhm.
Curry. OKC, it's no fault of their own, but I thought the Clippers were way better than Denver and would have gave them. I mean, they went 7, but I thought the Clippers were. I thought they were going to get to the conference finals, maybe the NBA finals.
I did too.
They gave.
I'll
away.
never believing in the Clippers again. By the way, they could be.
You say
they
that
could
every
be-
year, though.
No, but this
No,
year for real,
they'll-
they
they'll
could go
rope me in.
82-0. They could be 15-0 in the playoffs, and I'd still be like, eh.
They'll rope me in. I gave up. They'll rope me in again. But they had their situation. Obviously, the Knicks were going to win that game and go up 3-1.
Sure.
But Jason Tatum's does
Mhm.
rip his Achilles up. And Indiana, I think they're a really good team. But Milwaukee had a ripped up Dame Lillard.
The
halfway
Cavs were a little
through,
beat up.
The Cavs weren't 100%. So
Mm.
everybody had their little thing. But I'm a big believer. And you just take the fortune. Like it's fine.
That's it, dude.
You know what I'm saying? Like I wish the 49ers had the luck of Eli Manning.
Dude, that's what
You know what I'm saying? Like I would not apologize. It'd be fine.
the reaction from. It was so embarrassing. The reaction from Warriors fans to Timberwolves fans celebrating. They're like, yeah, but Steph. Like, yeah, but Steph didn't. Go back to the 2015 finals. Not a single person shed a tear that Kyrie Irving and Kevin Love weren't playing.
No.
Like not a single. That's just
Delhi wasn't
it's-
on IV.
It's like that's just the Steph stopper. It's like that's just part of it, dude.
Mhm.
Like the Kings, and I use this analogy. The Kings could go to the finals playing G League teams, and we'd be celebrating here. You guys would play Light the Beam 6
Yes.
times.
100%.
It would just like nobody care. You're moving on.
I also
Who
like
gives a damn how you got there?
I don't think like the Aaron Gordon injury like really taints
No.
the like watching that game.
agree.
That was just like OKC was on that given night the best team in the NBA without any question. They were the best team all season, but in that game you were like, oh my goodness, they may have figured it out. And I think
they would have won, but I mean, Aaron Gordon, they had to play a zone because he couldn't guard anybody. And once OKC figured out the zone,
It was night.
yeah,
they had no counterpoint. Like Denver's thought process, we're gonna sit in the zone. Hopefully they can't figure out, or hopefully they can't shoot. And in the second quarter, once they figured it out, Denver was like, well, that's all we have. We can't play man to man because Aaron Gordon can't guard anybody.
yeah.
So yeah. Okay, I think OKC is great. I think Minnesota's gonna win that series though.
Really?
Oh,
Minnesota,
that's not who I would choose.
Minnesota, they're better than Denver. They're deeper than Denver. There ain't gonna be no random guy that Christian Brown who played well yesterday, but Watson or a Westbrook or somebody that just is unplayable and it gets down to 1.5 players. No, they're gonna be. They got a lot.
So here's my argument against that. I watched the Timberwolves go through spells in every game against Golden State where they just couldn't score. And that was against Golden State.
Yeah.
I think they're going to have answers. I think Oklahoma City's going to have answers for Julius Randle that Golden State just didn't have. I think they have way more bodies they can throw at Edwards. Because Golden State was like, here, try Gary Payton II. Like, oh, well, that's not really working. But there were consecutive possessions where Anthony Edwards dribbling and he getting ripped by Buddy Hield at midcourt. What are we? What is this?
I'll say this.
Now you say it's going to be Alex Caruso? Like, oof.
I'll say this.
Don't love that.
I saw the same thing with OKC against Denver. Denver had no business. I respect them as champions, and they earn my respect. I dismissed them all year long. James was trying to tell me I dismissed them all year long. That was the heart of a champion. What they did in those first 2 series. Salute to them. talent-wise, depth-wise, they had no business. If OKC is everything
No, I agree with
everybody
you. I
is
agree with
saying
you.
we are, they had no business being stretched to a 7-game with that team, and they were able to. And now Minnesota is a deeper, more athletic version of Denver.
Except, well, they don't have the big in the middle. Like, that's my
It's way
concern.
easier to defend.
Because I
Rudy
told
Gobert.
you, I texted you the other day. I'm like, hey, I have a feeling Denver is going to win this whole thing.
Mhm.
Because if they got through Oklahoma, who has a player that can stop Jokic after that?
Well, Minnesota's won a bunch of games in a row against them. They
Yeah,
swept them this year, beat them in 7 last year.
And Minnesota. So the thing,
Minnesota's good.
we'll
dude.
talk
I'm not
about
trying to
this.
write off Minnesota.
but
to
they
be clear,
barely
thing-
beat the Warriors on a
but
night
here's,
in
and
that
here's
basis.
the thing with Minnesota, and I'll Barry Horowitz, I'll tap myself on the back for this one early. People talk about Minnesota. You can't trust them. They, they lose a game to the Jazz late in the season. They struggled with the Warriors without Steph, and all this other stuff. A team that crazy, their problem isn't getting up for the good teams. It's playing against the teams they should beat the hell out of.
Sure.
When it's a team like, this is legit and it's a dogfight, they feel like they're on the same level. They're going to be ready to go. That's what this series is.
Sure.
This isn't Golden State without Steph, where it's like, we'll just kind of like put them away. What are you doing? They can't do it. This is,
I'd be interested to know how the OKC Denver series goes if OKC doesn't crap the bed in game 1. Because it felt like watching it, and we talked about this a lot during the series, it felt like Oklahoma City, the same way Amen Thompson, right? Amen Thompson is a singular player version of this, where in the first couple games of that series, it was like, oh, he's a little shaky, good defensively, but figuring it out offensively. By game 7, he's their dude. He's the guy in a game 7 in his first ever playoff series. That was what it was like watching Oklahoma City. Throughout that series is like, man, you let game 1 get away. Oh, was it game 3 they let get away?
Yeah, game 3.
Game 3, then another one is like, man, but then they just started to figure it out. And you're not losing that game.
Game 7 was a masterclass.
Game 7 felt to me like the coronation of the Thunder going, hey, we're here. We figured this playoff thing out. So all that regular season stuff we're taking, but to that point, but
Aaron Gordon couldn't move.
I'm not gonna rule out. I think I'm gonna pick them. I got to think about it a little more. I think I'm gonna pick them against Minnesota.
Yeah,
but I think we might also see, I'm talking coronations. We might also see Ant become that dude that's just like, hey, I'm not picking against that team because they have Ant.
I'm picking Minnesota, but it's not like
I think it's gonna be a good series.
It could go either. It probably favors.
Let's make predictions
tomorrow.
I want to do predictions tomorrow because
we have a game tonight, right?
No, game 1
we're off tonight.
Yeah, we're off tonight. Game 1's tomorrow. Okay. So we'll do official predictions tomorrow. I still need to think about it a little bit. What do you guys got coming up on D-Lo and Casey?
Just a recap of the weekend. Shout out to the Knicks. Shout out to the Knicks. Those are my boys. New York City was going crazy on Friday night. We're talking about it.
Were you out there?
I tried to get out there. I couldn't get out there in time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, man. You guys got the Brock Purdy news, right? As during your show?
Yes, we did. Yes.
Must be nice.
Shout out to my boy Brock.
That's tight.
Well, you were like off. You were like enjoying your day.
I was in a graduation. I couldn't even work. I'm just panicking the whole time. It's crazy. Shout out to Dr.
Maybe you'll
Luke
get the
Wood
Fred
and
Warner
Zach
news.
God, I hope so. Fingers crossed.
Yes.
All right, D-Lo and KC coming up next. For James Ham and Joe Brazil, I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're back right here on this very station, ESPN 1320, tomorrow at 10 a.m. Hope to see you all there, whether you're on the radio, the free Odyssey app, or on YouTube and Twitch. Thank you, everybody, for listening. We're back tomorrow at 10. Till then, drink water. Be nice to people. See you.
Love you, Chatty House.
See you,
Have a
Chatty
great
gang.
Monday.
Appreciate you guys.
See you, Chatty
Good show
House.
today.
All right, fellas. Okay. Let's see. Let's remove that. Oh yeah, y'all can hear me. What's up, man? What's going on, y'all, man? No. Just about 5 minutes. You know what I'm saying? We're just gonna get this thing kicked off one way. That's all. I need to. Oh boy. No, we're not playing that. Where is? There we go. It was almost going to be a catastrophe trying to get this show started, but I found it. Will Z, what up? Norm Will, what up? Russ Dog, what up? Appreciate you tapping in, man. Zabo, what up, my guy? Miss Mac 10. What's up? Not solo today. Dame B here, man. He just a couple things. Here we go.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Yes, sir. Let them air horns fly. I have thrown D-Lo over the top rope. He's out of here. It's just your boy. Entrant number 30 into the Rumble has won it all.
Come on, man. What are we doing?
It's early now.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
I thought we got rid of him.
Oh, they got snacks over on this side. What's good, baby?
You get to play.
Hey!
I was gonna say it's early now. You guys could just switch
There's
seats if you
snacks
want.
all over the place. This spot is crazy over here.
Yeah, you putting snacks in your pockets? What's
Man,
going
this is
on?
crazy.
So when I have the cargoes,
Boy, just sit down there. Snacks everywhere.
Get the snacks going. Look, it's D-Lo and Casey. It's ESPN 1320. I'm Kenny Caraway. We'll start it this way.
Acknowledge me.
That's my man, Damian Barling.
I'm in God mode.
And I wish I would have been looking for this one. Jesse Tapia.
Upper. It's in the corner, up north towards the top, different colors like gray.
No, well,
No.
No.
What are you doing with
There you
There we go. Got hit the slums one as well.
Oh, yeah, and we are live.
Lower left-hand corner, I believe.
We are live from
the worst
there it is.
of Sacramento.
So this is probably confusing for people on the radio. I was dealing with something, so I'm walking in a little. I text the guys like, hey, you probably gonna have to start without me. I'm in a meeting.
Yeah.
And so I walk in late and I'm sitting in Kenny's seat. I'm sitting in the snack
Go ahead,
shack.
get your snacks. Come
Bro,
on,
there's snacks.
Popping off.
There's snacks and diamonds and gold jewelry and sneakers. Like, this spot is crazy.
Now, here's the great thing about it. I've got control of the soundboard. So
I get emotional about this. I'm about to cry.
Oh, yeah,
I don't know. I don't know what's
yeah.
gonna happen here.
Yeah.
Stop disrespecting me, bro.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, don't do that.
Oh,
Man,
look,
it's just
hold
pressing
on.
buttons.
You know, I come over here, I get the soundboard ready, and
That's the gratitude I get from you pieces of crap.
This man's it's like a child right now.
Yeah, you want to go ahead and
It's
take
like-
your spot
it's like
back,
a
or
Jesse's sick of the switch spot.
tired of this nonsense?
look, I was about to take us to 7th Ave. We was about to go to 7th Ave, baby. Times Square, let's go, boy. Brian Windhorse ain't even safe over there. You know what I mean?
Jesse's like, we're not doing this. Switch sides. And you know what else I forgot too? The mics are compressed differently.
Yeah,
that
no.
mic is compressed for him.
Yeah,
That's why you got the volume so high over here.
Hey, man, you know, grand opening, grand closing for your boy.
Oh.
They subbed him out. They did. They should've-
Well, only one of these mics is Kenny proof.
Yeah, you
who got subbed out really
Buddy
early?
Hield.
Yeah.
day after Steph's injury, they're like, well, if Buddy could just contain himself 3 minutes into the game, hey, get his ass out of here.
Got him out quick. That's
Kenny-
hilarious.
Kenny got Buddy.
I love Jerry Jones.
Oh,
no, hold on now.
Hey.
I didn't. Where is that coming from? Yo, man, hey, I'm calling the FCC, bro.
Been escaping the FCC for about 5 years now.
I'm calling the FCC,
Man.
or I'm going to alt. Like I said, y'all play that one more time. I'm going to alt.
Yeah, well, Andy's here today. We can go get Andy and see if we can get you
You're gonna have me
a weekend slot over on.
What's the name? Blind Eye, 3 Doors Down. Is that the group?
If you say
Three
so,
Doors
pal, I
Down.
don't know.
Blind Eye, 3
Well, no,
doors
not
down?
Blind Eye. Just separate that because I was
Okay.
about to say 3 Doors Down. Ain't that the group?
The group that what, Kenny?
Got a song.
What does that mean?
That's the group. I'll be playing all the three Doors Down people.
Is it 3 door down or 3 doors down?
3 doors. 3
Plural.
doors down. Yeah.
It's 3 doors down.
3 Doors Down. That's the group, right?
Bro,
Oh, no.
what-
Oh no, y'all right. It's Third Eye Blind. That's where Blind came.
Let's see.
Third Eye
Three-
Blind.
Wait, so we went from the Blind Eye to 3 doors down?
No,
to
there is a group called 3 Doors Down.
Oh, well, those are my boys too.
Oh, those are your
Yeah.
boys.
Yeah, those are my boys. And shout out Third Eye Blind.
What's the 3 Doors Down song that you like so much?
Mushrooms are blooming.
Well, that feels like it could be an alternative. I don't even know.
That's
if
what
this
they
is
do
also- I
in
don't even
the
know.
alt, man. They be having secret meetings.
In
So
the, did you call it the alt?
The alt station.
Oh,
The alt genre.
you know, so it's going to be KC, Andy, and Dallas. That's
Shout
what
out
we're
to
doing?
Dallas. Dallas, my boy.
No, Dallas, my man. We was hanging out at concerts in the park
Dallas
the other
always
day.
tapping in. The D-Lo and KC, man, on ESPN
Dallas, a
1320.
big sports fan.
Yeah. And he likes all the teams I like.
No, yeah.
Shout
All
out
right.
Dallas.
Man,
I'll be ready. Yeah, I'll be ready.
I showed up 30 seconds late, and this is what happened.
Yeah, we got. Let me see where was it at? Madrid 55, bro. What is happening? Just get with the program. Go with the flow, man.
Just tune in, bro.
Yeah, like don't ask questions.
That's
Just
good.
like
Like-
this is the show.
At least
We're gonna talk for 4 hours. Maybe we'll talk Kings. Maybe we'll talk Knicks, Celtics. Who knows?
Maybe.
maybe we'll talk about Kenny being an alt DJ.
Well, I'm on my way.
We got your show. We gotta get Kenny's alt show.
Yeah.
Could you play Nirvana on that station? Does that count?
I'm sure you could. I feel like
Just played Nirvana repeatedly.
I feel
Smells
like
like Teen Spirit
I-
over and over again.
I feel like alt kind of is like code for just play whatever.
Mm.
It's just vibes.
What's the closest to hip hop and R&B song that was played on the alt?
I think the Beastie Boys play over there.
Okay.
I mean, they might even play Eminem. Like,
Lose Yourself?
yeah. They
They probably play that song with Rihanna.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that.
what song? were we
The
on?
Love the Way You Lie. I think you could play that on alt.
I'm sure that's like a throwback.
I'm
Just
gonna
thrown on
guess
there.
not.
No?
But I'm gonna guess not. But maybe Lose Yourself. Probably Lose Yourself kind of transcends genres.
Mm.
Lose Yourself might play on 3 or 4 stations here.
Mark says they play Kid Cudi.
Word?
Day and night, or maybe a different Kid. I don't know the Kid Cudi library like that. So
I know they have a dope mix people really like that I think airs in the morning.
Mm.
Like it's a pretty I mean it's pretty popular. I forgot what it's called. It has a specific name. I forgot what it's called.
well, I'll find out and I'll be playing it.
All right. Kenny Caraway in the mornings over here on 9. Oh, what's the number?
94.7, ain't it?
Okay, look at you.
Come on,
Yeah.
man.
He
I know
knows.
how to see. You know what I mean? I was in the group Jeopardy.
What's the call letters?
Here's what I'll say.
Oh man.
Ooh.
What's the call letters?
Ooh.
Oh man.
Come on.
It's not KALT. I don't know what it is. Do you? K.
Yeah, do you?
It's
Do you guys?
KKDO.
Yeah, there you
That's
go.
what I was gonna. Yeah, because I know it wasn't KUDL.
KKDO.
I'm not sure if I know all those.
Well, okay. Well, what's KUDL?
Eagle.
Is the end.
Damn it.
What's KSEG?
All right, we're 0 for 2 then.
That'd be amazing if he got them all wrong.
What's KRXQ?
KRXQ.
Yeah.
98 Rock.
There you go. So
All
what's
right.
KSCG then?
There you go.
There you go.
Yeah, let's go.
All
2
right.
for 4. That's 500 right there. That's a damn good day at the plate. That's a damn good day.
We're the only KSFM is the only one that uses those call letters though, right? Everybody else is like, I mean, they say it, obviously, but
KUDL doesn't KSCG. Carrick's. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
We're the only ones.
old school.
We do here. We don't even use KIFM.
No.
There are people who, hey, can we get this on at KFM? What is that? ESPN. Oh, okay. All right.
Oh man, it's a Monday.
It is a Monday, man. It is a Monday, and we're thrilled that you're here with us. The conference finals are set. Boy, I was preparing my takes in the first quarter yesterday. I was ready. Then by halftime, I was just cooking dinner and not paying attention.
And this thing, I didn't watch the second half.
It
like not
escalated
live.
quickly.
I went back, made sure I didn't miss anything, like on the condensed version.
I watched it, just not intensely.
I went to the Giants game.
20.
Man.
22.
I went to the Giants game. I was like, I'll come back and watch this later tonight, which I did. But live, I was so pissed off we didn't have a close game.
Yeah.
I was like, man, let me watch the Giants game real quick. But I was doing the same thing. I was watching it on the phone at Reese's
great
practice.
for a minute.
And I was like, oh, Denver taking these boys into deep waters.
Mm-hmm.
And then OKC woke up, got some things going, and practice ended. And it was, I think, 44-44 or 44-42. Get Reese's bag together. We walked to the car.
Yep.
I turned it on the radio.
Yep.
It's a 14-point game.
Over.
I said, how?
Over. That's what I'm saying. It escalated quickly.
Yeah, I just wanted to see, I'm much like you. I wanted to see a good, close game 7, and we didn't get that. But salute to OKC and salute to Denver, man. Denver being able to push it to that 7, man, was pretty impressive for me. So.
Yeah, Denver. I guess upsets are fun. Upsets are fun, but like I can't imagine Denver, like they just had to have been out of gas. Like they were running 8 players deep, and those other 3 weren't playing very much.
Right.
You were really hoping from a night from a Russ, one of those guys, to give you a night to where you could feel confident in your bench, and that happened a few times. It obviously got them to a 7th game. I don't know what a series against Minnesota would look like. You would have needed, a top level Jamal Murray. You would have needed Jokic to be great. It just felt like at some point they were going to run out of gas, and I'm going to stop short of saying they ran out of gas yesterday. I think what you said is accurate. Something woke up Oklahoma City, or something got Oklahoma City going, or something was said in a timeout or something, because it felt like once they got that little like, okay, all right, we got it. They had like it was
a wrap.
It went from a fight to somebody stopped the fight.
Well,
quick.
I was telling the insiders, from what I could see, Denver was playing a zone, and they almost had to because Aaron Gordon couldn't guard somebody one-on-one.
Yeah. And shout out to Aaron Gordon, who probably he had no business being on the floor.
Big ups to him, man. And when I say that, that's not even shade. It's just the man was super hurt.
Yeah.
So it would have been crazy putting him on an island in a man-to-man situation. So they were trying to zone it up, and Denver was like, maybe we can confuse them, or maybe they won't be hitting their jump shots, and that's our chance. And once both started to happen, like OKC started to hit some shots, and they figured out how to get the zone, that was it. Like there was nothing left for Denver, man. So once again, shout out OKC. They beat the brakes off of them. This is an unfair question because I don't think they would have won either way because of the circumstances. But I just got to tell you how I felt watching. I just got a question. Did the game change a little bit when our boy had to come in?
Well, we could talk about it. We could talk about
it's not
that.
his fault. I just an observation.
We could talk about that. We could talk about the Garden on Friday night. It was everything we thought it would be. And man, this NBA championship is up for grabs. So we're going to talk about that. Plus, news that Sean Cunningham reported like a month ago is official. We'll talk about all that. Steeler and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play with 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky is the limit at Sky River Casino here on ESPN 1320.
It's a good call, Zay. It's a good call.
Arjun, it's all good over here. No, Knicks won that one fair and square.
All right. Whoa.
Everybody have a good weekend.
Yeah.
Not far off, Dr. David. Not far off.
How was your weekend, man? It was eventful, it looked like.
It was good. It was good.
Eventful in a good way.
Yeah, I won't talk about everything I did, but yeah, man, had fun on. Yeah, I just say we had a nice weekend.
Did you see that the after? Oh man, it was that was you went kind of hard on Mother Nature, man. You was like going in on her a little bit. Did you see how she changed course for Friday?
I did.
Yeah, that was
I
after
did.
you owe her an apology.
I owe Mother Nature an
Whoa.
apology.
What if she changed course because D'Lo yelled at her?
Well,
Mm.
that's true too.
So can I tell you what I'm not happy about as it pertains to that? Is we were tracking towards 90 degrees over that 3-day weekend. Now we at 80.
That's still good.
Which is, it's not bad. Like I was outside yesterday, it was about 80 degrees. Well, yeah, I mean you could still be in the pool for sure.
It's cold.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's not. You know,
It's too cold for me.
yeah, it's still a little.
I'll get in
chilly.
the jacuzzi.
I don't have. I'm not. I
I thought you had a jacuzzi.
I don't have a jacuzzi.
You don't got a pool
yet?
yet?
I don't.
Yeah.
No, everyone talked me out of it. They were like, the gas one's too expensive. The solar with the way your backyard is set up is probably too complicated.
That's something you can install later, though.
Yeah.
I just assume like it's just knowing D'Lo.
No one, D'Lo, what?
No, I know.
Yeah.
You don't have to.
And that's the
explain
thing. It's not even Damien. That's D'Lo right there. D'Lo
Oh,
put the pool
wow.
in the backyard. Like, you know.
Yeah,
I get it.
78 degrees for exhibit is, man.
that. Changed up my whole wardrobe.
Right? Right?
Oh, that'll be saved for bumper to dump it. was just about to say something.
Was you about to? Oh, I can't. The W got underway this weekend, and it picked up right where it left off. We'll talk about it later.
It did.
Oh my God, they were like, we doing it. We doing it right now.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
Get past the stupid ass discourse. Caitlin Clark is so much fun to watch.
She's the truth. She is the truth.
Man,
she is the truth. And drama wise, this matchup never.
Never. This might be. This is one of the marquee matchups I think in sports right now. For whatever. Oh! Look it. Get her, Angel.
Angel was ready to fight her every time.
But you heard her post game.
I didn't hear Angel.
Angel? Angel was like, that's the right.
That's
play.
what I read. That I thought she said something like.
She said basically the same thing Caitlin did, just a little bit different. She was like, it was the right basketball player.
This thing is a mess. It's like the way people talk about those two, especially when there's something going. It's an absolute mess. We'll talk about it though. We'll break it all down. I was gonna say, because we were asking the weekends. Weekend was good for me. Started off the season. W got started. The other W got started yesterday. The West Sac Adult League. Yeah. I was out there. Got it popping, and the whole thing is, I figured out how old I really am because I was during the game.
Oh boy.
It was like something random. Like I got the basketball.
Wait, you want to take a guess for what muscle it was that he pulled? I'm gonna go hamstring here.
Okay. Hamstring.
Almost has to be, right?
Assume maybe a calf.
I'm going hammy.
Oh, if it was a calf, I'd be.
Oh no, if it was a kid,
that's true. Kenny
would be doing the show from home.
Yeah, that's true.
Kenny would be at the house with his leg elevated like this.
Calf ever,
like, KC, what happened? I don't know, man, but it's my calf, so I haven't moved since Saturday at 3 p.m.
Last time I hurt my calf, I talked to Pete Youngman. Shoot.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah, I remember that.
Said, Pete, oh man, what do I do? He said, you're gonna be okay. Just that's where the insoles came from. And so far that's helped out perfectly fine. But rebound was up for grabs. I got it. I was on 2 feet, kind of knocked it out of my hand a little bit. So I went to the floor.
Mm-hmm.
And I think like it wasn't like Jimmy Butler jumping up and falling 8 feet down straight on his tailbone. It was like, ball's on the floor. Let me go to 1 foot, go to one knee, and then landed on my hip bone.
Mm-hmm.
And you would think I was Ja Morant coming down from 10 feet in the air onto the hip bone because it's just sore. I feel it with every movement. Like, bro, nothing really happened. Why is this sore? This is crazy. I got out of the bed. I got up. Oh, wait. Hold on. Let me slow up. All right.
You want to come get in the plunge?
I need to. I need the plunge, or I need one of those, the leg recovery joints.
Oh, I got those too.
You make it really hard to
Bro,
just go against Kenny on some days when you got a whole physical therapy office in your house.
Well,
now, come on, man. Yo, that's like $1,000.
Next time, just say no.
It is $1,000. To find it, Jesse. The leg recovery joint is anywhere $850 to $1,000.
I don't even search that up. Let's look up leg recovery joint. I don't even know what it's called. That's how rich it is.
Type in leg recovery joint.
It's a Normatec.
Come on, man.
Now
it's a rack.
Let's remember the world that I came from prior. Like having Normatecs and Theraguns and recovery stuff was always just kind of what it was.
Mm-hmm.
And I realized when I didn't have it, my old ass needed it. But I'll bring the leg joints in for you. You can take them. You can take them home.
Real quick, if you do look up leg recovery joint, that will pop up for you.
What is it?
What'll pop up?
The little leg sleeve things that you're talking about.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
I'm saying I looked up leg recovery joint on Google, and that's what popped up.
Oh man. Yeah, I'll bring those in for you. They're super helpful. Yeah. As long as you use them, they're super helpful.
Yeah. But it wouldn't help my hip, but I'm okay.
Yeah.
If I had to play it back to back, it'd be a little dicey, but I'll be good.
Yeah, I don't know that these will help your hips because they actually have different different like sleeves. All I have is the leg sleeves. So they go up to they go all the way up to like just below your butt, like your thighs, hamstrings. They'll get all of that. But they have different ones. Excuse me, I'm getting emotional. They have different ones for the hips, pitchers. Like you go to where I used to go, Restore. You'd see like these young people who were clearly like pitchers.
Yeah.
They'd have the shoulder ones in, and they just be these big.
Crazy. I haven't even
shoulders.
seen those. That's crazy.
These big they get their arms, their shoulder, and they just do that compression joint.
I probably should invest. I do have a young athlete there, and then I got a bull that's ready to go. She's ready to go.
Though the compression sleeves, they have a newer one that don't have all of the wires and all that stuff, which might be good for Reese. They're really good. Like they go a long way. If you can get them, get your iPad, get your laptop, get in front of the TV or whatever. I'm gonna put
30 minutes.
Man, you really want to do it? Get in there for about an hour. Get in there for about an hour. That's what I'm saying. Have your pad, your food, your drink, whatever, watching TV, whatever, and just put them things on and let them go.
That and the plunge. My concern, man. I hate being cold. I know after maybe 30 seconds, 45 seconds, you're not tripping no more. But
it depends. Some people, like your girl Katie, just acclimates to it. Like she has no problem with it whatsoever. Me, like once I'm in the rhythm of doing it, which I am right now, it's about like 30 seconds where it's like, okay, breathe. The first couple times, it might take you a solid like 2 minutes. Where you feel like
almost time to get out.
Yeah, where you feel like you've got to make decisions in life. Do I stay in this thing or do I get out? But it's just cold. You just stay there. And as long as the worst thing about me isn't the actual plunge, it's after. I experience, and if you Google this, like not everyone experiences this, a post-plunge temperature drop. So I'll get out and I'll feel great. Them endorphins will hit.
Yeah.
I'll just, especially now, be outside in the sun and be all good. And then about 10 to 15 minutes later, I get cold. Like I get really, really cold. And so you've got to move. You've got to like try not to like stop, sit down, just try to like move around. If you can move around outside in the sun, you'd be good. But come on, man. Come over to D-Lo's Health Clinic.
Once I get enough money to get out to that area, I'll come through.
It's 10 minutes from here.
It's
15.
It's like
10 minutes.
$1,500 a minute.
He says 10 minutes away, but it's about 45 to get through the gate.
That's what I'm saying. It's like Rick Ross's house.
Exactly.
Like you go through the gate and then it's like
I don't have a gate. I don't have a gate. You've both been to my house.
I drive in his neighborhood. I'm like, wow, I'm here. I'm somewhere I'm not normally.
I don't know what you've built since the last time I'm over there.
You drive a BMW. I know we don't point that out very often.
Hey, that's what
are you talking about?
That's different. That's different.
Hey, we could turn on you just as quick.
No, hey, shout out to my grandpa. That was his. Like, that's it.
Oh man.
It's a fun car though.
Kevin Hart's Cold as Balls podcast is a great concept.
For sure.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I don't watch a lot of them, but I just see the clips and I'm like, that's a good idea for
Well, it's always funny how like he's just sitting there with his feet in it. Like, bro, get in the tub. Like, what are you doing?
You don't ever go in.
Just sitting in there with his feet soaking in a big tub of ice. Yeah, man.
So we were talking about the NBA playoffs and the game 7 with the Nuggets and the Thunder. And our man Joel, he brought up something that I wanted to ask you and Jesse. And he says, I wonder how the players union feels about the training staff letting Gordon play. And I understand what Joel is saying, but I've always been of the belief that they can't keep me from playing if I want to play. They can suggest, they can say, hey, we're like, they could put it in writing or whatever. Like, look, we are not clearing him to play. We don't think it's in his best interest to play. But at the end of the day, no, I'm not trying to go down a rabbit hole, but it's my body. And if I want to
You got anything else you want to add to that one?
Say it. Just say it. You halfway there. Say
I'm
it.
talking about basketball.
See how many
man.
people you can piss off today.
I'm talking about basketball,
Yep.
man.
Yep.
But if I want to play, they can't.
My body, my choice. Say it. Man, you tiptoeing
all right,
around
man.
it. Yeah.
If I want to play and I want to assume the risk, I should be able to play.
Yeah, but
so that shouldn't be.
But that's what the training staff is for. Like this is the Kevin Durant thing.
Mhm.
Like you're at risk for further injury.
Mhm.
You're at risk for a greater injury.
Like, yeah, but it's like there's also like the aspect where like it is sports and it's game 7, where it's just like,
No, I understand.
I know there's money involved now and stuff like that, but it's like, what else are you gonna do? Like,
No,
this is what you pretty much spend all your life for if you're these guys.
And I did think like how weird it would be if Aaron Gordon, if they got through that, if they somehow beat Oklahoma City, like does he step foot on the floor against the Timberwolves?
Didn't Shams report he was supposed to be out a month?
Yeah. Before he played.
Yeah.
I just assumed, he's gonna play this game 7. If they make it out, he's gonna sit.
He's done.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I mean, I don't know. Like, I understand the competitive standpoint of this. I also understand. Well, here you go. I understand that a medical staff in Boston lost their job because of the Isaiah Thomas stuff.
Well, you would know better, so I'll ask you. Wasn't that more of they didn't divulge everything to him?
Yeah, they deceived him in a way, right?
Yeah, you're correct.
And that's ridiculous. Like that can't happen.
Yeah.
But if they're telling you everything on the up and up, and they're even telling you like, hey, I would advise you not to play.
Yeah.
I'm an advisor here, a medical advisor. I would advise you not to play.
Mm-hmm.
But you're a grown man. This is your career. I can't make you do anything.
But remember the uproar when Kevin Durant played. And then like the worst case scenario, the worst possible case scenario happened in front of the entire basketball world.
Yeah.
In Drake, who was distraught.
Drake, so I look, I know that's not your man's. That dude is hilarious. He's hella funny. I saw a video the other day where they were talking about that moment, and they were like,
it was
a tweet, and they
Okay.
were like, yo, Drake is like hilarious for his reaction after Kevin Durant got hurt. They're like, he's hella funny. And
for those who have never seen it, Drake's like, oh no, oh man, oh God,
So they were like, and they said, like I'll try and pull it up too, but they were like, yeah, he's hilarious for that reaction. And then somebody was like, nah, that was funny, but have you ever seen his reaction after Clay got hurt?
That one was too much.
Oh, I don't think I have.
I think he's pointing to like wherever
His
Clay
knee.
got. Yeah, his knees. Like, it's his knee.
And then he was like hiding his eyes, like he didn't want to see. I'm gonna find it right now, man, because I was like, this guy's funny. Here it is. This guy's funny. So let me turn the volume off. Make sure that's not playing. So for anybody who hasn't seen it,
This is him at like a watch party or something.
yeah, you seen that one?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah. This is Drake. Sorry for the radio audience, but this is Drake after KD, right?
Good. This never gets old.
This is Drake after KD. He's got.
There's play right away. He knew it.
Go ahead and kill the volume on that.
There's
Okay.
Drake. He's just
Oh,
upset.
Drake. Oh, buddy. Oh, man. Oh, shoot.
Stop touching everybody.
Oh, man.
And then, this is a classic. This is a classic, right? But then
My favorite is Kevin Durant pays him no attention. Not once, just doesn't even look in his direction.
So then I hadn't seen this one, but this was Drake after.
Well, you've never seen this one until you just saw it. Like this
This
weekend?
this is the first time I've seen
time
it.
I've seen this
Really?
one.
So Drake,
Yeah.
Klay Thompson goes down. He's at a watch party and they're playing the replay. Look
Drake
look
can
at
feel it
this
in his ACL.
His head's
Oh,
done.
oh my!
Look at him.
Oh
Look at him.
no! Oh no!
Look at him.
Can't even look.
This was the inspiration for Kendrick
He's done.
Lamar's. This was the inspiration for Kendrick Lamar's Peekaboo. Oh, a standing ovation at a watch party, huh?
Grimaces.
So we're those people. Oh, look at him. He looks so sad. Oh, Clay.
Look at him hide his eyes and then peek like LeBron. Like, hide my eyes.
Peekaboo.
Bruh. That's your boy, man. Bruh.
No,
Hey, that's your
he's
man
done.
right
He's
there.
done.
That's your
Why do
man
you
right
put so much
there.
emphasis on the like he's done too?
This dude's hilarious, man. I wish you would be able to get past some of the issues you have with Drake so you could see the comedy in this.
No,
guy.
I think
guy's
he's-
hella funny.
He's corny as all get out. And that stuff makes me laugh. That stuff's funny. That stuff is hella funny. Oh, man.
When he closed his eyes and then peeked, I said, come on, man. What's
My
this
favorite
guy?
part that I completely forgot about is Kevin Durant just ignoring him. Like he's trying to like tap him. All right, buddy, it's okay. KD doesn't even like lift his head up or look over at him.
Oh, man. The funny thing about that Klay Thompson one is
all of it.
Like, that was like a candid video. Like, he didn't know he was being recorded. That was just him being Drake and being ironically hilarious. I saw that crack me up, man. But the whole point of what we were talking about before was
I don't know, man. That's just tough for me.
Yeah.
Because that's tough because someone told Kevin Durant you could play.
Yeah.
And I remember Steve Kerr. God, man, Steve Kerr's had some missteps. I remember Steve Kerr saying, well, you know, our medical staff doesn't believe he can hurt it any further. And it's like, technically, maybe that's accurate.
Right.
He had a calf injury. Maybe he wasn't in danger of his calf tearing or which I can't imagine that even being remotely possible. But for him to publicly say you're not at risk of it getting hurt further or greater injury or whatever the exact line he used was, meanwhile, every person with the slightest understanding of the human body knows the three calf muscles the closest to the tendon, to the Achilles tendon. People here, I think most people are like you. When I think back to Richard Sherman. What does Richard Sherman play through?
like calf strain, tendonitis, all this other stuff.
But didn't a calf strain lean to the blown Achilles?
You would, I'm not a doctor, but
And
that's what I think.
And that's the thing. When people hear calf strains, when they hear calves, and it might be primarily because of Kevin Durant, people's first concern now goes to the Achilles. It's so close to the Achilles, it scares people.
I feel like for Aaron Gordon, like for every Kevin Durant, like you can just point to James Harden as well. No,
Well, I was gonna say Harden did it.
Yeah, but that was more similar to what I guess Aaron Gordon was dealing with.
And that's when
I just
Yeah,
don't
you
know
just
how,
got-
if you're a trainer or a Nets doctor or a Nuggets doctor, you sit in your seat in good conscience and watch that. I don't know how you do it. And I get it. I get you, maybe to a certain degree you put it on the player. I don't know. But I can't imagine if my job is maybe the wrong term to protect you. And it's like, no, I'm a warrior. It's game 7. I got to go out there and play. Like, yeah, Aaron, you're not going to play again. Like you play this game. There's no chance you're playing game 1 or 2 or probably the entire series. I don't know how, if I were in the other position of the doctor or the trainer, that I just go, all right, man, it's on you.
Well, could it be as simple as like the doctor told him all that, and Aaron's like, "Yeah, doctor told me this, and that. I'm still playing. I don't care." Like,
Yeah,
how many of us
that
have not
very
listened
well
to the
could be.
doctor?
It very well
that's
could
what
be.
I say. Like, it's like,
But that
doctors doing their job as far as,
and that falls on David Adelman too. Steve Kerr, was it Steve Nash? I can't remember who the Brooklyn coach was. That's who it falls on.
Yeah. And
was it Steve Nash? Who was the coach of that Brooklyn
Steve
team?
Nash. Or no, it wasn't Jacques Vaughn. I think it was Steve Nash.
Wow.
I'm not gonna take that from Jacques Vaughn.
one of Hammer's greatest lines ever.
But yeah, I know. I understand it all. It's just then you get into the aspect of they have such a short time of playing professional basketball and experiencing these moments.
Yeah.
They probably feel like, look, man, this is it. I've worked since I was a little boy to be a champion or try to win a championship.
And Aaron Gordon's gone through a lot.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, he's gone through a lot.
And I want to try that. Like, I think maybe that's the compromise, and hopefully it doesn't ever get to a point like KD where it goes past where you could help. But it's like, all right, you're going to play. I can't stop you from playing, but you have to be honest with me.
Mhm.
If it hurts in the game, you have to be honest. And I don't know if Aaron Gordon, he essentially finished the game, right?
Mhm.
Because I was, like I said, I was at practice, got crazy at halftime or whatever. But there was a time in the second quarter when I thought he called out. He was coming down the court, and I saw him. He had the basketball. I remember he had the basketball, and he was kind of like, it was worse than before. And I thought I said, did he just call out? And then I saw Peyton Watson run off the bench and come in for him. So
I don't remember that particular play, but in the context of the game, he played it. But remember, the game was over. I mean, really midway through the third. You know what I mean? Like, the game was over. So, yeah, he finished it. But if it had been a 1-point game in the fourth quarter, who knows what it would have looked like.
Yeah. So I just saw that, and I get it. I get it on both sides, man. Like, they can't. I feel like when it really gets down to it, they can't stop these professional athletes for wanting to. All you can do is provide them with every case scenario.
Yeah.
And after that, it's kind of up to what they want to do.
You want to disrespect my boy real quick?
Well, I mean, no, first of all, it's our boy. That's my guy too. It's my man's. Come on, man. But watching the game, it felt when our guy Westbrook came into the game, just kind of plummeted. Oh, the
on the offensive end or the defensive, or just in general?
Offensive end. I won't put the defense on him because it was like a zone situation, but just maybe just in general. But some missed shots, turnovers. It's like, damn, man, I don't want this to happen for us. And the game got so out of hand. You can't really pin it on one person. So he didn't really receive any type of backlash today, at least that I saw. But that did feel like the energy felt a little different when he came in. And I think he might have missed two jump shots or something like that. And it was like,
I think he had two jump shots and a turnover in like a 3-minute stretch.
Damn.
So
what somebody asked a good question though. What's next for Russell Westbrook?
I don't know, man. I have no idea. I didn't know Denver would be out there for him. You know what I mean? Like, so I thought he was good for Denver. I don't know.
It feels like he's got one more, he's done. And if he does have one more, then he's done.
But it's like with who? Like,
that's what I'm saying. If there's even one
out
there, like Denver didn't even really seem like one, and then it was. So like,
but he was
something like that.
He was really good for Denver, and I wouldn't be shocked if he signed another year with Denver. It's just he was really good like the first 2 games of the series, and just not as good the last 5.
I'll tell you right now, he can come to Sacramento.
Oh,
he can come to Sacramento in a heartbeat, and he provides things coming off the bench that would be very beneficial to this team.
Absolutely.
Is he a perfect player? Absolutely not. Are you? And I think at this point in his career, I kind of feel safe saying like, hey, if you got Russ and you're relying on him a lot, you're probably not going to win a championship because he is so feast or famine right now. But man, I'll take Russ here in a heartbeat. Not just nostalgic vibes because I like him. I think he showed me this year he can still be productive. You get him with Sabonis, a guy that can pass to cutting, wing players and stuff like that.
Oh, it's like the guy he's just leaving.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. I'd take Russ here in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know how many destinations he's gonna have. I hope whatever he does next, he gets whether it's play another year or it's retire. I hope it's something that he's comfortable with. You know what I mean? Like, especially if it's retirement, I hope it's something that he's comfortable with. He's got so many other avenues in life that he's really great at, including, the one that one of the things I'm wearing right now is from his line. So he's got the foundation. He does so much in Los Angeles, but if he wants to play ball, I hope he gets the opportunity to play ball.
Perry, man, get him over here, man. I'm starting the campaign right now, man. Get Russ inside.
Ishmael, hang tight. We really want to hear what you have to say. If you want to get on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line, you can. 916-909-1320. Still a lot more to talk about. Bobby Jackson officially back with the Sacramento Kings, and this conference finals is absolutely littered with young stars. We'll talk about that. Steeler with KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Man, we lost another one.
Who?
Miller's email?
Oh, no.
Man.
Oh, boy. Wait a minute. Let's see.
A good one, too.
Wait.
Grand opening, grand closing.
Wait, what?
Yeah, man. Kyle Madsen.
All right, well, give it 2 weeks. Kyle Madsen, let me hang it.
What's up, man? You good?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Damn.
There you go.
Hopefully that news comes out like now, Kyle, like right before Fred Warner. And you guys can talk about it on the podcast. Right?
Yeah, I need to come out tomorrow about 10 a.m.
Well, that too.
There you
That
go.
too.
Yeah. Be good. Be good.
Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah.
And he hit her with the professional sports line too. And the professional sports. Oh man. Aldrin, I mean, we'll talk about it, but look, don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. Come on, man. Come on, it's Giants. I'm always gonna be Giants. Yeah.
Daniel, you guys won. Congrats to the Knicks. This is probably a top 2 moment of your Knicks life.
Daniel, are you from New York? Cause he getting on Jesse like he from New York.
No, yeah, either way, like I said, it's a top 2 moment of your Knicks life. The 2000 finals must be a distant memory. Good job.
I'll get you, Daniel. Jesse. Don't you wish you were a Knick? Don't you wish you were a Knick?
Oh, man. This is way worse than I thought it would be. They were so obnoxious.
That was crazy. John Paul's, yeah, man, I'll be at River City when I can get there. Shout out to the Brodies over at Sac City, you know, taking this CRC guy, putting him on the squad.
Hey, man, happy birthday to our man, Elijah.
Hey, Hicks.
That
Where he at right now? What's he got going on right now? What's my man Elijah got going on right now?
I
man?
have no idea where my brother's
check his
at.
Instagram right now.
Well, I'm trying to, but he just keep posting pictures of I don't know where this man is at. I have no idea.
Let's see, man.
This man's just posting pictures from everywhere.
So did you see the one? Oh, this is 20.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Come on. What's this guy doing, man?
Shout out to Drew Down, too. The big homie Drew Down was, we were exchanging some messages over the last couple of days, man, and I appreciate my man Drew Down.
Shout out Drew Down, man.
Don't
Big
say
ups
that
to him.
enough.
Big ups to Drew Down, man.
Let's get Ishmael in here. He's been waiting patiently for us to shut the hell up. 916-909-1320 Elk Grove Kia Talk Line. Ishmael, what's up, baby?
What's going on, fellas?
What's good, man? How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. So on the Aaron, I'm just gonna make a couple quick points on the Aaron Gordon injury. I think part of the reason why the organization was comfortable with him playing was when you got a hamstring strain. Worst case scenario is he then tears that hamstring, so it really only becomes like a 2 to 3 month injury, which is of course bad. But when you got a calf strain like Kevin Durant had, and that can become an Achilles tear, that was like malpractice by the Warriors, putting a guy out there with a severe calf strain to play, because the risk reward is just not there. And also critically, Durant was going into, I think, a contract that year, and Aaron Gordon just signed an extension this year that kicks it next year. So he's got 3 years, $105 million in the bank, no matter what, next year. So he was probably cool with it. They were cool with it. So it's like, listen, if you can push us into the next round, we'll be without you, but we can make it work without you. And then
it's a good call there. I want to don't let him go. Like if you tear it versus straight, you just fix it.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. I didn't think of that, but that's as stupid as that sounds. Once something is strained, it's like, hey, you got to heal, you got to rest. Right. Once it's torn, you just fix it.
And like you said, the ramifications between the hamstring
and
the calf Achilles are kind of two different things. So.
It's a good call, Ishmael. Go ahead, keep going.
Yeah, so I was just saying the risk reward there, it was different than the Durant situation. Sure. But on Westbrook, I think he signed a 2-year vet minimum. I think he's going to pick up his option and stay at the Nuggets for another year, even though I would love him on the Kings too, because he's a lull stopper. One of the Kings' biggest problems is we have lulls in games. He doesn't let that happen. He brings energy like all the time, which is great, even though he's not the same player. But he was asked specifically by Jokic to be signed to the Nuggets. So he has an organization that respects him, fan base that likes him. When he plays poorly, they don't jump on his back like Lakers and Clippers fans did. So I see him coming back there for another minimum. I think it was a good fit. For a minimum, it was one of the best dollar per contracts in the league.
I could not agree more. Part of me does wonder if it's Denver or bust. I mean, I love the Sacramento idea. But I would never be able to sit down here and say, okay, I'm going to spend the next hour explaining to you why I think Russell Westbrook works with the Sacramento Kings. No one would listen to me. They might listen to you. Yeah. They'd listen to Kyle Madsen or James. No one would listen to me. So I'll just sit here and shut up and say I've wanted Russ on this team forever for obvious reasons, but the fit seems to work now better than it ever has. I just think he winds up back in Denver, or he goes and focuses on the foundation and all that stuff.
I trying to make sure I'm reading this right. I think I am. Like Ishmael said, shout out to Ishmael and John Bull. He may be on to something. He said it's just too smart for the Chatty House, and well, every time he calls, it's like. But I think the Chatty House is smart too. So don't sell yourself short, guys. I think you guys are smart, but Ishmael,
stop pandering to the Chatty House. They know what time it is.
Oh, those are my boys.
No, those are all our boys. That's our crew in there, men and women. But let's not pretend like we don't think we're in the middle of this like killer discussion about stars in the league, and we look over and they're arguing about God knows what.
Anything.
Probably cereal 9.5 times out of 10.
Anything. Player option for $3.4 million.
Okay.
Scott Perry. Hey, we got 2 years, $10 million. 2 years, $10 million.
Second year option.
Yeah.
How old's Russ? 30. Got that in front of you?
36. Turns 37 during the season, November 12th.
Okay. Very beginning of the season. Okay. Yeah.
Just try to,
we'll see.
Lure him. But I agree with Ishmael. Like, it all seems like a good fit for him.
Opting in also gives Denver 3-point-something million to trade, which they could entertain as well. As we've established, their roster is so thin. Yeah. That wasn't just a byproduct of Aaron Gordon's injury. That was just the makeup of the team, which is why them fighting Oklahoma City the way that they did was so impressive. They just didn't have the manpower. And in that first quarter, I was preparing to fire off the "I told you so" takes against Oklahoma City. And then halftime came and I was out at the pool. Just like, never mind. I just wash all those thoughts away, because this is not the case. And Oklahoma City looks as good as they did in that second half as they did in the entire series.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
Bobby Jackson officially back with the Sacramento Kings. I guess because it's attached.
Part 2.
Yeah, the sequel. Sean Cunningham reported this weeks ago and kept saying, like, Sean's been doing this a long time. I don't care what Bobby's doing on Instagram. I don't know where Sean got the information from. I'm just confident enough that if Sean questioned the information, he could have asked Bobby himself. He didn't blindly send that out there.
Right.
But now it's attached to his agent, as I think it was Michael Scotto who reported it. So once it's attached to an agent, it's a little bit more official. I'm assuming the release will come out here from the Sacramento Kings at some point over the next 24, 48 hours, or whatever it may be. Bobby Jackson officially back with the Sacramento Kings.
And also on the point with Sean has broken news before, but Sean isn't trying to be Sean. If he happens to be that way, then cool. But he's not. That's not what he's setting out to do.
Sean got breaking news right now. I guarantee you. I don't know what it is, and he's not going to tell us. But I guarantee you he has
100%. And I say that to say, when he said that about Bobby, it wasn't because like, oh, this is what I'm trying to do in this industry. He's like, no, I have this. I'll put it out there.
Yeah, he doesn't tweet stuff and call Shams a hoe like we do.
Well, we beat Shams every opportunity we get.
Every time. Only when it comes to specific stories, but every time we got him.
So when he put that out there, once again, I was like, yeah, it's probably pretty accurate.
And maybe there were some, I's that need to be dotted or T's that needed to be crossed and couldn't be.
And maybe legal stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, like Bobby coming out there saying that. Like,
maybe Doug hadn't talked to Nick Nurse yet.
Yeah, like, exactly. So he's like, no, I don't know what you're talking about. Ain't nobody talked to me, but we talked about a number of different times.
Hey, I'm golfing. What's the problem?
In this league, things happen way before anybody even hears about them through back channels and talking. So I like it. I love it. Bobby Jackson. Here's the other thing about Bobby Jackson, Doug Christie, and all this other stuff. People are talking about the Kings always trying to go back to the early 2000s feels instead of getting qualified people. Once again, stop disrespecting these men. Bobby Jackson is a qualified NBA head or assistant coach right now, potentially head coach at one point. Or
he's a head coach in Stockton. Yeah, he's been a head coach.
He has put his time in. He has worked with a number of different coaches in this league. This isn't Lawrence Funderburk, who isn't coaching anywhere, but we say he was on 2002, so bring him in. That's not what this is.
Is that a shot at?
Well, no. Lawrence, he could be a good basketball mind. We just don't know if he's on anybody's staff right now or has been at any other time. Mateen Cleaves the same way.
Mateen Cleaves. Used to party with Mateen Cleaves.
Oh, I heard Mateen's
parties.
Yeah. Got after it.
Yeah. Sweaty ass basement of Tunnel 21. Man down there in a Coogee sweater. I was like,
oh man, in the Coogee sweater.
I know you sweating. I know you are not comfortable right now. Smells awful down here.
Shout out to Nell, man. Shout out to Nell. I got love, man. I got love. But Bobby certified, verified in this league, man. He was a front of the bench guy with Nick Nurse. So this is a qualified hire.
He's sitting right next to Mike Woodson.
I agree. I agree.
He's sitting right next to Mike Woodson. So that's excited about that. Let's see what TC talking about here. 916-909-1320. What's happening, TC?
Man, what's up with my two brothers?
What's up, TC? How you doing, my guy?
Man, just vibing, tapping in with the homies, the loved ones.
Yes, sir.
Hey, so check it out, bro. Hey, so first and foremost, Kings fans, we gotta quit acting like we didn't like Russ wasn't a dude before, and still is. Everybody on this fan base, bro, liked it Russell. So if we get Russell here in Sacramento, bro, that'll be a solid guard for us. Period. Point blank. As far as Bobby, Bobby and Doug are both certified, bro. They put their work in. This coming from the same Kings fans that was like, oh, we want Doug. We want a rookie coach. And then when we get Doug and Bobby, everybody want to talk about why we bringing the old school Kings back. Bro, we got to stop that, man. These dudes finna take off. Either you on board with Bobby and Doug or you not. And when the Kings is balling, bro, y'all stay on that side of the fence. Please don't come back. That's all I got.
What? You sound angry. Like, TC gets so worked up before he calls. Like, I envision, like, TC, like, in front of a mirror, just like, doing like Brock, like, all right, here we go. And he gets his phone, puts his Bluetooth in, and tell these kids, like, he just went at Kings fans who I don't even know if they said anything.
Well, yeah, that's my favorite part. John Poe's in the chat house. Why does TC always blame us for things we never said?
I was trying to figure out. I said, maybe it was a discussion before. I feel like we might have been the first radio show in the city to talk about Russell Westbrook coming to the Sacramento Kings just 5 minutes ago. Yeah, TC got his ear to the street. He didn't hear everybody saying no.
Remember, too, if you're not on this side now, then stay on whatever side you are at this point.
Hey, man, TC, I understand. I understand, TC. TC, make sure don't nobody switch up. Can't be switching up.
Not allowed to change your mind. Not in this game. Not in this game.
My boy TC, man. Shout out TC.
Spectre said he headbutting a locker like Goldberg.
Or putting his head through the car window like the guy in the program.
Oh, Jesus Christ, yo.
What he made first team defense.
Who's worse, Goldberg or Ultimate Warrior?
Tie.
Who was worse?
Yeah.
Warrior was worse.
I think so,
Warrior
yeah.
was worse,
Okay.
Warrior was like, all right, man.
Warrior was worse.
I don't like the Warrior, though.
Warrior was worse, but Warrior was probably a bigger star.
I don't think so. I don't know. You guys would know. You guys lived through them both. Like Goldberg was like that dude for a while.
That was a massive scenario with the streak and everything.
Yeah.
After the streak was done.
There was a massive scenario because the dude on the other channel was getting over like crazy and they just happened to look like each other.
Goldberg was a big deal, though, too,
But
when he
it
got
was
to
bigger.
WWE, no?
Nah, he wasn't he wasn't a nobody.
Yeah.
But his first run in WWE, they killed him. Like, it was just trash.
That's what Vince did, though.
Well, yeah,
his first run was
Vince
just
made them
absolute
all
garbage.
pay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You want to go against me, pal?
He made them all
You're
pay.
going against Gold Dust. And then you have a feud with Hurricane Helms. Hey, his first opponent was The Rock. It was just, it sucked. It was just so bad.
Hurricane Helms went over against The Rock once.
That's the shoot. He did. Yeah, he absolutely did.
I don't know, man. You kind of I don't want to say disrespecting, but that initial Goldberg with the streak, he was.
It was all right.
I'll give it to.
It
I'm
was
gonna
all
give
right.
it all to him. He was selling out the Georgia Dome.
It was sure, yeah. It was a moment like when he took that, when they kind of blew off that Hogan match and put it on TV like that was huge. But it's a lot. Goldberg's like the Kings making the playoffs. Then what are you gonna do?
That was over after that.
And they didn't really know what to do. Like he fought. Okay, it's Goldberg versus Diamond Dallas Page. It's Goldberg versus.
Well, that was like his nose return too. It's like he does that thing with Brock Lesnar. That was cool. It's like, oh, you're still here.
Dude,
I guess we'll just have you beat whoever.
It was over after that. But much like
the second run with Goldberg was actually pretty dope.
I don't even remember it.
Well, the one a couple years ago with Brock.
Yeah, when he almost killed Undertaker.
No,
that was after.
No,
I think
no,
that was like
that's
that's when that's the whole you're still here.
So
part.
they brought Goldberg in. I think he threw Brock out of the Royal Rumble, maybe, but they had a match where it was like Goldberg came out there and destroyed him.
I think I do remember.
And then the only part that got like rough was where it was like, oh, they're gonna put the title on him and do the blow off at Mania. And they did it all right. Like they didn't put Brock in the ring for a long time with Kevin Owens. They set up the thing with Jericho, worked perfect. Then, or not Brock, Goldberg, and then they put Goldberg and Brock in the ring for less than 4 minutes at WrestleMania. They, two big trucks colliding. Brock got him, and that was the end of that. Then he came back and tried to kill the Undertaker.
Still need to go back and watch that, by the way.
I thought it was scrubbed from the internet, man. I tried to find it one time.
It's as bad as we described.
It was awful.
I saw it on Taker's documentary, and it was like, oh. Jesus.
I heard about it before I watched it, and I was like, it couldn't have been that bad. And then I watched it, and I was like, oh man.
Taker had more near broken necks than tombstones that match.
When was the time when Goldberg? I thought this was pretty cool. I think it was at a pay-per-view, and he kept beating the hell out of Dolph Ziggler because he would like jackknife him, and then Dolph would get up. He'd be like, "That's all you got? That's all you got?" And he'd be
that was part of that little run he did recently too. I think
that was that moment. That was pretty because he beat the hell out of Dolph like 4 times. Like would go up the ramp, then Dolph would be like, "Come on,
yeah.
come on!" He'd walk back down, beat his ass again. That one got me. That was a good one. Yeah. Sacramento Kings though, Bobby Jackson.
So Bobby Jackson got hired officially.
So yeah, Goldberg's joining the coaching staff here. Doug Christie's coaching staff. Goldberg
front of the bench I think is about done. Mike Woodson, Bobby, and Barbosa. I think Barbosa.
Barbosa, yeah, good call.
That's not official. That's just
your guess. Yeah,
I think Barbosa will be on the front.
Yeah, I forgot he stayed. So I think we brought this up. I don't think you were here this day for some reason. Do you feel like,
Kids.
and it can be,
Kids.
Well, it could be completely unrelated to Bobby, but you said this a second ago. And do you feel like the Kings lean on 2001, 2, 3 like a little too heavy in their decisions? Again, this doesn't have to be related to Bobby. You kind of brought it up a second ago, but does that happen with this organization?
You know what?
Vlade's here. Peja's at least around. Mike is not here, but he's here. He's around. Obviously, Doug is the coach. Vlade, I honestly think, runs the whole operation. And Bobby's here now.
But I think so the people who are in charge of stuff and making decisions, you really have 2, I guess. It's Doug and Vlade. And Doug made a decision to go get a guy that he trusts and he believes in his abilities in Bobby Jackson. And that's it. Like that's it. Page is not, he's around, but he's not making decisions.
He was,
but then they moved one, and even that was, I believe, Vlade being here and Vlade saying, "Hey, I want this guy." So
sure.
I think it comes off as Vivek reaching back to those guys to try and get them to work, and that's not. I don't see it necessarily as that. I see him as having the one guy that's in charge of whatever he's in charge of and letting him put his staff together, whether it's front office when Vlade was here and the coaches with Doug Christie here right now. And they reach back to 1 or 2 of those guys. But it's really just it's Vlade, Doug, and Bobby. And once again, Bobby is somebody that has been part of this league for a while now. And he's got the respect of somebody like Nick Nurse wanting him to be around as well. So it's going to be viewed as getting the band back together. But I think Bobby, no disrespect to everybody else, he's the one that has ventured off and had more credibility around the league with others, and now has come back home to Sacramento.
He was in Minnesota before coming back to Stockton and then going to Philadelphia.
Doug played on the 2002 team as well, but is it fair to say Doug kind of came back the second time around rather than the Kings going and get like the way you guys
That's
tell it,
absolutely
the
true.
way you guys tell it, like Doug had a plan to kind of end up where he's at now. So I don't think that's fair to Doug to say he's here because of 2002. Like, Doug had a plan, like he just saw through.
Doug had a plan to be around,
right?
And I cannot say the man made pennies to work at 1140. And it was just to be around the game again and to be around this franchise.
Like Doug is here because of Doug Christie, not because he played on the 2002 Kings. Basically, is what I'm saying. Like Doug got here, I think, because he hit probably whatever goals he had.
It is, but being Doug helped with the TV stuff.
Yeah.
Right. Like, I mean, you couldn't you could not miss replacing Jerry Reynolds. Like you couldn't afford to hire the wrong person when it was time for Jerry to, I think at first he slowed down his schedule a bit before stepping away. Doug was the perfect guy for that. I know Bobby's universally loved, but that role is not for Bobby Jackson. That role's for Doug Christie. And that, him being Doug and the fans loving him the way that he did really helped in his transition to that role.
And I also look at all these guys that come back. Vlade was a first-time guy. He didn't do well. He was in over his head as general manager. So he didn't do well. But Doug and Bobby, just because they're guys that have ties to the past of the Sacramento Kings, doesn't mean they don't know what they're doing. I think a lot of people view that when they go back to those greatest show on court players and bringing them back to the organization, they think that, or they perceive it as they're bringing these guys back just because of nostalgia. Doug Christie knows the game of basketball as good as Will Hardy does.
Sure.
Bobby Jackson knows the game of basketball as well as, what was the guy that was in Milwaukee who's in Charlotte now?
Adrian Griffin?
No,
Charles Lee.
Charles Lee, who people clamored over, right? Like if the Kings, before he was the head coach, if the Kings would have gotten Charles Lee to be part of Doug Christie's staff, well, that's a great hire. He knows basketball. Bobby Jackson knows basketball just as much as those guys do. So, yes, there's some nostalgia to it, but these guys are
That's
still,
not why he's here.
No, yeah, these guys are still great basketball minds, in my opinion.
It's also worth pointing out, Bobby, I know we know our love of Bobby Jackson. Bobby's you pretty much like universally respected everywhere that he's been. New Orleans, I think it was New Orleans. It was that might have been Oklahoma. I think it was New Orleans.
I thought it was New Orleans. Yeah.
They loved him. They, the organization, they, the fans, like Bobby, it's not, as much as we want to believe we're special, it's not, Bobby's the special one. It's not unique to Sacramento. And, that's why my man was in Minnesota. Like, that's why Nick Nurse came calling. He is and I think it's fair to say, a universally respected individual. The way he carries himself, the way he conducts himself as a player, as a coach, as a man. Like Bobby checks all those, as does Doug. Bobby checks all of those boxes.
And the way he can communicate with these players as well helps out with what I deem his success in these roles as well.
Organizations bringing guys back too isn't some foreign concept either.
No.
Like you can go around and probably find one or two guys that used to play way back when and around the organization to some extent. Do you guys think it's just a matter of Vlade kind of just soured it all with how he did? And everyone's like, oh, 2002. Just
I think
everyone, like maybe subconsciously, everyone goes back to Vlade and the job he did. And maybe like Casey said, he was a first time guy kind of in over his head. And that's just always going to be in people's just the back of their minds. Do you think that ties into it? Because like if, say, Vlade doesn't even ever become the GM, they're fine or whatever.
I just think it's the organization more than it's flat. Like
Yeah.
If the organization had been more successful, it wouldn't feel like, oh, everything. Like if Vlade had been great, or if good, if he had just drafted Luka,
Yeah.
like I don't I think the narrative would be different. Obviously, the team would be different, and I think when something is bad, you just keep looking for reasons for it to be worse, and I think that's what some Kings fans do. Oh, it's bad. Oh, great. Now we're just bringing back more 2003 people. We can't get over it. I think it's just piling on something that's probably not even related.
And it doesn't matter because the results are the only thing that matter. But tell me if I'm wrong. Vlade, the plan wasn't for him to be the general manager. right? It was to come back. He was going to be part of the front office. But I think that wasn't the plan. They fired Pete. He stepped in. And then it felt like, I could be wrong, but it felt like they brought Scott Perry in. We're like, well, I don't really know. Like, this is a lot. I don't know. You bring Scott Perry in to help out with that. And you thought he was going to be there to help Vladdy along and maybe be the basketball decision maker on this stuff. And then he gets his dream job.
Out, yeah.
And Vladdy's just like, wow. That doesn't excuse you for not picking Luke or nothing, but that I don't know if the plan was Vladdy, you're the GM that's going to take us to the next level. A lot of stuff happened for it to get to that point.
We'll come back. Scott Perry's dream job did become available many years ago, and that is that of the New York Knicks, who are headed to the conference finals to take on the Indiana Pacers. We'll talk a little bit about that because that Friday night crowd was everything that we thought it would be. And this conference finals is absolutely littered with young stars. Is that a good thing or a bad thing for the association? It's on the way here. Steeler and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I don't know what it is, but I think I just do not want to see OKC in the finals. I don't know if it's to do with them or the fact that I just want to see Ant kind of take over.
Yeah, I'd rather see it. No.
We'll talk about it. They're going to hate us again. It's the Cavs all over again. Rest for the sake of my fandom, I think yes, but I wouldn't hate Minnesota versus the Knicks.
The Knicks winning it from a neutral party perspective, winning a championship would be hella fun.
Damn near burned down the city on Friday.
They really
like it got to a point. Like, I'm not even mad. Like, good for you guys, bro.
They lost their minds on Friday.
Congratulations.
And boy, Eddie about to become a bodybuilder or something.
What you got going on?
He training like crazy. See all that weight that boy lost?
Good for him.
Yeah. You're almost there, bro. Week 13. Kendrick and SZA.
You said 15. They got another one. Yeah.
Yep, they're at 13.
Another one.
Mm-hmm.
Chris, no, because I didn't watch any movies. But remind us, what movies were we supposed to watch?
You were supposed to watch.
I started a show on Netflix with Crystal. It's just a limited series called 4 Seasons. It's pretty funny.
I've heard of 4 Seasons.
Is that the Steve Carell?
Yeah,
one?
it's solid. It's solid.
And
I'm gonna finish it today, probably.
And one of the there's a few people. Isn't there one of the comedian women in there? Like
Tina Fey's in there. Yeah.
Algin, bro, we ain't never seeing Final Destination. It's like 7 times you said that. It ain't happening, Algin.
So wait a minute. Now, in fairness, oh, we're back. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry,
I'm gonna
my
fix
bad.
those, by the way. Where
No,
it's
it's all
just,
good. It's my bad. It's my bad. I was finishing my little protein bar here.
I didn't even catch it either. My bad, man. My bad.
Well, no, I was waiting for the guy. And now back to I was waiting for that. As he me. No, so who was it? Aldrin J?
Mhm.
Who keeps bringing up Final Destination?
Aldrin J.
So in Aldrin J's defense,
You watch that?
I do not like those movies. I saw the first one. That's not my bag.
Mhm.
I don't have any desire to see it again. But I've heard that this version is different, and it is by far the best version of a Final Destination movie.
All right, so who's in your ear trying to push Final Destination propaganda? Here?
That's what it is. That's right. Yeah, I'm in the pocket of Final Destination.
Yeah, who are you working
That's
for
what
right
it
here?
is. That's what it is.
Who are you
What are
selling
they
for right
paying
now?
you?
Yeah. What the hell happened?
That's right.
What the hell happened to my friend D'Lo?
Yeah.
Bro, I saw the preview when I went to see what I see. Was it Sinners? Oh no, I saw the preview where the guy knocks over his beer, the glass breaks. It's in the grass, so you can't really see it. He steps on the broken glass, slips, it pulls the cord for a lawnmower to just start going, and the lawnmower rolls over him. What who's telling you that it's different?
Sounds the
This
same
is
to me.
crazy. The lawnmower just rolled over the man.
Isn't there
It was
one,
at full speed too.
Chatty, isn't there one where like the lawnmower rolls over a rock and it takes someone out in one of the movies that way?
Come on, man. Come on, man. Yeah, you do.
Well, I don't know if that's
I
what
hope they're
those
paying you well.
Wow.
I can only imagine. Me and Casey go to see this movie and you're lying. You're gonna
It's
pay
the
for our
glorious
trauma?
of them
Yeah.
all.
Man, I'm just passing
D'Lo,
on what I heard.
Big Final Destination fan.
Big Final Destination propaganda here.
Wow.
Now, where you heard that from? Are they a fan of the series? Like they're like, oh yeah, that's
No,
it,
it was just it was more just like commentary that I was hearing. Like,
You scrolling IDMB that day, or
what?
You were scrolling IDMB? Rotten Tomato. D'Lo was on Rotten Tomatoes one night.
So stupid, man. All I was doing was trying to I was trying to defend Aldrin J because you keep coming at him about
yeah,
the Final
because
I don't
7
know.
days.
Let me-
Hey, Final Destination. You guys need to go see that. We said it at the start. We're never going to see that movie, Aldrin. At least me and Jesse did.
It's facts. I guess Dam's gonna go see it tonight at 6:30.
Oh, you know what you can do starting in July? This will be on Casey's Corner later in the week. So sneak preview. In July, starting in July, AMC is cutting movie ticket prices in half on Wednesdays.
Okay, I think I've heard this.
I saw that too.
They're
This
trying
is,
to
think
get
I've heard
people-
this.
They're trying to get people in the theaters.
this is for all
Okay.
movies, right? It's not one of those. Oh yeah, come
Yeah.
see
No,
whatever movie from 20 years ago for
All,
$10.
all movies on Wednesdays,
It's fire.
starting in July.
About time. Give us the movie theaters back.
I like the movie theaters.
I do too, but it's like I can go get a nice
It's
little dinner that
expensive.
night. Yeah.
We've had this conversation before. Dame would pay extra if they just put it on a streaming service.
Correct.
I love the movie theater experience. Going,
I do.
I love movies. Like that's my thing. So
They need to work on those popcorn prices, though. It's
yeah, that's
ridiculous.
the thing. We had to fix the prices too of that.
It's ridiculous.
Why am I paying like $12 for licorice or Sour Punch Straws or whatever?
Let's get
Yes,
Kamara.
bring the big purse.
Let's get Kamara in here because I think Kamara is going to be in California this week, but he's not coming to Sacramento.
Ooh.
Yeah, man, I was actually excited. I'm coming down to the West Coast, so I'm actually excited about that.
Only one
This
person
man-
can get you out of here.
Yep.
It ain't us.
me.
Hey, listen, if the Kings would have made the playoffs, I would have came out there. But
Oh, that's a hell of an if, pal.
yeah,
That's
I
a
know,
hell of an
yeah,
if.
so, and I do to nerd out for a quick second, just to answer your question, Jesse. So the way theaters make their money is that they only get a portion of the box office sales, and therefore they have to charge an upsell on concession prices because that's where they get a lot of their income. So that's why you see $12 licorice and $24 popcorn bowls, because these are actually essentially small businesses that really, they can't really make money off the theaters because the gross money goes into the distributor and the movie theater, and obviously other P&A and all that other stuff.
Well, they just need then just close down then because they don't need to be charging me $45 for.
Well, damn, I was
soda
gonna
and
be like, I'll
pop.
get 2 licorices then, but you said to close down.
Yeah, come on, man. Find the money. I'll pay full price on the movie. Do something else. I can't be spending $17 for medium popcorn.
Oh man, you spend more than that on your fancy shirt, buddy. You know, you're gonna help small
That's
businesses
facts.
out.
That's facts.
Well,
Yeah,
that's why I'm
Yeah.
going there on Wednesdays.
Hey, do you know we make jokes about like each other's bank account? Do you know this man Kamara bought tickets for Kendrick Lamar on Friday and was like, you know what? Never mind.
Okay.
I'm gonna buy tickets to the show on Saturday.
Wow. What do you do with the ones on Friday?
Just has them.
I just have them. Listen, I'm trying to get rid of them, and if I don't get rid of them, I'll sell them back to like Ticketmaster. I got until like tomorrow to sell it back to Ticketmaster for like $500 each. I don't really want to. I'd rather make a profit, but if I don't make a profit, I'll just sell it back to Ticketmaster and whatever.
Look, man, I
So,
knew it was
you know,
different.
but-
I knew it was different when
but
he said, "I'm going to see Beyonce in London."
No.
No, I didn't say London. I didn't say London.
Who'd you see in
Toronto.
London?
I think it was Toronto.
He saw somebody in
I
London.
think he saw Beyonce in Toronto.
I saw her in Toronto. Yeah.
Who you see in London?
I haven't seen anybody in London. I've been to London 4 times. I haven't seen anybody in London.
I'm just trying to get there once. Jeez.
Said 4
Wow.
times.
If I get there once, it's a good life. This guy's been there 4 times.
Well, he's got to check on his property out there.
True.
Hey, listen, hold up. Hey, hold on. Damien, if we could do a guy's trip to New York, would you be down?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, like, you know, steakhouses, things of that nature.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd have to save up for that trip. That's a rich trip.
Yeah, I want to.
That's why he asked
I want to
Damien,
do
not
that.
me.
Well, you're more than welcome to come. I really want to do it. Actually, what started this, and this ties into your show. What started is because I was talking to some friends. I'm like, man, we really should have gotten some Knicks playoff tickets. And we saw the tickets weren't that bad a price. They were like they were like 500 to like 1,500, 500 like upper bowl, 1,500 lower bowl. But I'm like, that's a pretty good price to be in Madison Square Garden for a playoff. So Vivi said, there's a good chance that Knicks will be in the playoff next year. Let's make a plan to buy Knicks playoff tickets next year, and make a weekend of it. Like we go on a Friday night game, Saturday night game, and then we spend the weekend in New York. Are you down for that?
Yeah. So. Mark.
No, I'm laughing.
Oh, man.
He said $500, $1,500. That's not bad. What?
So we got to get out. Okay, hang on. I want to make sure I got your plan laid out correctly. We got to get out to New York.
Yeah.
And we're going to go to a Knicks playoff game.
Absolutely.
You know I'm down.
Okay.
You know I'm with it.
But hold on, I'm gonna map out the night. Here's how the night maps out. Perfect. You got it? So we go go to a Knicks game, and it ends around like probably 10 o'clock. We can go get a late night dinner. Then we end up at a rooftop, right? And chill. It could be an amazing night, bro.
Kamara, it'll be fantastic. Let me ask you a question.
Do I have to sell my house?
Well, no, how much is this night going to cost us individually?
That's a good question.
This night.
That's a good question, Kamara. Because remember, now before you answer, remember, you have sent us your receipts before.
Well, here's the way I look at trips. Here's where I look at. Once you pay for the tickets, that doesn't go into the night budget. That's already
that's part of the night budget.
That's not part of the night budget.
And that might end up being the cheapest part of the night.
Casey, you once said once you pay for tickets, you heard out of your own mouth. You said once you pay for tickets, you don't even think about the price anymore.
No, that wasn't. That's not true. That's not what he
close.
said. He said once you pay for anything, you don't think about the money again. Tune in to D-Lo and KC for financial advice from the estate attorney that's on the phone.
Kamar, count me in for the trip, but I won't be making one of the events. One of the appearances I won't make. I got to cut one of the 4 out.
That's not true. Listen, you can afford a nice night in New York, man. You can afford a nice night.
That's
So
a
I don't wanna
great
hear-
place to have a nice night too.
Hey,
I'm telling you. So
keep us updated. Boy, that ticket price for that Knicks game, Jesus Christ!
You said 500 to 1500.
Keep us posted
It's
tomorrow.
not that bad.
Good luck with the Kendrick tickets. I did think for a minute, like, man, maybe we'll go to LA too. But we're hosting Exhibit on Friday night, so we're not doing that.
What you doing Saturday?
Well, Kamara's going Saturday.
Yeah, you can meet Kamara down there.
Well, no, I'm not doing that. I'm going.
Oh, you
I'm
mean
going,
get his tickets?
Yeah, I was going to get his
Gotcha,
tickets and go Friday. Help my man out, have the tickets, be good. But we have a big night Friday at Concerts
X
in
to
the
the
Park,
Z.
and then I'll see Kendrick the next week. So,
That man just called the flex on all of
that
us.
was wild.
Yeah, that was the richest call.
I mean,
of
I knew
all
He
time.
knows. He knows.
I love my brother. I know he was doing well, but Jesus Christ.
So let's map this out. He wouldn't do it, so let's map this out. $1,500 for the Knicks tickets.
Okay, let's be clear. We're talking $1,500 at minimum.
At minimum. Yeah, because he's talking about lower bowl, all this other stuff.
It took me a second when he said, "Would you be down for?" It took me a second. He means right now. He doesn't mean like, "Hey, fellas, let's map this out. Maybe we do something later in the summer."
No, he did say next season.
Oh, okay.
He said we missed the boat this year.
Oh,
let's prepare for next season.
Okay,
but
okay.
still,
okay,
$1,500 for the Knicks tickets. He said you want to go out to eat. I mean, we're not going to TGI Fridays in Times Square. So $300,
absolutely
$300 a piece.
We're talking
$5.
But not a piece. Not a piece.
300. I think $300.
300 a piece, probably.
So now we're at
we go to.
1,800.
Well, I mean, you go to the next game. You go to Brooklyn Chop House afterwards. Yeah, you. Mm-hmm.
So now we're at 1,800.
You're not at the rooftop yet.
That's a $2,000 to $2,500 night.
And that you haven't counted your room.
No, I hadn't counted the room. You're
or
right.
the flight.
You're right. We got to get somewhere while we're out there. We ain't just gonna be walking everywhere.
It's about like
It's a $5,000 trip.
I was gonna say it sounds like a trip to hang with Kamara is gonna cost us about $5,000.
And that's the one night.
And you can't show up looking like the poorest person there.
Yeah. That's
so
one
tack
night.
on another $1,000.
What about the next night? We're still there.
Got to eat. Well, you don't have to eat as expensive, but
I'll
you're in New York, so it's going to be expensive
I'll be
anyways.
getting them papayas on the on the street.
We're talking a roughly $5,000. I'd go $5,000 to $6,500 night to hang out with Kamara. That's crazy.
That is so rich. That is so rich,
bro. Dude, we have like so much. I'm not like the travel expert, like, and I should be at this point in my life, but I'm not. We decided at the last minute, we're going to Vegas to see Kendrick. And anytime I go to Vegas, I try to see multiple. I always hope timing works out to see multiple things.
Mm-hmm.
Friday night is Janet Jackson's second to last night of her residency. Her last night is Saturday. That's Kendrick at Allegiant.
Mm-hmm.
So I was able to, I didn't even know the show existed. I think they had just announced the last weekend. So I was able to get tickets to the residency that Friday night. Like Ticketmaster prices, not like resale prices. Like able to get really good tickets. Kendrick, SZA, Saturday. And so we were flying back Sunday. Katie was like, hey, how hard would it be to like change our flight? I was like, well, I don't know. I don't imagine it's that hard. We'll pay whatever the fee is. She was like, okay, I got us Hamilton tickets. Hamilton is touring. I was like, dope. So now we've got this weekend where it's Janet, Kendrick, Hamilton on Sunday. And then Sunday night, we'll go to Cirque du Soleil and see Michael Jackson 1, which when I'm in Vegas, I gotta do that. See him 2 or 3 times. I rebooked the flight and they're like, dude, this is Delta. Hey, salute. They're not paying me for this.
Yeah.
I booked the flight through Delta. I went to rebook it to fly home Monday morning instead of Sunday morning. Oh, good for you. The flight's $300 cheaper and gave me the money back.
Damn.
Bro, that wasn't even the craziest part. Went to the resort spot. Went to book through the card and hey, we're extending it a day. Staying an extra day was $574 cheaper.
Oh my!
We extended the trip to Vegas by a day and wound up getting like $800 back.
That's crazy.
And I started doing
That's the
some
way you're
and I
working
think
out
that
right
I
there.
think that has something to do with like I guess the way hotels and airline, like they want you to stay for like the weekends and fly during the week. And so those are the incentives, which I guess I just didn't know enough about. And man, we extended the trip by a whole day and got $800 back. I was excited about staying in Vegas. I was excited about Hamilton and all that. When they told me we were getting a total of $800 back, boy, I almost cried. I was like, that covered the cost of all the extra tickets. Oh,
Dave was like Isaiah. He was like Isaiah Thomas. After, Heaven must be like this.
I was like Magic looking into the camera. Yeah. I was so hyped. I was so excited.
Oh, that's a good look. That is a real good look.
So I guess pro tip: don't do the 3-day joint. Make it 4, and you know your partner got to cover you for you while you're gone. But make it 4.
It's all good. That's that every 10 times out of 10. I'll be like, hey, do that.
Got this whole trip, 2 concerts, 4 total shows, and it'll still be cheaper than 1 trip to see Kamara.
Oh. Kamara, I didn't thought about it some more. We might be at like 6,000. There's a lot that you got to do.
We got a year to plan for this. We got to save.
6,
Jesse, you in?
No.
Okay. All right.
Oh man, good times though.
That's funny. Kenny and I and Jesse, we joke. It's all a bit. No, Kamara's rich.
Yeah.
Like Kamara, Elijah,
like that.
and Miss P. They're rich.
I was calculating how much of my wedding that would cover.
Oh man.
Oh man. Shout out to Kamara though.
Shout out to Kamara always.
Now
not that bad though, like you said, not that bad.
No, when he said $500, $1,500, it's not that bad.
Not that bad. Not that. Again, that's why I point out the man has sent us receipts before. Like, oh, bro. But I get the desire to want to be in New York because that Friday night was every single thing. I said, I don't know what's going to happen tonight, but I know the Garden is going to be insane. And it was essentially
No, we're all good. You guys, we can talk. Hey,
it was
fine.
It was essentially a 4-quarter party. I think from the moment Karl Anthony Towns hit that 3,
you knew what it was.
Once again, I said it in the that's top 5 funniest guy in the league. Hey, he's hilarious.
Karl Anthony Towns is funny for 15 different reasons.
Everything they say about Jason Tatum, that's what Karl Anthony Towns
Hey, I think you're right.
All the lies you know about
that
is Towns.
It's original. Tatum be taking the
Catch just originally corny. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, like
so
whatever. He went corny. He's corny.
I saw that clip they played. I was watching the interview and he goes, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Shout out, Crown Heights, Washington Heights, you know what I mean? Rucker, you know what I mean? On a Sunday, it wasn't for them. I wouldn't have been able to make it. And I sat there and said, aren't you from Philadelphia?
Bro debuted his 3rd voice.
I said, aren't you from Philadelphia? Where's this accent coming from? You've been there 7 months.
I think he had a Minnesota accent at one point.
Yeah, he started saying Rucker Park.
We gotta play that clip. That clip. We gotta play that clip. I gotta find it.
In the first 6-7 minutes of that game, Cat was unhinged.
Absolutely,
he was a crazy man. And then that 3 that you talked about, he had like gone crazy.
Yeah,
made fouls, misleds. Then he hit the 3, and then he.
Yes, that was wild.
Like I said, you knew what it was. Hey, I told Crystal like the second quarter, hey, you want the remote?
But to your point, so before the game, I was like, man, it's a Friday night in New York. If they win this one, it's gonna be crazy in New York. It was 5 times crazier than I thought in my head at that time. That place was a madhouse.
They had They had people hanging on the video boards outside and all that. They won
that
something.
was crazy. That was crazy.
That dude took a video too from his point of view. It's like, wow, look at New York.
We always talk about like the Kings the playoff series, the game one, and then even when they won game 6 against the Warriors and how crazy it was. Somebody took a video of Doko after game 6. They had won. There was a lot of people in Doko after they won. And I was like, yo, this is crazy out here. And then somebody took like a little aerial of like 7th Ave on Friday night. It was, I know it's New York and Sacramento, it's apples to oranges, but there was so many people down by the Garden somewhere for a second round victory.
Well, if they win,
that was crazy.
If they win the title, it might look like Vancouver that one night they lost.
Oh man. Yeah, they're gonna go crazy if they win the title. That was something else.
Nah,
look at my boy. Look at my.
No, hold on. This isn't.
You know, to all my brothers that was with me in Rucker Park, all the brothers that was with me in all those AAU games in the tri-state, especially in New York. You know, I dedicate this to them. You know, to all my brothers that was with me at Rucker Park, all the brothers that was with me in all those AAU games in the tri-state, especially in New York.
Man.
I gotta let me see if I'm just if maybe I'm missing something. Okay, now I'll give him a little bit. I think I maybe had something wrong. He grew up, I think, in the Philly, Pennsylvania. He was born in New Jersey.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll give him that.
They don't.
Maybe he is from that. I thought he grew up in.
No, it doesn't matter where he
Jersey.
grew up. He's never spoken like that in his life. He's been in the league a decade.
He didn't talk like that.
He does not talk like that.
He didn't talk like that in game 5 or game 4.
Wait a minute, hold up again. What is that? You know, Rucker Park.
Hold on.
You know, to all my brothers that was with me at Rucker Park, all the brothers that was with me in all those AAU games in the tri-state, especially in New York. You know, I dedicate this to them.
Come on, man.
And this guy Cat is hilarious, man. Come on, man. He's hilarious. That dude was funny. When he was just a wild maniac for the first 6 minutes and then hit a 3 and then said it's in my veins. I'm like, all right, this dude comedy.
It wasn't. I think the score was like 19-16 when he did it. And I remember thinking, it's over. The Garden is an absolute madhouse.
That place was crazy, man. They had so many.
Hold on. We got
more Cat.
I think we got to let's this. He's got a Timberwolves jersey on. Let's see what this sounds like.
Okay.
This is what movies is made of.
This is what movies
This is what movies is made of. 4 months away, I come back 2 free throws. Don't worry about it. I got that.
It's crazy because
okay. Oh, hold on. What is this?
After all that, they took him off the court to put him even closer.
Oh, that can't be his voice. Come on, man. That's got to be the internet. Come on, man. That's got to be the internet.
Oh, that's Cat.
Oh my God. I just searched Karl Anthony Towns interview.
He's got 4 different voices at least.
The funny thing is, like, everybody saw that interview. It's like, hold on, man. Hold on. When did he become this guy from Queens? By Rucker Park.
Let's see what he sounds like in this. Oh no, that's okay. Karl Anthony Towns. Let's see what this one sounds like. Let's see what Cat sounds like in this one. Oh,
that's New York. He's adjusted to New York at that time. He turned into a New Yorker in the last 6 months. Yeah, he got the accent down. He's got the cadence, you know.
I wish I could find him like talking to. Oh, here he is. He's talking about New York. Oh, God, Dunkin' Donuts commercial. That's terrific.
They got confetti cake.
They got confetti cake. Oh, that's a crumble cookie commercial.
Well, we don't know. We ain't there. No.
See the thing is, you looking on social media. I ain't.
Okay. So you don't see.
Hell nah.
How excited they are. I'll tell you. Fans are related. You got people that are weak.
Yeah.
Are waiting. type of pride do you guys have in giving that feeling back to the city?
I mean, that's all it's about. Like I said, home or away, we know we repping the city anywhere we at with that jersey. So
New York.
He didn't turn into.
We always want to make our city proud. We want to make the fans.
Yeah, he didn't turn into.
He ain't as bad as Ebro.
Ebro. That El Camino was not saying, yo.
I listened to Ebro like, Ebro, we went to the same high school, dog. Now, granted, he's lived in New York a long
At
time.
this point, longer than he lived in Sacramento, huh?
Yeah, I would think
He's been
so.
in
I
New
met
York for
him.
at least
I
20
remember
years.
I was at his goodbye party. That had to have been 20 years ago.
Yeah, I'm about to say you've been out
It
there
had
at
to have been
least
20 years ago.
Shout out Cat though, baby. Hey, we got more Knicks talk coming back, baby. All my people out there in Rucker Park, Washington Heights. You know what I'm saying? Shaolin. Shout out to my boy Tyrone. I know you hyped out there, fam. Hey, we got more Knicks talk coming back. We got more Knicks talk coming back. Don't you wish you were the Knicks? Don't you wish you were the Knicks?
Oh man.
Cat was at the all right, man. Bro, come on, man. Hey, man. So yeah, come on, man. So this way he just texted me and said, show D-Lo. Who do you think it is?
Elisha. Elisha's punk ass. Man.
That's crazy. Oh man. I'm a pocket watch, man. I gotta figure out how much that was. Let me see. I don't even think I could get a accurate estimate of that one, but I'll try and find it. Little baby on tour? He ain't coming to Sac, is he?
Knowing the lengths they'll go, do you think if the Knicks win the title, we'll see a Knicks jersey on the Statue of Liberty?
Man.
I'm gonna get to the top.
It's not impossible.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past them.
I don't even know how that dude got to the top of that video board.
That was crazy. Those people were out of control on that Friday, but it's a Friday night. I was like, I know that's gonna happen. Let me see, man. I don't even.
Cody, I read this exactly as you wanted us to. Grew up on the crime side, the New York Times side, staying alive with no job. I read that exactly as you intended.
That ticket might be a rack.
That checks out.
Look at that.
I think I'm gonna go. I'd go Prize Picks and take more.
There was something. Oh yeah. We'll get to that.
Hashtag set the pace. I always believed in you, Tyrese. Free Mr. Halliburton.
Free Mr. Halliburton. They need. Oh, matter of fact, no, they don't. I was about to say they need to get him out there in them Garden games. Keep him away from the Garden.
I'm gonna text Mr. Halliburton. I'm gonna text Mr. Halliburton right now. You good?
Do not put Mr. Halliburton in the Garden. Them people are out of control, bro.
Put him next to Spike. That's right, John Paul. Set the pace.
Hey, can I give a quick shout out to our guy, Pete Youngman? Talked about him earlier. Big shout out to Pete Youngman.
Go see him.
Back.
Oh,
No, luckily
I
I
thought you
don't.
went to go see him
Hopefully I
again.
don't have to see Pete in that respect at all. I'm praying. But he was back in the city this weekend. You know how I knew he was back in the city, right? He didn't have to do nothing. He didn't have to say no words. He just posted a picture.
Oh, did Pete post the stupid ass rabbit?
Yeah, man. That's no words needed. We know what time it is when you put the picture on social medias. You're back in the city.
I will fly out of Sacramento and fly back into Sacramento.
Katie will do it.
I will not allow her. Like, put your phone down. Don't even think about it.
Katie will do it for the people.
She won't. No,
She'll do it for the people. That's what the people need, man. We need to know when you're
Nobody
back.
needs that picture.
We know what time it is. When Pete's back, he knew what to do.
We can make a wager one day, and that would be the bet. I have to take a picture of that stupid ass rabbit if I lose.
Knicks win the championship.
No, because I don't think that's crazy. I wouldn't believe in that bet. Like
Jeff,
I
take
think
a picture of the
I
rabbit.
think put a Knicks jersey on the rabbit. Start talking like this. Hey, yo, son, get the rabbit a Knicks jersey.
Get him some Timbs. Put some Timbs on the rabbit.
Oh,
man.
Yeah, like this finals is wide open, man.
It is.
I mean,
It
this conference finals. I mean,
We think-
Brunson, Ant, Jay Will, Shea, Tyrese.
You think that if OKC gets to the finals, the Pacers, the Knicks, they can hang with them?
If what?
If the Thunder get to the finals, you think the Knicks and the Pacers can hang with them?
Yeah.
I don't see OKC the way everybody else does. Well, I shouldn't say everybody else. I think the insiders see them a certain way. Like they were talking about it earlier. They're like, yo, that's what they needed to get over the hump. Like they arrived, they beat the hell out of Denver. I give respect to Denver. You know, I've done that a lot. But even in that game 7, they were playing with like 2, maybe 2.5 guys out there. And that's not the Thunder's fault. Thunder did what they were supposed to do in that situation. But I didn't look at the Thunder and like, okay, here's the unstoppable force. I actually think Minnesota's going to win that series.
I wonder how, like, I struggle like with how much of OKC is a sleeping giant at this point, or they're just not really impressive right now.
Yeah, I mean,
because they were playing good ball all season long, and it's like they haven't. I mean, Memphis, yeah, they took care of business, and then against the Nuggets, that was a little tough.
Even with Memphis, they messed around with that team. Like some of the things that we talk about were like with Minnesota sometimes, like how they like didn't put the Warriors away, but they won the game. Like Memphis needed to come back from down 25, needed a buzzer beater, not a buzzer beater, but like the Memphis to miss a buzzer beater to win game 3. Same thing in game 4 with no Ja. And then you have this Denver series where they just couldn't shake those guys. I think OKC is a
breaking news. The four-time All-Pro linebacker Fred Warner of the 49ers reached an agreement on a 3-year, $63 million contract extension that includes over $56 million in guaranteed money.
Come on, man.
That from Schefter.
First and foremost, look, we beat NFL Live. They ain't even got it. First and foremost.
Well,
it's true.
Jesse didn't report that.
I did right now. I reported breaking.
I'm going to say it per Jesse Tapia.
Breaking. I'm reporting what Adam Schefter tweeted.
per Jesse Tapia.
Yeah, that's
there
true
you
story.
go.
That's true story.
I got to, first of all, poor Kyle Madsen.
Kyle, pull over.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Kyle.
Well, Kyle.
Poor Kyle was at a graduation on Friday.
Well, look, today he was like, "Hey, you guys were on the air when the Brock Purdy news broke." I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "Yeah, that's great. I wish it would have happened during our show." And I said, "Well, don't worry. The Fred Warner news, it might happen during the Insiders tomorrow."
No.
And
hopefully he's at least still doing his podcast. Are they still recording Candlestick Chronicles?
Oh, he's here right now. Yeah, I forget. He's here right now. Never mind. Yeah,
hopefully he's
good.
still. Oh, wouldn't that suck if they just finished? Oh, either way, this scenario sucks for Kyle.
Poor my guy. Kyle
That's so bad.
Oh,
I'm gonna flag him down when he walks by. He's probably fuming right now.
I'm basically a news aggregator now, right? That's like a lane people have.
Yeah. Tweet it out so I can put it on the graphic. I can put your tweet on the graphic.
I got you.
3 years, $63 million contract extension, $56 million in guaranteed money, makes him the NFL's highest paid linebacker. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, the original straw that stirs the drink. Is that wrong?
I think you're right. Let's just say because I've always felt
You don't
that way
remember.
about. Well, I've always felt that way about Fred. I've always felt that. It might have been De'Aaron, but
Okay.
That drink went
Fred.
sour, huh?
Well,
that
soda went flat.
That drink was tossed that one out.
It's a damn paper straw. I might tell you about that.
But Fred is him.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah, I agree.
Personally, I'll speak here. This is one of my favorite 49ers of all time.
Yeah.
Number 54. That is my man's. He embodies everything that you would want in a leader, in a captain. I hope they can get him. I'm trying to think about it. Yeah, I hope more than anybody on this roster. No disrespect, because I have a lot of guys that I like on that roster, but as a fan, I'm speaking here. More than anybody, I want them to get a ring for Fred Warner.
Okay.
He deserves it. He is the straw that stirs the drink. And this is well deserved. I think, there's arguments that can be made, for other linebackers. I think Fred Warner's the best in the game. I think he has been for the last 3-4 years. And to be the highest paid linebacker in the game, it's much deserved. Hopefully this is also another step to have him retire as a 49er. I think him, Kittle, those two guys, this should be their final stop in football is being a 49er. And I'm happy for them. I'm glad they got it done. And this offseason is a lot different than last year's offseason.
Yeah, it sure
At least
feels like it. Nah, it feels like it. So Warner, Kittle, Brock. It's May 19th. All of that stuff is done. What does, if anything, that tell you about the 49ers approach to next season? Because correct me if I'm wrong, you went in, and I think a lot of 49er, maybe fans and even analysts went in with the idea, the window might have closed. We're going to see some change. How big of a change will we be? I wasn't sure Kittle would be back. I felt confident Fred Warner would be back. I didn't think you could afford to lose him. I wondered if you were going to maybe look at something with moving on from Nick Bosa, but clearly that's not happening. Contract extensions have been put in place for Warner, Kittle, Brock, the three of the most important players on the roster. You've had turnover elsewhere that John Lynch acknowledged. Yeah, we're going to try to address all of that stuff through the draft. And again, none of this, if mistakes were made last season, none of them were repeated this season, or off season, I should say. Does that tell you anything about what their thought is or their approach is to this upcoming season?
It felt like this offseason, even going back as far back as the draft, and their approach to the draft is, let's get back to basics. Let's get back to what made us a championship contender, one of the premier franchises during that time in the NFL. And you handle business defensively in the draft. You get back to the trenches and you look at that. And now you look at the roster of guys that you do have. And I'm not trying to talk crazy about anybody, but it was, let's get back to empowering our leaders and making sure they feel secure and put them in a spot where their main focus is leading this team. Last year, it's football. I'm not talking crazy about anybody, but last year we talked about it a number of different times. Money was a bigger focus than winning. For a Trent Williams, for a Brandon Ayuk, guys like that. And to a certain degree, I understand it. You got that close to the Super Bowl. You lost again. The year before you lose an NFC championship game, you had those guys with 2-3 years of really, you lost 2 times in the NFC championship game, really pushing it to the limit. And I can see a Brandon Ayuk who's a first-time free agent. And I can see a Trent Williams who's getting later into his career towards the end saying, look, I want to win, but this is my opportunity to cash out. Like we have reached the brink. It's not going to happen with like right now. You know, this upcoming season is what I was talking about. It's not going to happen. Let me get paid. Like we're done. Like as far as this season that just passed, we're done. Like we don't have no more in the tank.
Sure.
Let me get paid before I get out of here. That was the mindset in the summer last year. Had a tough season, had, injuries and blown leads and all this other stuff. Almost like a mental, emotional reset for this offseason. This offseason is, all right, we kind of moved on from some of the guys that we needed to move on from. We committed ourselves to Brock Purdy. And now we're looking at our leaders, Fred Warner, George Kittle, each on opposite sides of the football. But let's let them know we want you as 49ers forever. And let's build from within and have those guys lead everybody else around them. And between the 3 contract extensions and the guys they gave them to, I think it was more of a retool, reset of the way that this program has been built by John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. I love it. I think it's great. I think they're getting back to winning, being number one with the way they've handled this offseason.
Of course, everything centers on the quarterback position, and Brock Purdy signs his contract extension on Friday, a massive contract extension to the tune of $265 million, and much of that has been broken down. Of course, the contract hasn't officially been signed, so we don't know all of the details, but we did start to get some details trickling out over the weekend, including we already knew about the 181 guaranteed. We knew about the 165 over the first 3 years, but it appears there's a no trade clause in here as well. Now, remember, this isn't the NBA, so that's probably not as like eye-popping as it might seem. Because, one, we don't have the full details of the contract. But what was the number? Was it 5 years? Yeah. Was the extension? In most cases, a 5-year contract is almost certainly a 3-year contract without starting to appear after that, which is why you're getting the 165 number so frequently. 165 million guaranteed in the first 3 years. So they're really locked into Brock Purdy the first 3 years. That other 20-ish, less than 20-ish million guaranteed, that's probably somewhere in the 4th year, where if he's on the roster at a certain point and you go from there. But that's generally when contract negotiations start to happen and things get torn up.
Best case, if he's not just outright let go, best case, that 4th year is when they start making the new deal.
Yeah, right. But the no trade clause is it doesn't matter for a player you can cut. It's ultimately what it means. Most, like, name a quarterback who signed a contract like this that got traded. Like it doesn't really happen. And when the trade finally does happen, it's usually contingent on a contract extension with the team that they're signing with. Jared Goff being a great example. Trade's executed, he signs a contract extension, I think the year after, the offseason after, or whatever it may be. But it will be it'll be interesting for me. I always love seeing the breakdown of these contracts. Once they sign it, it winds up in everyone's hands, and you see how it's truly broken down. Which for Brock's, I'm very, very curious to see.
Yeah, I think
because it is a really unique. It's a really unique situation with Brock, unlike one unlike I think we've ever seen in the league.
And I think I heard it's the deal is done. They've agreed to it, but it's not signed yet.
Right.
I think they were thinking maybe this week.
Not signed and turned in and all of that stuff.
But I heard, I think it was Matt Mayoko talking about it, and we did the more or less of what it is pinned
paper
Mhm.
what he would get as a guarantee. I think Matt Mayock reported it's $100 million.
Mm.
And I was saying like maybe 65. I know you were like, no, way more than that. It's going to be in the 70s.
Mhm.
And I think I heard the numbers at $100 million. That he
Yeah,
gets.
I just thought with the amount of money he's made in his career, they would do something to
kind of offset that a little bit.
Well, it not just like, hey, as it fits within the structure of the contract, we can manipulate this however we want to. So you have your signing bonus and your increased, salary or whatever. It's probably not salary. They want to keep that low because of the salary cap, but a signing bonus and whatever. And all of a sudden you can get pushed up to, you sign the contract. You're still making 1.3 million or whatever, but we just sent a check for you because $100 million, whatever it was. And it was always Dak Prescott's contract that stood out in my head with the way that they orchestrated that. He got that massive influx of money the second he signed that contract.
And I
don't even think it was this one. I think it was the one he signed before.
Yeah, right. Yeah, he's renegotiated since then. I think Mayock also talked about how, I don't know if he just talked about what he heard, but the Brock's people started around the 60, with Dak. And he said the Niners started around 49 million or less when you talk about annual average.
Someone reported that, didn't they?
Yeah.
Jason Lock-and-Four said 45, but
yeah.
I think Diana Rossini tried to shut that down after, so I think it's who you believe.
Yeah. And that's where
But it turns out it was accurate.
Apparently. Yeah.
Or at least one
else
other
said it,
reporter is like, no, that's actually what happened.
And it goes to show negotiation happens, right?
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Like, and
And
a
they
lot of
don't, not
people-
everyone storms out of the room like Kenny Caraway does.
Well, see, because I'll be like, look, man, I'm taking care of you right now. Like,
Well, no, the new Kenny Caraway will be like, look, man, I will punch you in your face. Don't cross me. That's the new Kenny Caraway. The old Kenny Caraway stormed out of the room and left. This version's like, I'll slap you upside the head, just like I did that little bitch Steve Kerr.
yeah, no, it just normally just be hanging up on you. I'm like, well, we ain't got nothing to talk about.
KC defender of all things, Buddy Hield over here trying to fight Steve Kerr and Jimmy Butler.
But yeah, man, that's what happens in negotiations sometimes.
Yeah.
So people get all
I find it
freaked
so
out over
silly.
the first offer, and they're
Yeah,
trying to lowball them and stuff. Like,
I find it's. I mean, I guess I understand it. I've have always found that so silly. It's like we know what we both. Why are we playing this game?
Right.
And it becomes this. Okay. How much can I get them to pay? How little can I get them to take? In this case, we all know what's there.
Right.
We all know we're dealing with something between probably, like, I think worst case scenario for Brock Purdy is 50. Worst case scenario for the 49ers is 61. We know we're dealing with something there. 60 is just thrown out. Like Dak Prescott's contract is completely thrown out. So if you go further back, and I think it's Josh Allen that's next, now we're talking 50 to 55. We could have figured this out really quickly.
right. And that,
But that's not what we do.
no, and that's where, like, when we joke about like my negotiation tactics,
Storming out of the room.
with the first off, I'd say to myself, where am I willing to go with this? $55 million. Okay. I'm not gonna like you just said, I'm not gonna mess around. I'm willing to go to 55. I'm not willing to go past that. You want 55? No, I want 6. All right, well, we don't have nothing to talk about. I'm not willing to go above 55. I'm also not going to try and say, well, why don't you take this 47 million? No, I'm not going to do that to you. I'm willing to go to 55. That's where we're going to start with this whole, negotiation instead of the song and dance. But they always want to do the song and dance first. Well, let's try and get him at 48,
silly, man.
Well, I'm going to ask for 63.
Yeah.
All right, man.
Yeah.
When the funny thing is, when they all know where they're going to end up. That's the other thing. They know where they're going to end up.
Yep.
They're just trying to see if somebody will slip up and do something crazy.
Well, thankfully for the 49ers, it didn't bite them in the ass this time. and maybe they didn't cause themselves their own issues, which I think is what has happened with contract negotiations in the past for them.
Well, even like no disrespect, I like the man. I'm not trying to talk crazy about
You're
him.
about to say something crazy.
You're not dealing with Brandon Ayuk. You're dealing with Brock Purdy. And Brock Purdy said, I want to get this done early. Brandon Ayuk, I know this was a little later in the negotiations, but he was like, yeah, this offer's been here for 3-4 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just, it's like, wait, what?
Mm-hmm.
So
he thought he was getting something else.
Yeah.
He thought someone was going to blink. That's there's also a know your value component to this. Again, now I feel like Kenny, with all due respect,
tell you crap on him.
You're a wide receiver, bro. A wide receiver versus a quarterback, the conversation is not going to be the same at all.
So these 3 deals, man, and don't forget, they also got Christian McCaffrey. Was it last offseason? They signed him to a deal? I think they did. Yeah, because
was that last offseason?
Yeah, because the whole the talk was for people in favor of Christian. Good thing you signed that deal before, last season fell apart with injuries. So he's got a deal. You've got Fred Warner, George Kittle, Brock Purdy. They even signed Trent. Didn't they come to an agreement?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you've got
that was another one that was
and that came out of nowhere.
The Trent Williams one?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Because
wasn't that yeah.
It's like, wait,
yeah. That was another one of those long drawn out, like, all right, man.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
So they've handled this season a little bit better. I still look at this team as being pretty damn good. I thought we talked about it before, the people they lost in this offseason were guys that it was time to move on from.
Sure.
Dre Greenlaw was the one exception. And unfortunately for Dre, got hurt. We don't know when he's going to come back.
Yeah.
So I thought they moved on from certain guys and were already looking to retool at certain positions. You look back at that season last year, part of it was they blew a lot of leads. I want to say they blew like 3 or 4 leads that they probably should have won those games. That helped with the contract. And then also a lot of these guys were just cooked, and it was time to move on and upgraded those spots. And hopefully between free agency and the draft, they have upgraded at wide receiver. They have upgraded on the defensive line. And I think
you have a previous
good
group.
team.
You have a previous group of young guys who you hope
take Diamonor Lenore. He's a young guy that you found, and you're looking at him as being your lockdown corner, and he's shown that earlier in his career. And Ricky Pearsall, him, and after hopefully it's off season where he doesn't get shot.
Well, that'd be a plus.
He can go in there, and he showed signs later in the season of being able to be a pretty good receiver. So
what's your other Crowley?
Man, Crowley.
Yeah. Jacob.
Jacob. I like what he brings to the table. There's a dude, I think the guy they drafted in the 4th or 5th round I think he's from Indiana, wide receiver. He was turning heads in the rookie camp. So I think this is going to be a good team. And I wasn't even here for it. The way the schedule's set up this year, quote unquote, an easy schedule. But I looked at some of the things that you look at too.
Boring schedule.
It is. It's
like that was. I don't think I computed it. They're gonna have the easiest schedule. Yeah, blah blah blah. Like none of that stuff means anything to me whatsoever. Then I saw it. I was like,
that's what happens when you have to play against the AFC South.
It's
all boring.
Awful.
Yeah, it's all boring.
Awful.
But one of the things, and this was like just a little quirk that they had to deal with last year that I was like, are you for real? What was it, like 6 or 7 games facing teams off their bye?
Right.
It's like,
not the case
come
this year.
on, man. Yeah, you don't have that going on. So little stuff like that.
I think the Raiders had one of the worst in that regard, and I think it was only 3 this year.
They're like facing.
Yeah, they had 3 last year.
They had like 6 or
49
7.
had a ton of them. Yeah.
So little stuff like that. I think the Niners are shaping up to have a really good season.
Okay.
Really good season.
Well, certainly steps in a positive direction with the signing of Fred Warner here today for just those just tuning in. Fred Warner signs a 3-year extension with the San Francisco 49ers worth $56 million in guarantees. Somewhere Kyle Matson is throwing something against the studio wall, I'm certain.
That's my boy.
Yeah, he's we should probably go check on him. We'll go check on Kyle Matson. We'll come back. Talk more basketball. Chris Haynes with some interesting reports over the weekend. And the WNBA is back like it never left.
Like it never left.
And then the I-80s.
I mean, okay. And yeah, okay. I'm glad you brought that up because something pissed me off over the weekend.
Oh, good. Well, Kenny gets pissed off when Dilo and Casey return here on ESPN 1320.
Oh, it's 2:13. Let me go ahead and handle this real quick, man. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Big shout out to the dope ones. Big shout out to Jordan Brand. Shout out Cola Moss. You already know what it is. We all locked in. We intertwined. Reports came out over the weekend that the whole charade, which is what I'll call it, because I told you it was looking kind of iffy, but the whole charade of Turkey and Raya season teaming up with TKO and Dana White and starting this boxing thing, trash. And it just rubber met the road, I guess, because with the Canelo Alvarez Terrence Crawford fight that was supposed to take place in September, that was going to be kind of the debut of this new faction in boxing. Well, no, Turkey has decided he's not working with them anymore, and he's not even having them promoted. It's not going to be on the day they thought it was going to be. It's going to be something completely different. Now it's going to be on the 13th instead of the 12th. But it looks like Dana White, TKO, completely out of the loop. And that marriage, grand opening, grand closing, it's done before it even got started. And here's the thing. Both of them are just not right. First of all, TKO, Dana White, if they tried to bring the same type of blueprint that they have in the UFC to boxing, I told you, that ain't going to work. That is not the answer right there. So if you had to deal with that, that was just a failing project from the start. But then you got somebody like Turkey. I'm telling you, this dude, in theory, on the surface, he does all these wonderful things, but I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw him. And then you could have a situation like this where he's got the money and the resources where if you don't play by the rules that he's creating and the things that he wants to do, he'll just take everything and leave. I'm done with you, TKO. I'm done with you, Dana. I'll do this myself. I've got enough money and resources to do it, and just blow everything up. So I think both of these entities are problematic from the start and remain problematic. In Turkey, like I said, I don't trust that dude, man. I don't trust him. I know he's putting some fights in there or whatever. That's cool. I want to see the fights. It's good. He's bringing them to the U.S., so that's a good thing too. I'll take that. But just the way he moves, I don't trust that dude as far as I can throw him, man. So Terrence Crawford, Canelo Alvarez, I guess it's happening in Las Vegas on September 13th. We'll stay posted. Maybe it won't. Who knows? And that's the 13th round. Oh. Back here on D'Lo and Casey, ESPN 1320, Sacramento's #1 sports station. We just got done during the break recording the 13th round, and I'll just say it here. I don't trust Raya season as far as I can throw it. Just don't. But check out the YouTubes. I'll have that posted. You can see the 13th round, everything that I got going on in boxing. Talk about it a couple of times a week. But we just broke the news that my guy, my man's Fred Warner, Jesse broke the news, actually.
Facts.
Jesse broke the news that Fred Warner should remain a 49er for life after this contract extension. So
I thought you were doing the 13th round.
I was going to literally say, like, remind Damien that we're back because we came back a little early.
Like, I thought you, like, I walked in, I saw the graphic. I was like, oh, man. I almost didn't come in because I hate walking behind you when you're doing the bit.
I had literally finished right before Jesse was like, all right, we're back. So I was just like, I was still in that mode.
I was like, why is he talking about Fred Warner during the commercial? That's so
the
weird.
best was when Dan came back and we were like live for about 4 minutes and he had no clue.
No, I really didn't.
Oh man. But yeah, no, we're back at it. Talking about Fred Warner, man. My boy Fred Warner.
Yeah.
49er for life. I'm just gonna say it. That's what it should be.
I hope
That's what it's
so.
gonna be.
I hope so. He is legitimately one of my favorite players.
Yeah.
Not just because he's the most stylish, but
Oh, you got the style.
yeah, yeah.
Shout out,
he's 10 out of 10.
Shout out our guy Trent Williams.
Oh, Trent, yeah, Trent.
Trent.
Like we if league fits was a thing in the NFL,
They try to
49ers,
make it a thing, but it ain't the same.
49ers would be.
I like
maybe up
Debo.
there.
You weren't really a Debo guy.
I was not. Didn't no. Nah, Debo. No. I'm not. But here's what I'll say about Debo though. He's got a style. It's unique to him, which I'm all for.
Yeah.
I love that. It doesn't translate to me, but like that's Debo's bag. Go for it.
Brock Purdy had his little style of just being just a random old guy. He come in with the JanSport backpack and I'm just Brock.
All the poor I could afford.
Yeah, well, you ain't wrong. You're not wrong.
Who do you think has been to Ross more recently, Brock Purdy or D'Lo?
Brock Purdy, easily.
I've been to
easily.
I've been to Ross. It's just been a while.
It's been 8 years.
I went by Ross today. Almost got something. Well, I didn't go in, but I would have if I had more time, I would have my head in there. See what's going on. What's going on in Ross? That's where I got my
Where'd you get
Barcelona jersey?
Sounds right.
Where'd you get the Versace shirt you wear to Vegas? I need one of them joints.
That wasn't a Versace shirt.
You're lying.
It wasn't. It had the look, but it wasn't a Versace shirt. I need to get one of those Versace shirts though. 4 buttons down.
Oh yeah, that's yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I need to cop one of those for sure.
Okay. On Friday, I said I didn't love the Giants and the A's being called the Bay Bridge series. I didn't think it made sense. I think it has to go. However, since someone started calling it the I-80 series, never mind. Just go back to calling it the Bay Bridge series. Call it whatever you want, but don't call it that. That sounded terrible.
Well, it was better than what they had before.
What was it before?
It was called the Highway 80 series.
Who had that?
They had shirts in San Francisco. I said, this is awful.
I don't like.
I-80.
It's just don't.
Well, I don't have a problem with I-80.
I do. It sounds dumb. Don't call it anything. It's the A's versus the Giants. Shut the hell up.
Well, where are the A's from then at this point? Are they from Sacramento? The Giants were doing what are we leaning into now? Are they from Vegas, Sacramento?
Where's the Ultimate Warrior from?
Parts unknown.
That's where the A's are from.
Like my thing is like these MLB teams like the Highway 80 series, but like I don't know. I don't get tying into the Sacramento stuff and then everyone bashes on them and like they're going to Vegas. It just makes no sense, this whole thing.
No, you're right. It makes no sense whatsoever. It's an absolute mess. And one of the things that bothers me, what do they say? That chaps my hide. That's what they say, and they're really upset. It chaps my hide.
Who's they?
The people
you scared to say it. That's fine.
I just see it around.
Fine.
I don't know. I didn't see it when I was at the Salvation Army in Oak Park, and nobody was saying that, but I don't know. I guess some people do say it. The
chaps my hide. That's like a salsa commercial I remember from back in the day.
The fake hustle and the fake caring about the athletics. Oh, it pisses me off to no end. And we saw more of that over the weekend from none other than my beloved San Francisco Giants. The fake hustle that I saw beyond the center field wall with the normally there's a sign back there. It's like one of their little sections. It's the 415 Club.
Mm-hmm.
And, it's like a fan area, discounted tickets and all this other stuff. And it's there for the Giants. Well, this weekend, they put 415 Heart 510, the Oakland area code, as a sign of like, it might even said like Bay Area Unity or something like that. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, nah, this is trash. Because the San Francisco Giants, the entire time, did absolutely nothing to help keep Oakland the A's in Oakland.
Mm-hmm.
They could have voted against relocation. They could have helped with territorial rights. They did nothing the entire time. But now, when they're gone, with your help, you want to Bay Area unite. Stop. You didn't care. You didn't care about them. You didn't care about them. Don't start caring about them now. And this is in line with a lot of people.
Them being Oakland.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You didn't care about them. Mm-hmm. And this goes in line with the Giants, with Ben Ross, with a number of different people who are, oh, that's a travesty, and this is terrible, and Sacramento's terrible, and this is stupid. Bro, you didn't care about the A's when they were there. TV numbers showed that. Attendance showed that. And I'm not blaming fans. I'm just like, reporters would make jokes about A's attendance.
Mm-hmm.
And now you want to act like you just care all the time. No, stop. And one of the things, I love the Giants. I'm Giants. I'm always going to be Giants. We got them brooms out this weekend. We'll get to that in a second. But the new owner, not new, but it's in the last like 5 years, Charles Johnson. You want to talk about somebody not being Giants? This dude, he ain't Giants, bro. He ain't Giants. He's behind some of this nonsense. It's for Bay Area Unite. Like, stop, bro. You don't care about the Giants. You don't care about the Bay Area. You don't care about baseball. Like, stop. I don't like Charles Johnson at all from everything that I've read on him and seen since he's taken over from the team.
Mm-hmm.
And so I have no problem calling him out. It ain't got nothing to do with how I love the Giants, the organization, but this guy's a dweeb.
Oh, man. Okay.
Yeah, this guy's a dweeb. And I just don't like fake hustle. And that's what I see a lot with this whole A's saga, is just fake hustle from everybody involved. Because when it was really going down and things could be made and changes could be made and people could step up and try to keep them in Oakland, nobody cared. But when things are too late, then it's, it's just a travesty what's happening in Oakland. Oh, the A's belong there. Bro, you voted for relocation. What are you talking about?
A lot of the stuff going on with Sacramento is very reactionary. It's reacting to the reaction of Oakland A's fans, maybe baseball fans in general. Maybe it's the unique situation of the temporary stop before the relocation, or it's just the dynamics of an owner like Fisher. But it feels like so many people, whether it's your boys did this on the, what they call them, Oaklamento A's.
Mike Kruko was saying that. Yeah.
Yeah, like no, man, they're not Oakland. Like, they're not. Like, you could call them whatever you want to. Like, they're not. And this idea that Sacramento is somehow less than, or all of the watching this process unfold, especially from this seat in this city, has been like nauseating. It's like y'all are you're really, fake hustle is a perfect term. Fake works too. This whole thing of like being sympathetic to the city of Oakland is laughable. Like, y'all doing this for the A's. Did you do it for the Raiders? Did you do it for the Warriors? let's not forget, the Warriors left Oakland. You can position this however you want to. The Warriors left Oakland.
And to touch on that point real quick, these are the same people that would, when the Warriors leave Oakland, they're like, oh, it's all good because it's still in the Bay Area. No, they, like you just said, they left Oakland.
Mm-hmm.
If you really understand the dynamics around there, those are two different places.
Is gone.
Yes. I didn't mean to cut you off, but
And
that was a great point.
But the point is, it's y'all didn't do this with any of them, but you have this, and I wonder, legitimately wonder. I was thinking about this weekend, watching that game yesterday. If the Kings were a winning basketball franchise, and I'll just say the likes of Portland. Again, they don't have to win championships, but they're going to the playoffs. They're a serious basketball team. Is the conversation the same? Or is it the tag team of Fisher and Ronadive that has all of these baseball people and media people in a tizzy? It's a bad baseball organization joining forces with a bad basketball organization, and so therefore we can make fun of it. If the Kings, if Vivek was maybe more of a respected owner, if the Kings were more of a respected franchise, would the conversation be, well, now we're steering this thing in the right spot. Getting Fisher with someone who knows what the hell they're got him, partnering up with someone who knows what the hell they're doing. Instead, to their mind, you got Dumb and Dumber. Right. You got the blind leading the blind, and so it's just open season on getting their jokes off.
That's it, man. David Jackson in the chat, he says, tell KC that Charles Johnson has owned the Giants since 1992, including 3 championships. He wasn't, I don't know the percentage and all this. Yeah,
he's a part owner.
The head guy was Peter McGowan. He was the managing general partner. And then they had another. No, there's nothing. No, nothing. Okay. Nothing.
No, it's fine.
He was looking the other way. He was looking in the. He was looking in the offensive defensive line.
No. Earl Hebner over here talking to Mr. Fuji. That's fine. Go ahead. Earl Hebner trying to get Mr. Fuji off of the ring apron.
But Peter McGowan was the main guy from 93 to
infinity.
I wish. I think I want to say it might have been 20, I don't know, 20, somewhere in the 2010s, 2015 or something like that. And then there was another person that was above Charles Johnson. I think it was a lady, and she passed away. And when those two left, that's when Charles is now, I think he owns the largest stake in the franchise. So now he is the de facto guy with the San Francisco Giants. So I know he's been around for a while, but there's other people leading the charge that have more power than him before, and now he's in charge, and he's whack, he's trash. But you laid it out perfectly. I see people like now trying to defend Oakland, whether it's locally or nationally.
Yeah.
And this has been an issue with attendance, with ownership, with trying to get a stadium built or trying to protect them from leaving Oakland. This has been an issue for like 10 years.
Yeah.
And I was there. I was paid attention closely. Y'all didn't care.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all didn't talk about Oakland at all. Y'all didn't talk about the Oakland A's at all. For I don't know how long. You didn't watch the games. I'm not even talking about attendance. They had some of the lowest TV ratings when they were in Oakland, and nobody cared. But now, it's almost like the end thing to do, to talk about how outraged you are about them not being in Oakland. And I'm outraged too, but I was outraged 10 years ago when I was like, Mom, they just get something done. Like, figure it out. Or the Fremont deal, or they were trying to move. I don't want them to leave Oakland, but at least they'd stay in the Bay Area with the San Jose thing, and the Giants blocked the territorial rights, or they wouldn't give them back after the A's gave it to them in the early 90s. So, man, miss me with all that, man. Miss me.
With that said, from a baseball perspective.
Well,
It's my birthday. You know, we had to get them brooms out. We had to get them brooms out. You know what I mean? I had to get them brooms out this weekend. We had to do what we had to do. Giants win 3 in a row, beat the A's. Handled them on Friday night. Shout out Mon-Fri, a 3-home run night on Friday night. He's second, I believe, in RBIs in the entire Major League. Mon-Fri, shout out to my guy. And then a walk-off walk on Saturday. My boy Mason Miller, that is my boy. He couldn't close it down. Walk-off walk. Giants win 1-0 on Saturday. And then on Sunday, you know.
Great games.
Yeah, great games. A's thought they had something on Sunday. And then, you know, my boy Helio Ramos, he had to do what he do. My boy Lamont Wade, who struggled this year.
He's struggling.
Definitely struggled. But
Well, your boy, don't
triple.
leave Helio. Don't gloss over him, because didn't he score the first and the last?
Yeah. Started off the game with a home run and then had the game-winning RBI. That's my boy. He might make another all-star team this year. My boy Helio Ramos. So, you know,
what did
we got the brooms out. We got the brooms out. We had to do what we had to do. I apologize. And they might have to do it again when they come to Sacramento 4th of July weekend. I'll be out there. No, hey, I want to see the
Are you
athletics
sure?
do well.
You might cook at 4th of July. You remember
my feet are just going to burn through the soil.
Were you here? Oh, you weren't here last 4th of July. You were in Baltimore. That was the day of death. I remember. I don't remember if it was the actual 4th of July, but the day of the California Classic with DeMar DeRozan. I remember walking inside. I remember like walking, you know, getting out of the car, walking to the arena thinking, oh my God, I've lived in this city for most of my life. This is ridiculous. It was painfully hot outside.
Last summer
like
was crazy.
Legitimately painful.
Didn't we break records for 100-degree days
so.
last year?
Yeah, it
Last
appears
summer was
it appears we're going in a different direction this year.
Yeah, just nice and calm.
It's just 80 degrees every day.
Nice and calm. I like that.
The temperature, oh man, it's getting up to 90. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's going back down to 70.
You know, I'll be there for the July weekend, you know. Might bring another broom. Might bring another broom. I want to see what my boy Elio gonna do in Sutter Hill Park.
So you're gonna show up to West Sac wearing a Giants hat?
Yeah, man. Come on.
You
It's
ain't
the Giants,
Sacramento,
man.
man.
I am.
You ain't
They're not Sacramento. They're not even called the Sacramento A's.
Well, they're the
I call them the
Oaklamento.
Sacramento A's.
No,
But
they're
yeah.
just the Athletics.
They're just I call them the Sacramento A's, but they're not the Sacramento A's. But hey, you play
Johnny
every-
G is 100% right. He says, "I swear we skipped the 80s and went straight to 100s last year."
That happened.
That is fact.
That happened.
That absolutely happened
It
last
skipped
year.
the 80s again. It went from 100 to 60.
Yeah, right.
There were no 80s last year.
Right.
But, you know, against any other team in the league, you know, yeah, I want to see, you know, my Athletics win.
Mm-hmm.
But when they play them Giants,
Mm.
oh yeah, I'll be in the orange Buster Posey jersey.
Okay.
That's for sure. I'll be in that Giants fitted. Please believe that.
Okay.
Please believe that. I'm Giants. I'm always going to be Giants, unlike Farhan and unlike Charles Johnson. They're not Giants.
James Ham going to join us at the top of the hour. You going to get an Angel Reese jersey?
Yeah. I like Angel Reese.
I know you do. That's your girl.
That's my girl, Angel Reese, man.
That's your girl. Her and Caitlin right out the gate.
Well, Caitlin is not her girl.
No, it doesn't. It now that'd be clear. They both of them, like Caitlin was like, it was a take foul. Like I had to foul her or give up a layup. And I think she stopped short of saying she can't shoot free throws. So like I had to do it. And Angel basically said the same thing. It was a great foul, great basketball play.
Yeah.
But it's Angel and Caitlin. So it is World War III whenever those two are near each other on a basketball court.
Man, every time.
And then Angel's reaction was like, she reacted one way after the game, but during the game, it was a very different
she
reaction.
was ready. She was ready to go. And I was like, hey, why are we going to fight her over that?
Caitlin just walked away.
Initially, I didn't watch the game live. Something was happening on Saturday, and I was trying to stay away from all of it because I wanted to go back and watch the games before. I wanted to watch the Las Vegas Brooklyn game, or
because it's Aces for life.
Always. I wanted to watch Las Vegas New York game,
Yeah.
and then I wanted to watch Indiana and Chicago in its entirety. So I happened to get on Twitter for a quick second, and I saw the clip. Like, oh, Angel Reese and Caitlin. I was like, oh man, they was already going at it. The very first time I watched it,
Mm-hmm.
it's like, oh, that foul was kind of crazy. That was on when I first watched it. Then I saw the different views and all this other stuff, and I was like, it wasn't nothing that serious. It was a regular little take foul.
Yeah.
But I say that to say, in the moment, I could understand Angel maybe feeling some type of way, and then maybe seeing the foul, and then, like she said, like it wasn't that bad. It wasn't nothing. But it's always going to be something with these two, man. And I like it. I think it's good for the NBA, or excuse me, for the WNBA.
That's fine.
But as long as people, like, I like the drama. I like you can cut the tension with a knife when they're playing. Like it feels like a big time event, but it's not a think piece every time they play or every time something happens. And that's where I just get off the train with those people. Like, yeah, it was intense. I love that they started the season. I love that they have a rivalry. They're connected in a certain way. And once the game is over, the game is over. But something happens and it's always, oh, we got to break this down. No, we don't.
How does this rivalry epitomize black versus white in America? That's next. What? You know what had no drama? The Valkyries. Now, what was fun about that game, if you happen to watch it, was Kelsey Plum. Kelsey went crazy in her debut as the Los Angeles Spark. The Valkyries, however, it's going to be a long season.
Oh,
I think they scored. It probably wouldn't take long to verify this. Hang on. Yep. Nope. Seattle did. I was going to say, I think they scored less points than anyone in the entire league, but that's not true. Chicago scored 58. The Storm scored 59. But regardless, the Valkyries stink.
The Valkyries, I'm not like Trista Crick when it comes to knowing the WNBA rosters, but I've been following the last 5 years. Like, I know some of these players. I didn't know anybody on that
None
team.
of them. Well, Tiffany Hayes, but
yeah.
that's
And why do I know Tiffany Hayes?
Because she didn't. Because
she was on the Aces.
She was on the Dream. She was on a variety of other teams.
I know her because she was on the Aces. I was like, oh, they got her. Other than that, I ain't know her.
You can't protect everybody.
Oh man, I didn't know. And then it was a cool moment when Van Looth was going off, and she had like 3 threes. Chase Center woke up a little bit, but I can't.
It's hard to wake that arena up.
I can't help, but I'm jealous. I'm jealous.
I'll watch it with a little bit of bitterness.
Yeah, I'll get over. I've gotten over it more as time has gone on. Where like before, I was like, I ain't going to that arena at all. I'll go to the games. It's nothing they did. The Bay Area is a great place for WNBA.
Joe Lacob's a great owner. It's exactly what the league
sold
needs.
the tickets. They got 10,000 seats. Like, they did great. But man, I'm jealous about the Valkyries being in the Bay Area and the Monarchs not being back in Sacramento. Absolutely. So it doesn't affect what I want to see that franchise do. Like, I don't want them to be bad or nothing. Like, them being bad don't bring the Monarchs back. So I don't care about that. But I watched that game on Friday. I'm like, man, that sucks. And then I'm still holding out a little bit of hope, but I these things and you talk about it. You're like, them being there might seal the fate on the Monarchs ever coming back to Sacramento.
Yeah.
And it's like, damn, man.
Yeah.
That sucks.
I kept a pretty close eye on the league over the weekend. The one game that I did not get to watch virtually any of was the Liberty and Aces. I didn't get to watch any of that.
I saw the first half.
I know your girl had a night,
but
we got
to work on some stuff.
They got whooped.
Some stuff. Yeah. And Liberty are good. Liberty, Liberty got somebody that I just realized when I was watching the game. I can't remember. I was like, damn, they added her. So they're already, the defending champions. But one of those things as well, you're raising the banner. There was a lot of energy in Brooklyn for that game. There was a lot of residual basketball energy in New York on Saturday morning.
Yeah, energies. Vibe is up.
So
Vibes are up in New York.
That was going to be a tough one for my Aces to
even though the game's in Brooklyn.
Spike was there.
Of course.
In his Knick gear.
Why wouldn't he?
Yeah, Spike was in the building. So, yeah, it was a tough one for my girls.
It's the same. Josiah, that he owns the Liberty,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
He brought it from
Yep.
Boy. Okay.
Did you see that video of Jalen Brunson only going and talking to Stephen A, I think it was, when Fat Joe was trying to get his attention? It was like after the game, and he walked up and Stephen A, Fat Joe, and Spike Lee were there. And Jalen only talks to Stephen A, and Spike Lee tried to like give him a high five. I know this isn't exactly what happened, but the video had him just swiping Spike's hand out the way. Like, get out the way. And then Fat Joe was like, my boy. And he never looks at Fat Joe or acknowledges him.
Can't lie. I love that. By the way, I think the player you were talking about on the Liberty was Natasha Cloud.
Yes.
Played for Phoenix.
Phoenix,
played for
yes.
Washington.
I'm like,
yeah.
yo.
Yeah, Natasha's the truth.
How'd this happen?
Natasha's the truth. We'll come back. James Ham joins us at the top of the hour. Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Steven, you crazy for that. That's funny. I got to try to see that Spike Lee clip. I don't think I saw it. Spike.
Did you have a favorite superhero growing up, Dave?
Nah.
No?
Uh-uh.
Never like a comic book type guy or anything like that?
No, I was never. Yeah, that was never really my thing. Yeah, never really my bag. My thing was always wrestling. That was all, like Hulk Hogan was a superhero. That clip of Brunson is hella funny. That clip is funny. I didn't even know Hulk was a comic at first. I knew the Incredible Hulk TV show, but I don't think I really knew it was a comic book till like later.
This John Cena thing is one of like the most wasted opportunities of all time. And you killed it the moment The Rock was like, yeah, this is a one-off thing.
Yep. Deaded the whole angle.
Since the first couple of promos, I have not tapped him whatsoever. So what he's got going on.
Yeah, they missed. They missed. The Rock has deaded a lot of shit that he's gotten involved in. All right, our man James Ham going to join us coming up here at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. Lots to talk to him about. I don't know how much of it pertains to the Sacramento Kings. Of course, we could talk about Bobby Jackson joining the staff. Chris Haynes had a report this weekend. His Haynes briefs, if you will, over there from Chris Haynes, that the Bucks and Giannis are meeting this week, and I think Chris Haynes characterized the meeting as crucial. And I know that's kind of that got everyone's attention, but I feel like this happens every year. I feel like and I don't even mean like in an informal setting. I mean, at some point, like a meeting between the Bucks and Giannis is announced, and it's made out to be this really, really big deal, and it's super, super important. But it feels like we're getting closer and closer and closer to what I think you've always said, Casey, and that's a trade request is inevitable. And I never really felt like that. I was like, Giannis can hang through. They'll continue to be competitive. Like Giannis is one of the, best players we've ever seen, like, period. But after the way that this year went and kind of some of the verbiage that he uses, it feels like at some point this is going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And with the state that franchise is in, Dame Lillard's injury, it might as well happen now.
Yeah, and I hope it doesn't. Like, we talked about this before. Like,
I definitely don't want it to.
Yeah,
but
do you just trade Giannis? I was like, no, you talk to him, because if he wants to, he said, hey, I just want to be a Milwaukee Buck for life. I love it here.
I'll see it through.
Yeah, then you just Giannis
You
is
see
here
it
as
through.
long as he wants
Yep,
to be here.
That's right. Yep.
So yeah, you have the conversation, but it feels like Giannis, the type of individual he is, I wouldn't be super surprised by him just wanting to stay. But I also could understand him wanting to be a champion and understand leaving his legacy on the game with multiple championships. And if it looks like he's getting to a place in Milwaukee where he's not going to be playing for a championship every year or anything even close to it, yeah, he's probably going to want to make that move. And like we said a number of different times, if you're Milwaukee, you thank him for what he was able to do in Milwaukee. You send him as best you can somewhere that works out for both of you guys, if you can. But feels like we're going to get there a lot sooner than
Do you think we
people
get
realize.
there this year?
Yeah,
Do you
that's what
think
I'm
this is the meeting? Do you think this is where it's like, all right, we've kind of done all we can do. Let's call it a day. Let's part friends.
I think so. I do think so. I think this would be a good opportunity for Giannis to hop on one of these teams that has an opportunity to contend right away if they were to add him to the roster, whether it's San Antonio, Houston. Keep hearing Brooklyn. One of the guys.
I don't see how Brooklyn is contending, but Brooklyn does have assets should they want to do something like this.
One of the guys we've talked to him before on the show, and he got sources just like anybody else has sources, but I think he's a little more locked in than people give him credit for. But Scoop B had something last week where he's like, yo, Giannis is really, really interested in Brooklyn. He didn't say his number one destination, but I think he might have said preferred destination or something like that. And that'd be interesting, man. And the other one he mentioned as well was Toronto.
Okay.
They think I'll pull up his stuff because
I don't.
He talked about also thinking about the brand of Giannis, and you go to Toronto, and now you're talking about being international, and
So what's the objective? Because it's not winning.
Win and be international. Giannis probably look.
Well, I mean, Toronto might not be that bad.
Yeah,
because you'd have
add Giannis, and
he's got Scotty Barnes.
Yeah, you got him. You've got. I mean, I'm assuming you're getting rid of RJ Barrett and probably Emmanuel quickly, but
Anyone else?
Brandon Ingram be there. Don't do that to Brandon Ingram.
I wasn't talking about Brandon Ingram. I was just wondering if there's anyone else on Toronto that maybe have to trade.
That boy Grady. No, Grady Grady probably stay.
Say his name. He plays in the NBA.
name
Say
is
the man's
Grady.
name.
That's what I.
Grady what? Say his name. He didn't.
You
work,
say it.
He didn't work. All right.
You got a microphone.
Day and night for you not to say his name.
By the way, speaking of, I watched the Jalen Brunson video during the break, and it's funny. the where he just ignores Spike Lee and Fat Joe. That is a very funny video.
What does Spike do?
I don't know.
Get the hand tossed away.
I don't know. That's interesting. I always thought the Brooklyn thing. I mean, you can't stop anyone from making a trade proposal. Well, yeah, Brooklyn can make a trade proposal. I don't know if anything come about of it, but like, salute.
Yeah.
But to like, I don't know. Wouldn't you just be better off in Milwaukee?
So yeah, but team wise though, I think that's a big difference. Like you go to those two spots, you'd be better basketball wise.
Really?
Yeah,
Brooklyn. I mean,
Yeah,
Toronto,
Brooklyn-
I can see.
Brooklyn, they still have they still got assets too to go
Well, that's
get
the thing.
somebody
Yeah,
else.
yeah,
Like,
that-
I'm not saying this guy specifically, but you could get Giannis and KD in Brooklyn in offseason. A couple of
What a
things.
turn of events that would be.
Right.
KD back in Brooklyn.
He says Toronto checks several boxes. It's a large international market with championship pedigree. A strong medical and player development
All right,
staff.
Scoop. Let's calm down a little. I mean, I hear you, but hey, calm down.
And the type of executive leadership that players respect. Most importantly, the Raptors can offer Giannis a sense of ownership in the culture, which, much like Kawhi Leonard had during his brief title-winning run in 2019. Which, to your point, you
All
could
right.
probably get in Milwaukee as well, though. But Milwaukee's not an international city.
Yeah. Okay.
Toronto, I think Toronto's far-fetched. Like, I see
Yeah.
the vision, but
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that's a likely scenario.
Where would Giannis requesting a trade rank like in NBA history? Like we think about Anthony Davis's trade request. This feels bigger. I remember Kyrie stopped. Like it felt like the sports world stopped when Kyrie asked for a trade. Dame just did it. I mean, it feels like a trade request also has become common practice in the association. But Giannis has won multiple MVPs. Even Kawhi hasn't done that. Kawhi did ask for a trade from San Antonio. Anthony Davis hasn't done that. Kyrie Irving hasn't done that. Dame Lillard hasn't done that. I can't think of a multi-time MVP who has asked for a trade. I mean, I know there's the Kobe, I'm ready to be traded. I know there's, obviously Magic many years ago, second year, third year in the league, whatever it was. But it feels like this would be the biggest trade request.
I mean, the one, and I was trying to figure out something before that, but is it Kareem wanting out of Milwaukee and going to the Lakers?
Sure,
Kareem,
I guess.
two-time NBA champion at the time. I think probably 2 or 3-time MVP.
Wasn't around for that one.
Kyrie's was out of the blue, right? In the
Yeah,
sense where, okay.
yeah,
I think like Giannis
completely.
Giannis can be, I guess you want Kareem in there, that's fine. But like Giannis I think is the best player to probably ever request a trade. But as far as like a moment, if that's what you're talking about, I think it's Kyrie.
Yeah, Kyrie was definitely a moment.
It's like we're all kind of just waiting for Giannis to do it, I feel.
And Kyrie was still LeBron's teammate when this happened.
Right. So that's what I was about to say. Part of the Kyrie aspect was the ramifications it had for LeBron James. I think if
Absolutely.
Kyrie was by himself, it'd be big news because he was Kyrie Irving. He was
Absolutely.
a star. But it quickly pivoted from Kyrie wants a trade to what does this say about LeBron? And what does this say about how long he'll be in Cleveland? Did Kyrie request a trade because he knows LeBron is going to leave? Or like it had that that was also a major component to the Kyrie trade request. That was major though. I think I might have been listening to you when that happened.
The Kyrie, well, I remember that day vividly. Like I remember it was like just before 1 o'clock. Was doing the show with Jason. There was nothing happening. We was just doing a show. And then all of a sudden, the report comes in that Kyrie asked for a trade. And it's like, yo.
Hmm.
And that was the focal point for the next 3 hours. It might have been the focal point for the next couple of days. It was also time of year that the trade request came
It was
through.
mid summer.
Sure. Yeah. That's part of what made it such a big deal. But yeah, there's the LeBron component of it as well.
Hey, can I because James is pulling up. I wanted to, oh man, should I save it for tomorrow? No, let me just do it now because I already started. I told you Kenny Melrose was coming into the studio.
Oh yeah.
So last night, the Toronto Maple Leafs, lost Game 7 to the Florida Panthers.
Okay.
And I pay attention to this because I remember a few years back, they had lost some game, and they were just kind of talking about who the Maple Leafs are to the NHL and how they just keep losing. They've lost I think 7 straight Game 7s at this point.
I don't think they've won a Stanley Cup since 1963 or something weird shit like that.
1967. And while they haven't won a Stanley Cup since 1967, I think they have the second most Stanley Cup championships. It's Toronto. It's like damn near this is where the sport was invented. And to have this continued failure, is it like anything we've seen in sports? It almost feels like it would be if the Yankees hadn't won in almost 70 years. And it's the most storied Boston Celtics. If they hadn't won since Bill Russell. This is crazy. And because it's hockey and nobody really cares, it doesn't get tough. But they lose every big game that they have in front of them for the last, what's this, 1967? What is this, 2025? What's the math here? We're almost 60.
I'm not doing that math.
60-something years? It's crazy. It's crazy. And they got blown out last night, too. Game 7 at home.
That's great knowledge, by the way, by me and you. Like we knew in the I guess 60s range or whatever that the Maple Leafs hadn't won. Like that's great. We got range on this show.
Come on, man.
But no, I don't think anyone's choked like the Maple Leafs.
Adam L says the Dodgers until recently. Even that was 88.
Yeah.
67. The Knicks have won a championship since the Maple Leafs have won a Stanley Cup.
They didn't win it on Friday?
That was one of them. I'm going to send you out to the parade, bro. It's happening.
The Macy's parade? What parade?
It's happening. You're going to go down the Canyon of Heroes when the Knicks win the championship. Knicks might win the championship.
You're going to throw trash bags at me like they did that poor Pacers fan.
That was uncalled for. I don't support my cousins on that one. Why did they throw trash bags? Did you see when they got Brian Windhorst too?
Hey, that wasn't very nice. That was a little much. I feel bad for Wendy.
That was cold. That was not okay.
What did they do to Wendy?
You can't even. I have a point.
Yeah, I don't think you can't even play. Like listen to it. But
Wendy was leaving the Garden, going to his hotel, and
wait. So no thoughts on the Maple Leafs?
Oh no, he didn't.
No, we was like, I'm just deaded a conversation to talk about hockey. So,
and like we were about done at that point with that one because James is coming in. We talking about Bobby Jackson. We about done with that one.
Okay.
Oh, dude, I mean,
you in charge? I'm here.
I'm just saying.
I'm here.
But Brian Windhorst was leaving the Garden. He was walking to his, and they were like,
shout out to the one Knicks fan who was protecting him. Like, no.
Yeah, they was out of pocket. They was wilding on Friday. That was some crazy behavior. That was some crazy behavior.
James, Knicks fans are out of control, man.
Rightly, they should be.
No, we wouldn't know, but they look like they're having.
We wouldn't know nothing about that.
That's what winning looks like, Damian. I hate to tell you.
I don't know. I've never seen it. Like,
yeah,
or at least it's been a very
doesn't
long
matter how many titles Kenny thinks the Niners have. They haven't had one in a while.
I don't know how many they have. I'm talking about. I was talking about what they should have.
I know.
There's
I know.
Unfortunately, I know what they have. Damn it.
It would be fun though if the Knicks won the title. Like I think that would be
Yeah.
one. I actually think any of these four teams like there's cool stories with all four teams, you know, that are left. But in terms of just vibes, New York would be crazy. The Knicks winning the title would be crazy. Besides basketball.
If I were like grading them, like I would say it's probably a 50-50 shot that OKC wins, like a 25% chance that the Knicks win, and then I'd go like 15% chance of Indiana and 10% chance of Minnesota. That's just my own personal, but yeah.
Okay.
I don't think you're terribly off with that at all either. I think the Thunder got to be the favorite to win. I don't know about the Vegas aspect of it, but they got to be the favorite to win it all right now.
I think a little higher of the Pacers, I think, than James does. Maybe than you do too.
Well, James put them third ahead of Minnesota. I think Minnesota better than Indiana.
Well, yeah, but what was your percentage for the Indiana?
Like 15 and 10 for Minnesota.
I guess that's not bad since you went with such a high percentage for Oklahoma City. Did that win yesterday? The way that they beat Denver, did that have you feeling a certain type of way about the Thunder?
Yeah, I mean, we've been watching like the organic growth of players and teams throughout this playoffs, and I think it's been probably the most like growth oriented playoffs that we've seen in a long time. Where you know the old veterans are sort of letting go of the leash, and the new guys are coming through, and this is we're watching, you know, players like Amen Thompson just take off, you know, Cade Cunningham take off in the playoffs, even if they only get around or they only get 7 games, whatever it is. But then we're seeing teams that are galvanizing, and I thought we saw a fully galvanized this is who we can be moment from the Thunder. And I think every other team in the league should be shaking, because that's not good. That team not only could be good like and win everything this year, but they could go on a 3, 4, 5 year stretch here where it's just them mopping the floor with the rest of the league. So I was super impressed, just because it was just one group after another that dominated defensively. And that's where I mean, to watch them be so good defensively and to completely take Jokic out of his game, you know, Denver couldn't even break through the 3-point line for most of the night. It was just like a complete master course in how to play defense at the NBA level.
I'll ask you guys a question though in that respect, because I was listening to something earlier. Is that even possible anymore? What James talked about, like a 2-3 year run. The Celtics lost on Friday, 7 straight year of a new champion. And the way we grew up was with dynasties and all this other. That's another conversation for another day of what you like better. I guess we can talk about that tomorrow. But every team, I think, has some issues. They all got something that that can be exposed with the right matchup. So Boston was probably the last team we looked at and was like, yo, these guys, they about to go, like they got the one and now they about to go crazy for about 3-4 years. And even before the Tatum injury, they were on the brink. Do you guys think it's even possible to have that type of run in the NBA nowadays?
I think it is. Like, look, I think there's, you know, teams age out, right? We're watching the Golden State Warriors a couple of years ago age out of being a contender, right? They're still a good basketball team, but they're not a contender. And for them to become a contender, I don't even know what that would look like. And I think when you look at OKC and how, you know, what their oldest players, probably what, like Alex Caruso, I don't even know, probably. And even like Shea is what, 27? Like all of their players, not only are they young, but they have 13 players under contract right now for next season, and they're under the luxury tax. Like this team is not just built to win today. They're built to win for years to come. We talked about this earlier. Like they still have Nikola Topic, who's like top tier player in this year's draft, who fell because he blew out his knee, and they're sitting there at 12 like, hey, we got nothing better to do. Let's go ahead and take him. I mean, that team is so stacked. They have so many first-round picks still. You're still looking at like a handful of extra first-round picks over the next 7 years, in addition to their own. And I think that if they feel the need to go out and add a big piece, they have the talent to do it. They have the war chest to do it. But for me, like, I think you can still have a dynasty in basketball. And like, to be honest with you, the Celtics, like the Tatum and Brown thing is one thing, the injuries that they sustained, but a couple of their guys look like they got old. A couple of their guys just look like they weren't nearly as good as they were the year before. And while they won a lot of games, I don't think Drew Holiday was nearly as effective. Kristaps Porzingis kept getting illnesses, and he didn't look nearly as effective. And Al Horford, again, like you had a team that was predicated on a really nice young core supplemented with very, very strong, seasoned, championship caliber veterans. Well, that's not what OKC is. If they win this thing now, like, it's a bunch of 22-year-olds like having a great time, and like maybe Houston catches them, maybe San Antonio catches them, but they're going to be really difficult to stop here for the next couple of years.
And so I'll ask a question to you, Casey. Does a run, like James talking about, they could be on a run the next 3-4 years, whatever it may be, does that only constitute winning a championship, or does that constitute we'll say competing for a championship as one of the final 4 teams?
Yeah, I think they definitely will be able to do that. I when James had said, I took it more so as winning the championship, and I just don't know. San Antonio, we talked about them on Friday. I mean, they are lurking.
Well, Kenny said it's over.
Oh, that man went beyond it.
It's over, and only Rudy Gobert can save us.
Ironically, there was one other person I was like, he might be able to get with him. I said Chet.
Chet.
Yeah.
Might be able to hoop with him a little bit. Yeah. But they're going on. And the things that, like, it's not the same team dynamic. It's not built the same way. But 12 months ago, we were saying a lot of the same things about the Celtics. Now they aged out. They got old real quick or whatever. But 12 months ago, it was like, oh, they got over the hump. What are they about to do for the next 3 years? And a lot of things happen, and now that's in limbo a little bit. I think OKC is real good. Like I said, I think they're the favorite to win it this year. But I think Minnesota's going to win that series. I'm picking Minnesota to
win. I'm not doing that. You think all either? But of course, I'm a hater, so it's fine. They still got to prove it to me, guys. They still haven't proved it to me. We could have the dynasty versus parity conversation. As you said, we could have that conversation tomorrow. But is, like I've been mentioning throughout the day, Hammer, this conference finals is littered with like young stars. There's no Steph, there's no LeBron. They've been the faces of the league now for well over a decade and some change for LeBron, 2 decades for LeBron. But you got Ant, Tyrese, you got Shea, you got Jalen, you got Cat, you got a dope New York Knicks team, you got a gritty Minnesota team, you got an exciting Indiana team, you got a young OKC team. It feels like there's a lot of really cool storylines for basketball fans. Do you think that will translate to the people who are used to seeing Steph and LeBron in the finals or heritage franchises like the Celtics or the Lakers? Do you think this the new hotness, do you think that'll translate to, we'll say, the casual basketball fan?
I hope it does. I hope it does, because you know what? Like, I kind of got sick of the super team like a decade ago. These teams that just like assemble these monstrous, incredible teams. And I think if you look at the Final Four here, there's only one of them that you could even sort of look at and say it's kind of a super team, and that would be the Knicks. Like the rest of them are either, like a savvy trade here and there, or a really, really good group of draft picks. It just doesn't feel like any of them have that weirdness to them that someone went out and just, bought all the best players and they're going to win. Like going out and getting OG Anunoby and going out and getting Mikal Bridges. Like those are big, big moves. But those guys aren't even all-stars, right? They're really close. They're really, really good players. And man, they would change the direction completely of the Sacramento Kings. But there isn't one team that's just, if there is one team that's based around one superstar, it's OKC. But even that's not who their identity is. Their identity is to play crazy defense and to, just keep doing line changes and giving you like every 6'6" to 6'8" dude in the league, it feels like they've got an answer for. So like I like the way that these teams are built. And that's why I think that they'll resonate better than like the super team, because the super team idea is cool, but again, like how many times do we need to see that? How many times do you need to see LeBron and Steph play in the finals? And 5 years in a row of it wasn't good for the league at all. So I kind of like this. I think it's just a more authentic way to build teams. And again, it takes a little bit here and there to get you over the hump. It takes a big move to go get a cat or to go get a Rudy Gobert that you've mortgaged your future for. But it's hard to look at those moves now, even the Gobert move, which Tim Connolly was roasted for. It's hard to look at that move and say, hey, he didn't do right. Here they are, in the Western Conference Finals for a second straight year. So, yeah, I like the way that some of these teams are built. And
he's going to save us against Wemby.
Hopefully.
Chet.
Well, hopefully save Ant-Man. That's what I'm concerned about. If he goes anywhere, if Rudy goes anywhere else, I don't care if he wins or not. I just need Ant-Man. Save Ant-Man. One of the things about that, I don't know, to answer your question, Dame, if it's going to resonate with the general public. I just don't know. So I remember Jeff Teague talking about this before the Pacers and Cavs series started. And he was like, I think I talked about it on the show, but he was like, man, this series is going to be dope. He's like, I don't know if people really going to care that much. Like, no, these are two good basketball teams, but don't nobody get 2K and be like, let's play Pacers versus Cavs.
Right.
Like nobody, that's a different conversation and another level of resonating with the public that I don't know if you got Ant-Man and you got the Knicks. I don't know if OKC resonates like that. I'm pretty sure Indiana doesn't resonate like that. So basketball-wise, people who like basketball, like it'll be great. Like we have no problems with it. But as far as the general public, I don't know if these guys will. I think Ant will and the New York Knicks will. I don't know if the other two will.
I think this is one of those moments though where like sort of the Band-Aids ripped off, like all the stars, the quote unquote superstars from yesteryear, they're all gone. And so like, look, if you're a basketball fan, you're going to have to watch. And this is who's made it. This is the best of the best this season. And I don't think there's anything wrong with it being a team from Indiana or a team from Minnesota. Like it's fun. This is what you should want. You should want super, super high level basketball where you have no idea what the outcome of the games are going to be. I can think that OKC is better than everybody else, but that doesn't mean that Kenny does. He certainly thinks that Minnesota's going to win. And like, this is one of those years where, again, it's almost like all the names on the back of the jerseys don't matter anymore because it's not your superstars. And I'm here for it. I think it's really, really good for the sport.
Who do you think? Well, let's instead of saying who do you think, let's just start with Denver. Denver probably had no business being in that series 7 games. Like it's both. I mean, that was just a testament to Jokic. Really, that starting 5, getting performances, probably a testament to a certain degree to David Adelman and those guys for having them ready to play under what was really an interesting end to their regular season. What do you think they have to do to kind of regroup and put themselves back in position to compete at a high level against a Western Conference that seems to be getting better very literally by the second?
I don't know how they recover. It's one of the toughest things because we went through and we were with Kyle earlier on the Insiders. We were looking at their salary is just the worst. Like they've got two $50 million players, and it's really, really difficult to compete when you pay a non-all-star $50 million a year like they do with Murray. And then on top of that, you've got $40 million a year for Michael Porter Jr. And then Aaron Gordon has an extension that's about to kick in. Like that team is a mess financially, and they have been for a couple of years. And they're going to start early in the offseason, as early as they can, trying to dump players like Zeke and Najee and stuff like that just to save some money. But they're already at like $203.5 million, and no Westbrook, no DeAndre Jordan. They're already they're looking at the second apron almost assuredly. And there's very few ways to get under that unless they can find a taker for, again, Michael Porter Jr.'s salary or Aaron Gordon's salary. If I'm the Kings, I would take Aaron Gordon with no problems, right? He's got a pretty light number this year and I think next, but then it jumps up to 35, 40 million, something like that. But for right now, it's a pretty reasonable deal. I wouldn't touch the Michael Porter Jr. contract at all. And you're talking about, I guess it's 2 years and roughly $80 million, but that's a player who is a ticking time bomb, and he has been since he came in the league. And, eventually somebody's going to get stuck holding the bag, and you don't want it to be you. And even if you look at Denver, the reason why they would trade a relatively young player who's still very productive is, number one, he bombed out in the playoffs. But number two, he had 3 back surgeries before he's 21, and they know as well as everybody else in the league, it's only a matter of time. You're hoping that you can get the next 2 years out of him, but thinking that you're going to have him as a high level player into his early and to mid 30s just isn't going to happen.
So you think we've seen the end of Denver as we know it? A championship contender type team?
You think so, but Jokic is so good. They're going to have to find cheap options, and they've done that the last couple of years where they've done a good job of developing guys like Christian Brown, and even Watson to a certain extent, but they're going to need more. They're going to have to get lucky with a few back into the draft guys or low level free agents to develop into something else.
Funny thing, you look at the teams that were recently eliminated. Boston clearly has the easiest road back to being a championship contender, but they also have one of the more interesting off seasons coming up where no one's exactly sure what they're going to do. And there's all this talk about the change in ownership and the shedding salary. And now you've got the really unfortunate, dynamic of Jason Tatum, tearing his Achilles and being out for the year. If I'm a Celtics fan, I'm looking at that multiple ways. Jalen Cooks for an entire year, you see what that looks like. Or you still have the potential of being unwilling to pay that massive, payroll that you have, not believing you can win a championship without Jason Tatum, and a whole offseason where you're just you're Brad Stevens in that entire front office. You got to go in with a very scripted plan as to what you're going to do.
Real quick,
winging it ain't going to work. And if you do wing it, it's going to be very expensive.
Yeah, they're super expensive. One of the most expensive contracts the league has ever seen, or salary caps the league has ever seen.
One of the most expensive improvs you've ever seen would be the Celtics next year.
Do you guys think that there is a sense or a train of thought that Jaylen Brown's stock may never be higher than what it is right now? Because people haven't seen him by himself.
Sure.
And they still think that by himself he can be a guy, and he may very well. But if you have him by himself next year and it doesn't look as impressive if he's the number one guy, then the stock drops. And why don't you just take a chance and move on him right now? Because people look at him, yeah, he could be a number one for a really good team. Maybe that's how people look at him, and they're willing to give you number one type compensation in return, even though they haven't ever really seen it on that level.
If you guys were Houston, what would you give up for Jaylen Brown? Would you go for Jaylen Brown?
Yeah, I would if I were Houston, just because I know he's a lot. Well, I mean, you could save a lot of money from going him dealing him for Jalen Green, and then picking up a couple other young players in the transaction. I don't think that, it would hurt them for sure, but it's possible they could also grow and develop Jalen Green where, the Rockets maybe can't because they've got too many young players.
They still got a situation. They could give up a very reasonable trade package and once again still not give up everything they have. It could be like they could be Van Fleet to make the contracts work, Jalen Green, and one of these first round pick, the Suns' first round pick this year or next year too, and they still would have in a separate deal Jabari Smith, their own pick, future pick Reed Shepard. They'd still have like 3 or 4 different assets they could still move, and still they'd be able to add Jaylen Brown to that group already. I would really look into that if I was Houston.
I think the biggest question for Boston is there another player? Because Horford's contract falls off the books this year, so he's a free agent this summer. But they're at $223 million going into the summer, and that's without Kornet and Horford. Can they move a Derek White? I mean, Derek White, they're on the hook for, and again, talking about Kings here. I mean, they owe Derek White $28 million, 30.3, 32.6, and 33.8 over the next 4 years. And Derek White's 31. He's 30 years old, but he's got a game that he's almost 31. He's got a game that will probably age well, and he's also a great defender and a big guard. I mean, that's a player like, if I'm the Kings, I'm sniffing around and saying, hey, would you take a DeMar DeRozan, and throw in a Devin Carter or someone and move for Derek White, where you instantly put him in your backcourt alongside Zach LaVine, and he's the type of support piece that the Kings could really go for. Somebody who's strong, and it would save them so much money down the road. They could find somebody else to take on Devin Carter's contract. They might even be able to find someone to take on DeMar DeRozan's contract in a deal like that. And you're not going to have to give up a ton as the Kings to help them because of the money. But yeah, I definitely think that there are ways in which the Kings could probably get in on this conversation. It just wouldn't be for Jaylen Brown, or it wouldn't be for, Jason Tatum, but you could help them in a certain way.
I don't think I had thought about them moving Derek White. I think I always go to like Jalen and then maybe some of like the other pieces. I don't really think I've ever thought about them moving Derek White. That's kind of fascinating. He feels so integral to what they do. But again, what direction are you going if you're the Boston Celtics?
I think you start with Drew and Porzingis first too.
Yeah. This
but
injury changed everything. It changed a lot, I should say.
You think so?
Yeah, because now you're looking at wasting a season pretty much. Potentially.
Yeah, that, and like, who's going to take on Drew Holiday's contract? I mean, maybe the Kings would, but
I was going to say
you're looking at 32, 35, and 37 million over the next 3 years, and the dude is about to turn 35. Like, nope. I would, if that's what you're going to, you might as well just sit on the DeMar DeRozan contract in that situation, because then at least you'd get the opportunity to have salary cap space at some point. Like, that's a really long 3 years for a 35-year-old.
All right. James hates Drew Holiday. We'll come back.
I love Drew Holiday, but
we'll see if we can get James to soften up on some of our trade proposals here. And we'll talk about, because I guess it's official now, the return of Bobby Jackson, what that means for Doug Christie, this coaching staff, and this organization. That's all ahead with our insider from the Insiders. It's a man, James Ham, here with Dylan with KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. How was your trip, James?
It was very nice. It was a very nice getaway. Yeah, I told Kyle, I brought my laptop. I never pulled it out of the bag one time.
Excellent.
And that's just not something I'm ever able to do. I mean,
that's great.
You guys have talked to me from Puerto Vallarta, from Cabo. Like, I just can't usually put that stuff aside. And this was one time that I was able to, which is good.
That's great, man.
Yeah. Went to a piano bar a couple of nights in a row. We went and saw James Taylor on Saturday night at the venue.
And you had quite the
little
quite the
refresher.
weekend. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Scooter and Steven, this is a Bart Bridge hat. We have friends that anytime we're going to go somewhere, they buy Bart Bridge hats for everyone. So that, and they bought me a Grass Valley one time. So you see me wearing that. Russ Dog, how many second round picks do the Kings have in this upcoming draft? They only have one, and it's not their own. They have the Bulls. And then so they have a 25, a 26, 27, and 28 second round pick. Nope, not 28. They don't have a 28, 29, 30, and 31, but they have a 32 second round pick.
So many numbers.
Tony Edwards, James Taylor was good. I wish I would have seen him like 5 years ago. I think what they do with a lot of singers now when they're starting to age, but they still have great hits, is they surround them with like backup singers to hit all the high notes and stuff. And so he was super funny and witty. But you know, it's tough to be on a like, I think he's got 48 stops when you're 77 years old. Yeah.
Was James Taylor a part of a group?
He's always been solo. He was I think he was married to Carly Simon in the 70s. And he's also the first singer the Beatles signed when the Beatles started their own record label.
Fascinating. Didn't know any of this.
The crowd was probably like on average like 20 years older than me. But just in case was there.
Well, I mean, there you go.
So was Paul. And so was Ken.
Quite the crew.
Did you guys see the story about those inmates in New Orleans escaping?
Mm-hmm.
New Orleans, Louisiana inmate Kendall Myers, who escaped from jail, has been captured. He went live on IG with his crew when he escaped, saying, quote, "I'm fresh out."
Can't fix stupid.
Man.
Probably left his location on as well.
Is he worse than the guy who slept through the Alcatraz escape?
That idiot built the boat too.
Right?
Oh, I'd be so pissed off if I overslept through the escape.
Oh man, I'd be like Drake. Oh,
come on.
Oh, man.
That's hilarious.
Damn, and they made it too.
And they made it. Probably.
No, we solved it. They made it.
Allegedly.
Yeah. It's one of the great days in Dillon KC history.
That was an all-timer.
Were you guys just literally going through the story?
We maybe spent an hour and some change on the escape from Alcatraz. Yeah.
Like piece by piece too.
Yeah, like it was cinema.
We spent
it
a
was
little
one
bit
of our finest moments. It really was.
We spent a little bit of time today on this. Okay, so it started with what's the website where you can pay people, famous people, to like send birthday messages or whatever?
Cameo.
Yeah. Okay, so Kyle said he
Hang on,
started.
hang
with
on, Hammer. Hang on, Ham.
All right.
I really want to hear the end of the story, James. So you got to tell it. Like you you
Yeah.
asked about Cameo.
Okay, so
Huh?
so it started.
Not that, or maybe is it Cameo? It is Cameo, right? Yeah, that's the name of it.
I believe it's Cameo. So Kyle said, "Hey, I think I'm going to go on Cameo and just get a whole bunch of people to do, you're listening to the Insiders. This is so and so." So he picks out randomly John Stamos. He said, "I'm going to say this is John Stamos from Full House." And which is hilarious. And I said, "Okay, well, the first official concert I ever went to was when I was young. I went to the Beach Boys concert, and John Stamos filled in as a drummer because Dennis Wilson had died in 1983. He drowned, right? So then Kyle pops off with this randomness. He goes, "Have you ever read the story about the Beach Boys and Charles Manson?" And I'm like, "No." Somehow the Beach Boys and Charles Manson started hanging out before he started killing people or having people killed. And they became really good friends. And even there's a time where Charles Manson lived with Dennis Wilson, the drummer for the Beach Boys and the brother of the lead singer of the Beach Boys. And of course, we got to this weird point where it's like, well, how did he drown Dennis Wilson? And he had drowned like 3 years earlier. He had thrown his ex-wife's belongings into the overboard off his boat in the marina, like Marina del Rey or something. He got drunk one day and decided to dive to the bottom and go find the stuff, and he never came back up. He drowned. So
There was just like no rules back then, huh?
So we went down this weird rabbit hole of John Stamos to the Beach Boys hanging out with Charles Manson, to why the Beach Boys had circling back around to why the Beach Boys had John Stamos drumming, and that's because Dennis Wilson had drowned trying to recover some merchandise that he had thrown in. Yeah.
So,
how do they? Just the whole everyone connecting
like no. What I'm trying to figure out
when hanging out with Charles Manson,
yeah,
I'm kind of stuck on that one.
You can't really live that down, right?
Like, they did.
How?
I don't know.
If you hang out with Charles Manson, how do you just get over that?
Yeah, like I had a 12-pack with Charles Manson once. So it was a good time. We had a couple beers.
But that's the thing. It doesn't sound like they hung out with him once.
Oh yeah, they were buddies.
Like
that
was
he wrote one of their songs.
He wrote 3 of their songs, you said?
He wrote one of their songs. Yes.
Now this was
imagine
before
if
he
Charles
was the man
Manson wrote Wipeout. Oh man.
Oh no.
There's a lot going on there.
Charles
There's
Manson,
a lot going on.
American criminal, cult leader, and musician.
Friend of the Beach Boys.
That's what the Wikipedia says.
Oh my goodness. So random.
Now this allegedly was before he became the Charles Manson that we know. Correct.
Yeah, before he had his cult members go kidnap and then kill people.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, John Stamos, he would just be Uncle Jesse.
Now we can tie this all back together because apparently Charles Manson said he felt guided by his interpretation of the Beatles lyrics. So this goes back to the Beatles, who you just mentioned, and I can't remember why. Oh, James Taylor.
Yeah.
The Beatles.
Yeah.
There we go. Bring it full circle for everybody
There
who's watching the show.
Yep.
Yeah, that's just all crazy.
Wow.
That is wild.
Charles Manson's actual last name is Maddox.
Why did he change his name?
No relation to Greg?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't have an answer, and he's not around to ask him anymore, pal.
No,
So I
and
can't help.
would ask him.
I cannot help. Well, there you have it. Deep dive into Charles Manson. Wasn't banking on it today, but yet here we are. How do you segue from Charles Manson to Bobby Jackson? Not sure, but we got to do it.
We're going to try.
We've got to do it. Maybe Charles Manson was the sixth man of the Beach Boys. Who knows? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But in any event, our sixth man is back, and that's Bobby Jackson. It's the best I could do, folks. Sean reported this. Your buddy over on the Kings Beat reported this weeks ago. But I guess it's being made official now. It's now tied to his agent, so it's real. I'm sure we went over this weeks ago, but we can go over it again because there's not a lot of Kings news happening. This coaching staff for Doug Christie starting to get put together. Certainly appears Bobby will be on the front lines next to Mike Woodson and Doug Christie. What does Bobby bring to Doug's coaching staff besides a familiar face?
Okay, so I think, first of all, Bobby, if anyone knows him, he brings vibes. Like, he's a cool dude. He's funny. He's laid back. He's very sarcastic. And I think he connects with players really well. He worked his way up from a player development coach to an assistant coach to the head coach of the G League Stockton Kings, where I think they finished in first place with him and were very good with him. And then when an opportunity came for him to move to another location, he joined Nick Nurse's staff and with the 76ers alongside Brian Gates, he's been at least a 2-time Sacramento Kings assistant. And I would not hate to see Brian Gates as a 3-time Sacramento Kings assistant. But I also think it's interesting because Nick Nurse, who I think is a very good coach, he's kind of run into some craziness with their roster and injuries and everything there in Philly. But he's also a guy who came up through the G League and, earned his way to the league by going to the G League. And he saw that with Bobby. Bobby's talked about this, how he was excited to go join Nick Nurse because they'd had a conversation about it in the past and he really felt connected. So, look, every coach needs people they trust. And I think Bobby Jackson is someone who Doug trusts 100%. Like, they are very good friends. They have been for decades. They've golfed together. They were on coaching staffs together. They've remained close through the thick and the thin of all this stuff. Even when it was strange, when I started at NBC, Bobby and Doug switched off as the analyst. And so one game Bobby would be there, another game Doug would be there, and they would switch off back and forth. So look, I just think that this is somebody that, you don't want to surround Doug with every former Kings player known to man. But what you do need is for him to have at least one or two that he just feels really, really solid and comfortable with. And that's why I think Bobby's here, and I'm glad he's back. Family's here and stuff like that. So I'm excited to see him. And I'm sure he's going to be out there Serrano Country Club playing every single day from here on out.
To the best of your knowledge, James, what happened with the whole Sean Cunningham thing? Because obviously we've talked about it before. Sean just doesn't throw anything out there or whatever. We kind of maybe hypothesized that maybe talks had happened, but legally or per the rules, they hadn't got to that point yet as far as like getting permission from Nick Nurse and all that other stuff. So Bobby, that's where you get Bobby coming out saying, hey, I don't know what you're talking about. None of this has happened. But what do you think happened in that whole situation?
Okay, so just so you know, we reported it on the Insiders before Sean put it out on Twitter. But the way I reported it, because I didn't have confirmation, was that like it was leaning towards that way, and there's a good chance that Bobby was coming back. Like 5 minutes later, Sean had it and put it out there on the Twitter box. So like, look, always going to back Sean. Sean doesn't make mistakes like that.
Yep.
Neither one of us are guys who put our names on something unless we know it to be true. And so like it was legit, but whether it was what you said, like working things out with Philly, having conversations with the 76ers and Nick Nurse and allowing Bobby to leave, or it's even possible that, hey, it just came down to money and Bobby was negotiating a new salary to be an assistant coach. It's not, I think, so people know, this isn't like when you work at a grocery store and you start at like $8 an hour, and then after you work 600 hours, you get to like 847, and then like that's not the way assistant coaches work. It's just a wild, wild west. Like assistant coaches get paid what they get paid, and whatever you can, get a team to pay you is what you're going to make. And so I think for a guy like Bobby, part of it could be that too.
Salaries are kept secret. That's why you don't see Bobby Jackson sign with Doug Christie for X amount of dollars, because you don't want the other coaches to see what that assistant coach signed for.
Yeah. So I think that that's something that, that's probably part of it as well. There's just negotiations. The deal wasn't done. Like I checked in a couple of times and it wasn't done. Just like the Mike Woodson deal wasn't done until maybe 5 or 6 days after we initially heard that it was pretty much done. Pretty much done. And hey, we're hearing Mike Woodson's name being mentioned as a potential lead assistant for Doug Christie is not the same as, according to a league source, Mike Woodson has been hired as Doug Christie's lead assistant. It's just the verbiage is different, but it's also in reality the way it is. Bobby, but it's good to see Bobby back. And I know Michael Scotto from Hoops Hype put it out there yesterday, but like I was taking the weekend off, but this morning I was able to confirm, whatever, it's happened. Bobby's back, and it's the deal's done.
Good stuff.
Love it.
Good stuff. We have now Mike Woodson in place. Obviously Doug at the helm of all of this. It's an interesting stretch now, though, for Scott Perry, isn't it? Because we're we're a month and some change away from the start of the new league year. You've got the draft coming up. They do have a second-round draft pick. I imagine the work that goes into a night where you're having a second-round draft pick versus a first or a first and a second or multiple picks or whatever is a little bit different. What do you think Scott Perry and that front office are focusing on here for the next, month and some change before the new league year starts?
Well, I think the first thing they wanted to do is restructure the front office, and that's a big undertaking. I mean, that's like a big, gigantic business by itself, and who runs what, and how does this work, and who's gonna call around and see what like preseason games we can come up with, like all that stuff. I do think that that's the first thing you do is you attack that part of it, is just like shoring up roles and figuring out like how you're going to build out your staff and all that stuff. We do know, Alvin Gentry will be back. We do know Paul Johnson stuck around from what I know. And of course, BJ Armstrong was hired. And there might be one or two additional, front office people. There could be another assistant GM. There could be, like a salary cap guy. Like there can be all kinds of things that are still worked through. But last weekend was the NBA Combine. And so not this last one, we just passed a week before. So I think that, they had a full-fledged, group there watching. There was a player in the top 10 that met with the Kings, and I can't remember who it was. But that was according to somebody on Twitter that, they listed the teams that a player had met with. And so like, look, they're doing their due diligence to interview as many players as possible. They're going to hopefully start doing a lot more of the player workouts here in Sacramento, where you bring in groups of 6. We're going to see some of that. And you're also going to see Doug continue to build out his coaching staff. It's not just Woodson and Bobby Jackson, but Depeche Mystery is still around. I think Jimmy Alapeg is still around. And Leandro Barbosa, from what I know, is still around. So, like, there's still, you got to build out that staff. And then there's a lot of work to do. Like, you lose people during the summer, you know, whether it's training staff or medical staff or PR staff or anything else, you got a lot of work to do.
Going back to filling out that coaching staff with Doug Christie, is it, I don't want to say safe to say because we don't know, but it seems like the front of the bench is kind of taken care of with Mike Woodson, Bobby. Me personally, I'm saying Leandro Barbosa might be on that front of the bench. And it's usually about 3 coaches, right? And then you start moving to the second row.
I can't remember if it was 3 or 4. So if we go back to Mike's original staff, front of the bench was Jordy, Doug, Jay Triano, and why am I thinking there was one more? Maybe I'm wrong. So it might just be 3 on the front of the bench. And like Leandro may or may not be front of the bench. I don't know. But he was moved to the front of the bench last year at the end of the season when he got back from, he had surgery on a quad, and then he had a personal issue that took him out of the country for a little bit of time.
Okay. Are you expecting a active offseason for the Kings? Like, I mean, I know we work trades in our head. We come up with all these different like ideas, these different do you think this is going to be a real busy 2 months for Sacramento and Scott Perry?
I think it is. Like, he understands, like the rest of us, that this roster isn't right. And it's difficult because at this point, like the trades that you made, the Kings have 2 starting jobs that I think have to be addressed. And, you know, if you have DeMar DeRozan back, that means 1. But I don't think that that's like, like, in all honesty, I think that there's a high likelihood that they try to move on from DeMar during the summer. And so you've got that, and you've got a point guard position. And like, neither of those positions are all that cheap to fill.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, the Kings have a bunch of future draft capital and stuff like that. They've got some movable contracts, but for right now, like, they have to be aggressive. You know, I wouldn't be shocked that if on draft night that they do something like trade their 2nd round pick and the Sasha Vezenkov trade exception that expires, and try to land a $5 to $6 million player that they think can help them. On top of that, you know, the Kings still have other decisions to make. They've got to figure out the Keon Ellis situation. They've got to figure out the Keegan Murray situation. Now, those things could already be figured out, like, easily, especially if Keon is showing up at the NBA draft lottery. I'm pretty sure that's been figured out, or at least they have a game plan for what's about to happen there that will keep Keon in Sacramento long term. Maybe not, but I do think that there's a good possibility of it. So, and then the Keegan thing doesn't have to be done until late October, I believe. That's when the rookie extensions are due. We'll have to see what they do. Like, if I'm the Kings, I'm not trying to move into the first round unless somehow you're moving way up in the first round. Like, if you're going to go up to number 10 or number 8, and I don't even know how that would happen. So, like, just looking at whether, you know, unless they want to give up a bunch of draft capital, and I'm not giving up draft capital for this draft to move up, unless you get way up high, and I don't think the Kings have that in their bag. So, like, a early 2nd round pick, or I think they're around number 12 in the 2nd round. They've got the Bulls pick. You know, could you move up into the upper 2nd round? I mean, like the 33, 34, 35 in the 2nd round, and maybe get a better player. That's possible. But at the same time, the Kings just don't have a bunch of future seconds to squander in this deal. And you don't want to have 1st round picks if you're the Kings. You don't want to move from like where you're at 42 to like 27. That doesn't help you, because 27 now comes with a guaranteed contract. and it's a guaranteed like 3-year deal with a 4th-year team option or 2-year deal with 2 option years. An early second-round pick is more valuable to me than a late first-round pick, because if you draft a guy and he's not very good, you don't have to keep him. You can just get rid of him. And that's not the case with first-round picks. It's a little more complicated.
I can dig it. Hey, real quick before we get out of here, got to handle some business. The Prize Picks lineup is ready to go. We're going all baseball, all Giants, all A's today. Bobby Witt Jr., 1.5 total bases. We got that. We're going with the first inning runs allowed for the A's and Angels. I went under half a run, and I thought I was doing the same thing for the Giants game, when in actuality, it was first inning walks allowed. So I went under on that as well. Hopefully Robbie Ray has control and we can handle that one. And then Lawrence Butler, half a hit. Come on, man. Come on, Lawrence. Let's do work. Let's do work today, man. So must be present in certain states. Make sure you put that promo code KIFM to get $50 instantly with your first $5 lineup. That's promo code KIFM to get $50 instantly with your first $5 lineup. Like I said, you must be present in certain states. Go to prizepicks.com for more details. Prize Picks, run your game.
Let me now before
Adam
no. Before you mark anything down for Adam L.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, that was free.
What?
Those aren't scheduled this week.
Yeah, I didn't hit any
So that
bubbles
was
today.
an unsanctioned matchup.
Well, it still goes to Adam L.
What the
Well,
ECW are you doing?
And it didn't even you didn't even include Jacob Wilson, who came on the show today. We had
That's
Jacob
right.
Wilson.
I thought about going with Jacob, because Jacob hits. You always get Jacob Wilson involved in that one. So I thought about it, but Adam L.
I want to be clear. That was an unsanctioned matchup.
It's unofficial. It's unsanctioned, but you got the W. You're on the board.
One
His
day,
first win.
One day, Kenny's going to trust me to lead this show.
Maybe this is the in-season tournament of it.
Maybe this is an in-season
This
tournament.
this is the play-in, because it's not. It doesn't go towards anything.
No. David Jackson is right. Run your spot. Big thanks to James as always. We're headed over to 102.5 if you want to join us. If not, we'll see you tomorrow beginning at 10 a.m. James and Kyle and the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Gigantes.
And we're clear.
Hit that thumbs up button if you don't mind.
Yeah, please. Hopefully we got some. Is your meeting tomorrow? Is it tomorrow? Okay. Hopefully we got some pretty cool changes coming to the YouTube channel. So, all right, guys, we're going to go. We'll see y'all tomorrow. Appreciate you as always. Run your game.